Futures back in negative territory here this morning as we look to wrap up an otherwise pretty positive week. It's been led by tech all week long. We did see initially a little bit of strength coming through for the NASDAQ. Once again in the pre-market, we've since erased those gains. Back to the downside we go still. We're heading into today's session with the NASDAQ up more than 5% on the week. So going to have to be pretty disastrous to erase weekly gains anyways for the NASDAQ. More uncertainty surrounding the banking sector. Once again, even with the announcement late in the day yesterday, JP Morgan leading the way as far as the big banks coming through with a $30 billion bailout essentially of FRC. First Republic down about 12% so far in pre-market trading this morning. We'll talk about that coming up. Banks in general under pressure as a result, so all the big banks as well seeing a little bit of selling. To start things off, crypto, meanwhile, huge gains so far this morning, 7% for Bitcoin, all the related equities back to the upside as well. A little bit of data coming out this morning. We'll get a few numbers at 9:15. And then the big one at 10 o'clock with the University of Michigan sentiment. There is an inflation portion to that release as well, so that'll be closely watched coming up at 10 a.m. It's Friday, March 17th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. The quote board is already enjoying the weekend, apparently. There we go. Now we can show you. Red numbers across the board so far. 0.65 for the S&P, about 0.5% for the Dow. The NASDAQ trying to lead a little bit. 0.3 there for the NASDAQ right now. Was positive when I sat down this morning. Yeah, nice day down here. Once again, 7.75 already for Bitcoin, 5% for Ethereum. Back to recent highs anyways for crypto. Sharif here as always on a Friday. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, I know. I forgot my green.
Same. A few people around here did not. However, if you are celebrating, happy St. Patrick's Day. Going to be a green day, hopefully, for the market. I mean, it's going to be a green week at least, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, 5% for the NASDAQ. We're not seeing that erase.
I can't imagine us going below that today. But I want to see what Michigan consumer sentiment brings. We've been so data dependent lately, and nice moves off that. So we'll see. We'll see what Friday brings.
Yeah, just seeing a Canadian PPI release month over month was actually quite better than expected. 1.4%. The prior was 5.4%. So we saw a big move down this week in U.S. PPI, Canadian PPI following suit. So welcome to a Friday morning. Arun in for Neil once again as he wraps up his March break vacation down in Florida. Always good to have Arun with us. It's a big day, guys, with quad witching coming through. There's a rebalance that's going to happen. Ton of volume. Therefore, will be traded both at the open and close today. We'll touch on that throughout the session, but lots to look forward here.
Yeah. So I was looking into it there, Brendan and Sharif, about quad witching versus triple. Some people keep referring between the two. There is consensus now. It is triple witching. The reason being, there is no longer single stock futures available as of September 21st, 2020, when One Chicago closed up. So no longer single stock futures on the market. So that means there's only 3 things left to expire. So we are with triple witching, apparently, going forward. So I guess that's how we're going to go about it. But yeah, interesting market. We saw quite the run yesterday, and now this market is coming back in a little bit here. A decent bounce, somewhat of a bounce off the 65s, but clearly this market's setting up a decent move either to the upside or to the downside. We got expirations, which brings in a ton of volume to the board. Forget about direction, just overall, it just brings a ton of volume. So we got to be willing to play both sides. I'll give you guys levels on both sides when we get around to the futures, but this market did come off aggressively. So there is a little bit of weakness we're seeing here, and this market is a little open to the downside, especially when it came off from that 84. I was sitting here and watching it. It went from 84 all the way to 65 and very, very quickly. So volatility is still here and available on a day where you're getting a ton of action. Be prepared.
Well, so what was there no more single stocks?
So the expiration is with options on the indexes and equities, then futures expiration, and then single stock futures expiration as well. Right. As of September 21st, 2020, One Chicago, which handled all the single stock futures, no longer exists. So now there's only
Single stock futures.
yeah.
no
So there was
longer
that was
exist.
also an asset class. So now you have index and futures equity or options, and then you have normal futures expiring as well.
I mean, you get so many expirations, just like there's so many weekly options and things like that with single stocks and daily options and things like that. So for me, I don't really understand what that means, but if there is no single stock futures, that would be news to me. But thanks, Arun, for covering that one more time. It is St. Patrick's Day today, and I did forget to wear my green, so I do hope that I have the luck of the Irish going. I'm taking my beautiful wife tonight to see Hamilton. So hopefully we have some nice luck there, and the weather holds out. Oh, it was supposed to be a huge snowstorm, but now it's just rain. So
Yeah,
that
take
was
the
really
rain.
good. So we are sort of hoping for that because you don't want to go to the theater and have all these issues there. So it's going to be a great day today. You're in your green, although it doesn't really.
It's green.
I wonder. That's what I was going to say because
It's not bright green. It's not like this
you know
green.
what? I wonder if it looks
but
different on a.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Because see how that looks so green, but your shirt, as long as everyone, it looks like Philadelphia Eagle green, which.
It's still green. It's still in the ballpark.
It's green.
Of
No, it's
I'll
green.
take
I'm
it.
surprised it doesn't look more green on the
Oh,
show.
yeah,
That's
okay.
what I was
It's the
thinking.
lighting. It's always the lighting.
All right, if you're almost drunk, DT, then I would say lower your share size today. If that is the case, hopefully we can throw down some Guinness or something for the closing show. We'll work on that, but let's give it back to the big desk here. It's 8:36. Should be a good Friday with the market here heading southbound for a little bit.
They're probably just being a little charitable. We're just talking about these regional banks back on watch, obviously under pressure a little bit. We were just saying it's a little bit confusing as to how this 30 billion. A lot of people thinking it in the sense of, oh, they just got $30 billion. Hooray! It's a great Friday. It's their deposits. So all these banks are depositing money into FRC to make them essentially liquid once again. And then they'll be able to take that money and do what they need to with it, including reinvest it. But as to who's calling the shots or where that goes from there, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But anyways, this was the note this morning that I sat down to. Anyways, future's a little bit uncertain because, FRC sitting, it's actually more than that now, 12% to the downside. When this was written anyways. But the other note that came through this morning, SVB officially filing for Chapter 11. I mean, I guess they explored or tried to explore any other options and came up blank.
Yeah, it still doesn't preclude the possibility that they do get bought out. And by the way, just because their name continues to subsist in some form or fashion in the future under new ownership doesn't mean that the current equity holders and bondholders get recouped in any way. That name, that goodwill can exist irrespective of the wiped out equity and the wiped out debt. So we'll see. We'll see. Someone maybe pick this up still.
As we saw yesterday, Jamie Dimon sitting down with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. Obviously, he's going to have an opinion as to how this plays out. Here's 18% now for FRC. This was the move, obviously, yesterday on this news of $30 billion. But still a lot of questions left up in the air, guys, as far as FRC is concerned.
I mean, that's what we talked about yesterday, that it was a little chaotic to be holding some of these things overnight unless you did have some sort of a better read than everybody else does on these, depressed banks. I mean, I don't, like we get that great news yesterday, maybe everything is saved, and look at all these halts, boom, 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 right there from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, halted all the way to the upside there, and then eventually stopped at $40. Then you had some tops here at 36, and now you're starting to just come back into levels that we've already seen here. Like at 4 o'clock, we've already seen this $27. I still look at this $20 bottom. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with these banks, and I feel like if you're going to trade them, then you're kind of just, I don't want to say you're throwing darts because there are going to be people out there that are more in tune to maybe what is happening here. But like Credit Suisse, we thought got a good save yesterday as well, and then they're down again another 10%. Yeah, so they're below $2, so they're down 8% now today. And look at this, like off of their news where they got that $54 million, I guess, I don't know, bailout, I don't know what we want to call it there. That happened yesterday, and then you could see that just faded all day. So, I don't, to me, I feel like, are they tradable names? Not really for my style, to be honest with you. I mean, when you're looking at a First Republic here and where we've come from and where we've been, to me, would I like to play support and resistance, not really news-based. And I don't even think this is really like a momentum play. I feel like you just got to wait for liquidity to pop in and then take the levels whenever you see them. The only trade that I was trying to make yesterday on FRC was this halt right there, and I missed it when we were breaking back above 30. I sat on the bid as it was in halt state, didn't get it, and then it ripped up 10 bucks before coming back in. I would have got some out most likely here for 10% or 15% on that second, third halt there. So I say you just wait. Will it halt again? Yes, it will. And then at that point, I just feel like if it halts, I mean, you can look at the strategies. There's the first halt there yesterday. It opened up higher, then the third halt came down. There's the first halt. I mean, I guess it halts in there. So let's say there's the first halt. There's the higher move. Then we kind of open up and go back and forth there before making a move higher. Then eventually it just gets blown out to the top. So I would say maybe if it halts again, take the way. Like, see, there's the first halt down. Then there's the move down, then there's the move down. So there's definitely been some continuation in the direction to which we halt the first play. So to me, I think that would be what we're looking for. If we halt to the downside, try to get short. And if you're short, hold it. And then potentially get half out on the reopen. Because like if you went long there, we reopen. So you go long at 27, you reopen at 29. Goes to halts again at 30, which really it shouldn't have done that. I don't know why that. I guess a lot of this is news pending as well. But back and forth, you have crazy wicks here. I say you just take advantage of the halts and try to play it with that. So first halt, you get another bump up before coming down. You halt, you get a couple bumps before coming down. So to me, that's the way to play this. And we just keep our ear to the ground on any new news. But I don't know, FRC, I've just paid for shorts, another cheap day for this, so we'll just continue to watch it. We didn't have a trade yesterday because we didn't get in, so.
Yeah, for me, FRC, I don't play in that casino, so we'll see what else Brendan's got for us.
On crypto here to start things off, because if there's one thing that's been benefiting to this all week long, it's been, here's Bitcoin, took out that high early on this morning and got all the way up there to 27,000 on a bit of a pullback right now, 26.6 coming into play. Ethereum not quite as strong, didn't get above that high, but 9-month high early on this morning here for BTC. So nice look for all of these equities. The miners specifically a little bit stronger maybe in pre-market trade, Coinbase up, but the Mara riots of the world seem to be catching a bit as well.
Right. Yeah, we haven't been this high since May, Brendo. You 7-month high there. But here is the thing. As worries about continued interest rate hikes diminishes, money will flow into more speculative assets, this one being one of those. So like Sean and I were talking off camera this morning, he's like, you know what, man, it's not time to take money out of big tech. This is kind of a corollary play, give or take a few differences, Brendo.
Yeah, we've seen this tech-led rally all week long for equities. I mean, 5% going into today for the NASDAQ on the week, guys. So even with, I mean, it's just 0.25% right now to the downside for NASDAQ futures. Here's Coinbase up almost 5%.
The best part about it is that we're now above 25,000, and that's what Sharif and I were talking about, was the fact that the NASDAQ, if the NASDAQ's going to go, we were, fun fact, it was a year ago yesterday that we started the first rate hike, so from 0 up to 450 where we are today, and that started yesterday. So if you're going to go back a year, you can sort of see that, you know, when we started to get into trouble, if you go back to March, which is right here, March of 2022, where we had 45,000 here on Bitcoin. I know you're busy, Prad. We need to see if you could switch it over to the screen here. We're a little light today, so we have to wait for Fahad, unfortunately, off ill. Right here, 45,000. So this is where we started back when these rate cuts started happening. Or sorry, hikes started happening. So right there, that's March 29th, so the end of March. If we're going to go back to the date, it's right here, March 17th. So we did get a little bit of a rally, and then it was figured it out. And then all the cuts. Why do I keep saying cuts? It's because Bitcoin got cut. All the rate hikes started to take effect, and then you see this fall down. You saw the NASDAQ fall down as well. And right now, I think that we're out of that environment. If we get any more rate hikes, I mean, we've talked about this over and over again. The CME rate tool is now, I thought it was 80% or so for a quarter point. Let's just update this right here and have a quick look at this. Just review 5 more days until we go. There it is. Yeah, 80% now for 25%. So it looks like if he surprises us with 0, great. If not, we'll get a quarter. I think the market can handle it. So you're seeing right now a sort of a change in sentiment here for BTC. whether or not it's deservedly, I don't know. I mean, you guys, there's going to be crypto bulls out there and bears out there. They're going to talk about base case scenarios for Bitcoin. There's going to be people out there that are going to talk about that it's not a store of value. There's no way, El Salvador examples, things like this, that can say, hey, maybe Bitcoin actually doesn't have a use. But other than jewelry, we've been talking about gold a lot as well. Here goes Bitcoin now breaking through 25,000. So this is what I'd say, that if you're a Bitcoin bull, you're probably already long, because we talked about breaking 20 there and getting long. Because, if you're chasing bottoms, if you bottom picked, great. But if not, hopefully you're long here at 20. It broke through 25, went up to 25 there, fell back down. Maybe you reloaded, maybe you didn't. But here's a chance to take some off if you're long at 20. You can get something out here at 27 if you wanted to, or take some out when it breaks back down below 25 the next time. And you may not get another breakdown below 25. May not for the next couple of days. And then if that's the case, then you go up to 30,000. Remember, during the weekend, there's a lot of damage done to Bitcoin, both up and down. This thing could get to 30,000. And to be quite frank, if Chinese start to buy this could get up to 32 and then 35,000 before you can even blink of an eye. So I'm not getting out of any of my crypto exposure right now, but if it does break back down below 25 right here, I think that's something that you want to look at, because remember, you're 5 days away from Fed again. And it's not just the hike or the cut or the pause that we're worried about right now. In my opinion, we have the talk. So as soon as we're done, we're going to get a talk coming through about the market. There's going to be questions asked to Powell, and then we'll see based on how he speaks where we're going, because this is the NASDAQ as of late. And this is what am I doing? This is why I was very, very bullish yesterday, and why we wrote all over the sticky note, this is going to be a bullish day. Despite, like I was talking about bullish yesterday when we were down 0.4. We wound up 2.8 or whatever it was on the NASDAQ, 2.4 on the NASDAQ. You're trying to break above some of these levels. But look what we're running into here. As much as we can be bullish, you still have to respect, and this is sort of, Arun will probably talk about this when he talks about his futures here. I don't know, we haven't discussed it, but you're right at these tops here over the last week or two. So we've done a lot of work. We've hit the bottoms. Now we've come right back up to the tops in a very, very short period of time. So I'm still thinking there's more carry forward here, but it might be after Tuesday. You gotta wait. We gotta wait to see what comes through with the Fed. And then after that, if you take out this 13,000, it's 12,950 right there on the NASDAQ. Then you're getting close again to all-time highs. So I would say, you're getting ready to rock and roll here. I believe the S&P is still down 13% or so from its highs. It might be a little bit more than that. We'll have to double check. But I just, I like crypto here based off that 25,000 sort of theory. And I actually like the NASDAQ, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do pull back a little bit today. Any thoughts on crypto?
Yeah. Talk about pulling back. I wouldn't mind a pullback actually on crypto, because coin, 67, that was supposed to be the play. And this thing just makes a late session push north of 67 and then gaps up, and here we are at 71 and change. A pullback into that 68, 67, I wouldn't mind that for a potential purchase, value purchase at least. Try to play off that multi-day tops that's been put in around that point. So there should be some support in this little area that I've got marked off. See if you can catch a bid down there. So at 71, a little too pricey. Pushing to new highs with the market coming down, probably not the best way to play for me. But if it does come back down into that support area, I wouldn't mind catching along. That sets up, as long as it does set up at that support area, I wouldn't mind catching along and see if we can't get a nice little bounce along with the market as a whole as well. Brendan.
Okay. All right, let's bring in Michael Na, CMT over at Trade Ideas for a Friday discussion on a few things swing trading related here. First of all, great to see you, Michael.
Great to see you.
It is a happy St. Patrick's Day. Going to be a big weekend for Trade Ideas, because there's a special sale happening for everyone, not only watching right now, but anyone else who wants to participate. Trader TV 30, guys, for the weekend. And correct me if I'm wrong, that'll run right through until Monday?
Monday night, Tuesday morning.
Okay,
Yep.
Perfect. That's what I thought. So Trader TV 30 gets you 30% off for the weekend. One thing as traders we like to do on the weekend is look for maybe longer term ideas. What's setting up for maybe a buy going into the brand new week? Tell them how, or one of the ways that we can use Trade Ideas to do that.
Sure thing. So this is an interesting topic where I was able to do a lot of study with a lot of the things that we have at Trade Ideas. We're very kind of quantitative minded about the market with the relative strength index, which you can see up here, which is probably the most or one of the most common indicators out there. And how we're taught to trade it in a lot of the, the gurus and the textbooks and this kind of thing is when it reaches overbought, you sell your security or you short your security. And when it reaches oversold, you buy your security. But unfortunately, if it was that easy, everyone would be doing it and we'd all be filthy rich. So I actually went through and I did some studies on the S&P 500 and some other things and showed that this type of strategy gets you all of the drawdown of the securities, so all of the bad times, and then limits your upside, because what you're doing is every time the security gets strong, you're selling it. And then every time the security gets weak, you're buying it. And quite often we like to look for completely the other side of things. So I have some examples here of when it would not work. First one is Silvergate. We all know the RSI originally reached oversold at about $49 a share, and this chart was taken a little bit ago. I don't know what it is now. It's probably one or lower. I don't know, gone at this point with a lot of these banks. And then Tesla being the other side. So on the next chart here, with the RSI being overbought, it got overbought at 250, and then the thing shot up to 400. So you would have been pretty much wiped out of your position. So if that doesn't work, and this is a common indicator that a lot of technicians like myself use and a lot of big name institutions use, then how do we actually use it? So ETN, this next chart here, I think paints the example perfectly, where if we flip that idea on its head, instead of saying, hey, when a stock gets oversold, that's where I'm going to buy it. The RSI is basically, without going into the math, just a momentum indicator. So it's measuring the average up move versus the average down move in the stock. So you can see here on ETN, the RSI was never able to get oversold for about a year and a half. This can be a symptom of a strong stock, because it basically means that every time the stock pulls lower, there is some sort of buying support that's going on there that's preventing this momentum indicator from reaching the oversold condition. And by looking at stocks like that, you're able to just simply filter out all of the noise and say, hey, show me stocks that have some sort of underlying bid in them. And then I can use my own technical analysis, my own entry conditions, whatever it is that I kind of use for my own trading on top of this idea. So ETN, for example, you can see, it wasn't straight up and to the right, but if you kind of combine this with, hey, I'm going to, buy on dips or buy on breakouts or whatever it is, it's a much easier stock to try to buy and to try to get long trades on than something like an SI would have been mentioned earlier. So we have a scan that I built in the system that actually just all day long will spit you out stocks where this RSI for an entire year period was never able to reach the oversold period. So, if you're interested in taking advantage of that St. Paddy's Day sale, you can get that scan. You can email info@trade-ideas.com or reach out to me on Twitter and we can share that with you. But as always, I just want to give you guys a few examples of things that we're showing on the scan as of last night when I build these that look really strong. So first one is this IMMR. What you'll notice with this scan is that quite often it's not stocks that are just shooting up and to the right, but what's happening is they're building these long bases, because as the market's coming down, there's some sort of underlying bid like I talked about, and that can create these long bases. And then we're looking for these kind of breakout or reversals from these bases after the institutions have kind of accumulated, and we're able to see that with the RSI. So IMMR, if, big long base, gapped up out of that base, and now if we can get over about 850, I'm interested in this one right here. Next one is ELF. A lot of beauty supplies on this list, which is very interesting. I don't know if that's the next big thing. Maybe it's not AI. Maybe the next big thing is beauty supplies. But ELF, which is Elf Beauty, makeup or something like that. This is one of those that's just from the bottom left to the upper right and building a nice little base here at highs. If you can get over $75 or so a share, that's where I'm interested in this one. This next one, I actually couldn't help myself, so I've already bought a little bit of. Full disclosure, I'll always tell you when I'm talking about something and I'm in it, is Stitch Fix, SFIX. And this stock has gotten completely hammered from $100 down to $5. But you can see it's like a year and a half where this RSI could not get oversold. So there's some buying, some sort of institutional ownership kind of going on in here, holding this stock up. Pushed up after earnings. I think I actually talked about this one when I talked about the 200-day moving average, which got it on my list, and a 17% short float on this one. So I'm looking to see if we can get some sort of continuation in the market and in this name, and hopefully those shorts start to cover. Maybe we could get up to 10, which would be fantastic.
It's an interesting look, as you were mentioning, in the sense that you get that higher look and you get that idea of where others are looking at a stock. It's very clear as an indicator when you approach it from that standpoint that, hey, someone's buying down there and has been for quite some time. So very interesting concept. Again, if you missed it, guys, Trader TV 30 gets you 30% off trade ideas all weekend long, right through till Monday. Shout out to everyone over at Trade Ideas. Have a wonderful weekend. Mr. Noss will speak again next week.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
We're always doing short time frame, so it's always nice to hear it. Mike. Okay, well, I'll just talk around.
All right, as we're waiting on Sean there, it's, what time is it? 8:56, almost time for the futures. I'm just keeping a very close eye on how this futures market's going to go into the open. We know imbalances are expected to be a little bit larger than normal going into the open, especially at the close, but also going into the open. So let's take a quick look at the imbalances. Let's see if there's some unusual activity. I mean, for the open, KO and Verizon, I mean, I don't think we've seen 700s that often on this many names. Well, not just 700, but we got a couple at north of 6. You got NEE at 5. So some of the big names stepping up for some larger imbalances. I think that's what you're going to start to see is a lot of the bigger names that tend to, you don't see a whole lot. BACs are going to have a little bit more than they usually do. Verizon's, the AT&T's, most likely the Teslas and the Apples as well. We've seen Apple and Amazon, we've seen some of the major tech players have unusually large imbalances in the last few days, but they've also had some big moves. So you're like, well, is it rebalance related or is it just the market as a whole going up and those stocks participating? But I think as we get closer and closer to the open with about half an hour left, at least, just under half an hour before we get to the NASDAQ imbalances, then we'll know how much we're going to see off those big tech names. But again, this is just like a taste test for what's going to be coming in towards the end of the day, because that's when the majority of the volume should be coming through here on this imbalance locator to see how much we're going to get across the indexes. And like I've been mentioning the last couple of days there, we've got S&P 600 activity, S&P 400 activity. So mid caps, small caps, those are larger in terms of just overall volatility and activity than there is in the major S&P 500 index. So I think those smaller names, you're going to start to see them pop up a lot more than you would expect them, especially towards the end there after 350, but especially after 355 when you get that update from the floor.
I was just talking about the RSI is great to look at. It's nice to have some explanation there from Michael Noss. I mean, some more longer term ideas there. It's hard to trade off. I mean, I put the RSI up here for a while ago on the 3-minute chart. And it's tough because like here it's indicating oversold, and for temporary bounce, sure, fine. Even right here on the blues, any part that's highlighted blue is over the 75 right there, so you can see boom. It does come up there and create an oversold pattern. But then again, it just continues to go back to the upside. So I feel like if it's anything sort of temporary, that might be something to look at for RSI. If you're looking to get out of a position or, just sort of play momentum and you're wondering when the momentum is going to dry out, I think that's a great call. I don't know about Stitch Fix. I know Michael Noss is in that one. I think that's a good name, but I don't know about that clothing delivery business. I don't know about the macros there, but it's nice to see that it's sort of shoring up for him on the technical side of things. So, all right, man. I mean, if you're not going to trade based on macros, you got to do something technical, and that's what Michael Noss, being a CMT, brings to the show. Make sure you do support Trade Ideas there with that Trader TV 30 and grab 30% off. I mean, 30% off of whatever subscription you guys want to grab. I think that's really important. I use it for volume leaders. I use it for those races and things like that that we have on the show all the time. So I've been really liking the relative volume. I know you can get this anywhere, but it's really easy to throw this in there, put it on a chart, go back and forth, click on them. So everything is just very, very useful and handy with trade ideas. Plus you get the support, and that's something that means a lot. If you need any of our layouts, Michael Noss can hit you up with that. So find him on Twitter. Go get trade ideas ASAP.
Yeah, he's always really great to get back to you as well, almost instantaneously on Twitter. Just noticing Coinbase here taking out or trying to test day highs here, back to 72 once again. Great looking daily chart as well. For Coin, first segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV, promo code TTV, get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. I was going to show you some upgrades and downgrades here to start things off this morning. I mean, we have some energy on here, but oil downside again in a big way. Here's my Google document doing Google document things again. Honestly. Give it a minute and it'll load. We'll talk about some upgrades and downgrades. Oil, as I was mentioning, continuing to fall here, down 1.08. There it is. Down 1.08 on the day, but unreal move this week. I mean, as of yesterday, it's more than this now, but as of yesterday, it was 15% for crude oil on the week. FedEx off earnings, Barclays with an upgrade, Oxy on here as well, after Warren Buffett buying up a few additional million shares this week. American Airlines, Warner Brothers, Devon, Shopify, Joy, and I have no idea what that is, guys.
H. Yeah, I don't know what that is either. FedEx did have a big report there, which is pretty sweet for FedEx. Maybe that is a turn of the economy. They're signaling that, hey, more deliveries, more efficiencies there for FedEx. Look at this chart of crude oil. This is what I'm talking about. I said yesterday that we had dropped $16. It's only $13 from 80. Well, I mean, from that top, I mean, I guess that was 82. If you take the very top, 82 down to 60. 65, yeah, that's $17, so that's right. I feel like this is a big move just in the last, like this is on the 6th of March, so you know, what is now 11 days, but you know, you're gonna get 6 trading days out of that. You know, this is just a huge move down here for crude, and we've come right back into not last December, 2 December ago bottoms, and I'm just wondering if we're running into a little bit of support here possibly for crude oil. I know the Saudis came out and they talked about with OPEC, and I know Biden emptied out the reserves and everything like that. That was a great trade. I was up here somewhere where he was doing that. But right now, time to reload those reserves. And I'm looking at it down here, $65, $66. I heard a number that inflation adjusted. This is like $22 a barrel going back to like the 1990s or something. So this is an absolutely ridiculous price, I feel like, for oil. And I don't know if you want to join that party. We saw Buffett yesterday come in, or I guess Buffett or Berkshire, whoever's buying all this, came in there and looks like made a move there on Occidental. Again, well off from their highs here for Oxy. But if you did want to look at something, I mean, I always talk about, if you type in Oxy, you're not even going to get a dividend on this name, right? So you're going to come into here, very low PE though, of only 4.5. So if you're looking for capital appreciation, you can get that. It's only a 1.2% dividend, right? Which, again, with inflation being 6, I mean, where do we think it's going to go? Inflation, CVX. So whether or not it stays where it is, you're going to be 5, probably 4 to 5 maybe would be the best case scenario at the end of this year, I would think. Who knows? I mean, best case maybe lower, but dividend yield rate here for CVX 4. So that puts it a little bit better, and I feel like you can pick up some value here as well, as this has dropped all the way to 150 after announcing back in February the largest buyback in corporate history, period, no matter the industry, for Chevron. But that might mean that they have nothing to do with their money other than give it back to us and put it back into the stock. I like that. We'll see if they can announce a special dividend, but it's gotten hit down here on that price. I feel like there is some opportunity to pick up some CVX here. So there are lots of names in the oil patch that I like, and I'm just so surprised at that dramatic move there in crude. If you really wanted to dance, XLE would be one that has everything, including XOM and Chevron and Oxy and all that. So Valero, if you want any sort of real exposure, XLE I feel like is a good one that you can put your money into as well. So that's my opinion there on oil and some of those names.
Yeah, crude's been volatile to say the least. I mean, this month and next month, March and April is really when you want to pay attention to nat gas as well. But crude's been fighting for that spot there in terms of finding volatility, and this is what we're paying attention to yesterday. That low. Are we gonna go after those lows again and catch another bid? Potentially putting in a double or triple bottom at that point. It was already a double bottom. Are we going to put in a triple bottom and bounce? The more levels or more times it actually bounces off this area, the better it becomes when it actually does break. So 65 being the break point for me right now. Market's sitting at what, 67.53. So a nice little move to the upside. They try to go up. They really did try to get to that 70. Couldn't do it. Got as high as 69.5 or something like that, and then came right back into the middle of this range here that we've been chopping around for the last couple days here. Well, since the day that we fell off from that 70 mark, came all the way down. Now we're chopping up in this range here. Let's see if it actually does get back. So as much as crude is down right now, it's down 1.27 as of right now. But we've seen what crude can do, right? When I looked at crude last before Brendan mentioned it, it was positive. And then I looked at, and then he mentioned it, and it was like, oh, it's negative. And we've seen what crude can do. It goes like 5% in a day. So let's see if crude actually makes an attempt towards these lows. There might be a play here. I know a lot of you guys aren't even looking at the contract, so I'll go right to the USO, which is the ETF, which is going to have the exact same chart. And here you go with 57.50 going to be the same kind of low that you're looking on USO as it keeps coming down. So same zone, potential bounce here if we can catch a bid here and the market continues on down, but definitely crude on the table for potential opportunity with the volatility that's bringing to you.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know this morning. Make sure you scan that or go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and you can have the watch list for free. It's that simple. Every single day we send it out before we come on at 8:30. Has everything you need to know in it. Before we start each day, we'll start off with chips this morning. Based off what happened yesterday, what a move, not only for AMD, but the entire group. This morning we come in, and they're all ganging up on another one. It's NVIDIA this morning going to overrate, Morgan Stanley going to overweight from neutral on NVIDIA. There was also a positive note on NVIDIA from Citigroup that I saw as well, down here as well. Bank of Montreal with a positive note. So Key Corp as well, raising their price. It's just, take your pick. It seems like in this group, they've been strong all week long. Yeah,
catching that AI tailwind as they have been for the last little bit. Analyst Joseph Moore basically saying that the gaming and data center issues that NVIDIA was suffering from have largely already played out, but the development of generative and what he calls generational AI, don't know what that is, will overshadow any other trends. So let's see.
AI all day, every day, guys, for chip makers.
Look, when all this AI talk started happening months ago, or let's just even say a month ago, the number one name, I bought more NVIDIA, I didn't buy more AMD, probably should have bought AMD as well as that. You know, we've been buying, I bought some, I mean, I told you, I bought some Intel and all of that. And so right now we're sort of living life, and I'm up. I mean, I've been buying NVIDIA for a long time, but I was telling Sharif now, I looked yesterday, we're up 70-80% right now on our recent purchase, which is absolutely insane. So NVIDIA just, and I'm not selling it, so NVIDIA just keep, which is crazy, but that's just what I'm doing. I went into, you guys know, I went into some cash. I mean, obviously a lot of stuff that we're holding is still against us, but NVIDIA is no longer. I mean, this name has just been an absolutely monster to the upside right now, continues to go. And if you're going to talk about AI and things like that, they need to be powered by something. And I guess the GPUs and more processing power is what's exactly needed. There's that 258 left. If you just go back a couple days, here's the 200 period off the, you know, again, off the open. A lot of things are going to happen, but again, you're kind of respecting staying underneath it. You break above, and then you get a huge move, right? Then there's the next move on the break above, and since then, we retested it right here on close before ripping back up. That was 2 days ago. Then we start yesterday underneath. For some reason, we opened up below where we were. That's where we got that wicked AMD long. And then we take the 200 again. We come back to it. We come back to it. We come back to it. And every time we just kept on ripping to the upside. Or you can even watch this 50 period as well. It's easy to look at lines when things are trending the right way. So what we have to do is say, if we drop back down, then what happens with all of our lines? So I'm going to go back to the same strategy that we used on AMD yesterday and that is look to buy something on close price from the day before. So The thing is, NVIDIA's up 2%, and the NASDAQ is kind of flailing right now. Well, now it's back up, sorry, just in the last 5 minutes. We've made a nice move back up to the upside, but we were starting to head down, and we started to make some moves back down below. We broke 12.7. We got as high as that 12.9. We showed that to you on the chart earlier. So for me, I like AMD better because the strength. I was in this yesterday all day, and we had what was the greatest trade of the month for me, going long right there on the beginning of the day at 89 and catching our last 10% out here at 96. That was a monster level, and the reason why we went long there again was that dip level that I just showed you on NVIDIA. Right, so I believe that was back down there. I'll find the level for you guys on NVIDIA again, but it's whatever that level was there. So I'm kind of using that again, but we're nowhere near 89 for AMD. So what we have to do is go back and look at that same type of level. And I'm finding one right here, 96. So that's exactly what I wrote down on this sticky note today, was 96 longs for AMD. So if you're looking for some trade ideas, follow me at Trader TV Sean. The sticky note's there at 96. It's yesterday's close. Let's just see if AMD wants to go red. And if it does, we can get out of the way, right? So where was the 200 period when we were sort of absorbing those 96s? Well, it's just down here at 95.50. So I feel like we can get out of the way. If it breaks, that's 94.50 right there also to the downside. So I don't know. I don't get the feeling that it's going to be free fall Friday. Hopefully we've got the luck of the Irish on our side. But if you're short, then the luck would be the market goes down. So it's all in perspective, Arun. Which way are you looking, and which way do you want the market to go based on your luck today? For me, it's AMD. Play the strength on NVIDIA. We have some key levels right here. I just want to stay long the strong names. That's my logic for now. We'll see if it pays out today.
Yeah, I'm looking at AMD and NVIDIA too. I mean, both of these names obviously hot runners. NVIDIA being absolutely aggressive to the upside. Now, we were playing this around that 245. We were short initially, broke through, never actually stepped into the long, and then that long went for about 10 bucks. And then that continued its strength to the upside. The only issue I have with stocks like this that are running is like you need to give me a level to break with, right? If the market's strong and NVIDIA gives me this clear area where like, oh, if we get above here, we got to run like we did with that 245, that's an easy trade. At this point, I just don't know what to do with NVIDIA if it goes to that 262. Do I go for the long? What do I need from the market as well? Does it also need to push highs for me to respect the long on NVIDIA to the upside? Clear strength there. I think AMD a little bit more clear. The reason being, 100 is right here. You know 100 is going to be attractive. People are going to want to get involved with 100 when it does get there. So AMD definitely against that 100 to the upside. Potentially there as the inflection point. Big round number, options expiration. You know there's going to be a ton of activity around there. Are we going to get there? That's $2.50 up. With the market moving the way it is, that could be an easy target for AMD to stick around to as we go into the end of the day. So I think AMD is going to be the one to watch here going into the start.
All right, let's go back to regional banks here under pressure once again this morning as a group. WAL, I just saw back downside as well if you missed it yesterday. Biggest news of the day, really. Jamie Dimon specifically, but JP Morgan leading the way with this $30 billion in, I guess, deposits, as we were saying earlier, after he sat down with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen to, I guess, depict how this was going or dictate how this was going to go. But all of them involved in this, including Goldman Sachs, including some of the more investment side banks and trading side banks getting in on this as well. But FRC, 18% here.
Yeah, and the suspension of the dividend probably didn't help alleviate investors' fears, Brendo, but probably was, I'm not saying we have confirmation of this, probably was a stipulation for the ejection of some of these the money into the deposits. But I don't know about this one because I was actually reading an article, Brendo, that said regional banks were actually suffering from a margin pressure because people were moving money from their checking account, which doesn't pay much of an interest rate, into interest-paying accounts, money market accounts or savings accounts, and that was putting margin pressure on the banks.
Yeah, we'll see. I doubt we'll ever get details on how that conversation went yesterday, but $30 billion or not, it's back downside today.
What we're talking about? FRC? Oh my God. I've already paid for that short. Sorry, I was dealing with something. I was trying to get Katrine to come ring the bell, but I see that she is off today. So we're going to get Randy on the bell there as I wear yet again another hat. FRC, I mean, so we talked about the chips We already talked about the chips, right? So we're on FRC now. Is that correct? I guess so. FRC to the downside right now, down 21%. Look, I mean, we talked about this already. I think the play is, honestly, wait for halts. And I mean, you know, maybe it looks better on a 1-minute chart. I don't, you know, all this talk about them getting funding, what does that mean? Does that mean that they can still remain? They've cut their dividend now, obviously, halted it, paused it. Maybe it doesn't come back. Are they investable names? I don't think so right now. I don't think you want to go into any bank names. I mean, is it a catastrophic Lehman moment? No, I don't think so. SIVB, we just talked about it. I guess they're getting liquidated as we speak, and will probably go down to the pink sheets or just be dissolved, period. I'm not sure how that's going to work out. Maybe we can, you know what, I'll fire off a note to Jeff Mendel there. Over there, Director of Operations. I believe he just got a new title. He used to be VP of Operations, but I'll find out what that is as well. But I don't know. So I'm not too scared about holding the shares. I just wonder about a day trade. Like when you're coming in and you're down 21% here on FRC, I mean, I would say, you know, you have sloping lines to the downside here. These are all obviously just moving averages, EMAs, and then a VWAP, SMAs, sorry, and then a VWAP right there. So as you're looking at these levels, I mean, we've held 20 real good. So if you're going to think of a long, I would say down here somewhere, that ultimate bottom has been, I think it was 18 and change on some wicks, but just over yesterday was 20. So I think that's something to look at there. If you're going to look a little bit longer of a time frame, there's that bottom that I was talking about with 18 and change when it sort of really got nasty. I mean, we were just $95 a week ago. So the fact that you're down to 27 and we're talking about a 20 break low isn't a great sign. But I just think the play is honestly play these halts. And what I mean by that is that yesterday early, you halted right away, and then you moved up. So you halted here at 21, then the top became 22, 23. So you got about 10% on that halt. Then you halt again right there, again back up to the upside. That's a 23 halt. It opens up, you get to 25. Again, about another 10%. Then if you played off that halt, it opened up again at 26 or so. So that would have been a 25 halt to 26. Then the move started happening down, and that's where we started to respect 22 again. And then that's where some of these halts happened again. So if you're going to go in each one of these halts, it's about a 8 to 10 to 15% or so gain. This was a monster one, but this is when that news was coming out from JP Morgan. So that's a 34 up to 40. So you actually get a 20% move right there. That would be about $5 on 34. So about 15 to 18% of a move right there, and then back in. So I would say if you're playing any halts, to expect about a 10% move either way. That's how it's been, and that's a great return. If you can make 10% in a 5 or 10 minute halt, I'd say you do that. So I'm going to keep it up on the side right now. It's not going to halt in the pre-market, but when it halts right away, let's see if we can catch that first one. So if it comes down to 25 and it's halting, we'll try to sit on the offer to get short. If it rips up to 30 and it's halting, we'll try to sit on the bid to get long. And then we'll get out of half on the first move and then to see if it continues. Otherwise, we just put ears to the ground and listen to Brendan if there's any news. I'm not even going to throw it to Arun. You've already sort of talked about it. This is not really in my ballpark either to trade, but I'm going to talk about it because it's for you guys.
All right, we just got that industrial production number and U.S. capacity utilization down a little bit on the month-over-month number, 78 versus 78.4, negative 0.25% for the industrial production. Market not really moving on that, but just keep that in mind. The big one, though, today going to be 10 o'clock. You saw in there, University of Michigan sentiment coming up at 10 o'clock. I was noting some of the Chinese ADRs showing a little bit of strength this morning overall. There was some positive Chinese manufacturing data that came out overnight. So Alibaba up here in the pre-market. XPeng, however, on the board there, not. So they missed right across the board. Forecast for XPEV, not good as well. The final of the Chinese EV makers to come through with earnings.
Yeah, their CEO seems to be, or the president, I should say, seems to be quite optimistic, and I don't really know what they're optimistic about. They missed on most of the earnings and the revenue estimates. Their full year deliveries, though, Brendan, were up 23% year over year. So if there's maybe a saving grace somewhere.
Never-ending demand for electric vehicles over in China. Here we are now just going green once again after the gap to the downside, guys, for XPeng. Relative volume on all of these higher than usual today.
And you're going to expect that. It's options day, options expiration day. And also with XPEV as well, $8. That's the big round number you're going to bounce off of. That makes perfect sense too, right? Nice little move, nice little area to catch some volume, and the market did catch some volume. I mean, we cracked it by a few cents, 7.96 being the low, but a nice little move off the $8 mark. And I think if this one can carry forward towards 8.50, then you got to think, hey, can we get to $9 on the day? Because that seems to be the market that we're going to split here, 50 cents apart. So $9 at the top end, 8.50 to break through, and then after that we will look towards the highs. And given how we've actually moved in the last few days, you could reasonably expect $9, right? I'm going all the way back to the beginning of the month here, and I'm thinking, where do we really stall out? It seems to be around that 8.80, 8.90 into that 9 mark, and we got that pretty much. We stalled out there this morning when we did pop off that report there. So knowing that this zone is here, we kind of have to just structure the trade knowing that this resistance area is there. That's going to have to be our target. If we do get a long, we know the stop has to be somewhere around that $8 or underneath that $8. So if you do get the reason to go long north of 8.50, then you just got to figure out, what's my price? What price makes sense for me to take the trade against 8, knowing that I got to get out at least some of it around that 8.80 to 8.90. But there's something to be said and done here with XPEV here. It's a tight window to play with. And when you start thinking EV, you automatically think Tesla, but at the same time, Tesla is going to be really active, I would imagine, as we get into the end of the day. I think XPEV might provide that slower opportunity, at least to start, and then we might change gears later on.
All right, we can sit here and talk all about XPeng and NIO and things like that. I think really the trade for me today is the big dog. What about Tesla right now? You're looking at a weekly level right here of 186, looking like it's bounced its head off of it a couple times, and now it's looking like it wants to break. You can go all the way back here to the 9th, where we topped out at 186 before falling down to 171, and then eventually making this bottom at 167. But you're just coming right back into this level again. We've touched it a couple times. We got as high as 183. We got as high as 185.70, and now right here we're looking to break it again on this period. So I like Tesla coming through today on some of this move. I mean, the NASDAQ is trying to hold out right now, and Tesla's up on the day. So for me, that's a nice little recipe for success there as we hold out for Tesla. This is what we did yesterday. Some nice bottoms again at 180, so we could definitely respect that. If we ever got in trouble, we could play a pullback into 180. But you're also this morning resisting this 183 drop, which again, yesterday, there's the top of about exactly 182.50. We made it again, and then we broke out and just continued to go. And then really respected this 184, and then now today 183 again, which was held right there. So I just feel like there's some support here on Tesla. Now, if the market cracks lower, which we're thinking about doing, then yeah, you're going to want to look to buy some of these dips in Tesla as a trade for the day. We obviously, we know we have triple witching today. We have some imbalances coming through off the open, so that could definitely affect an initial trade. Normally, if there's the line we just drew at 185.70, that if we take this out, I don't know if we want to go long right away off the open because of those imbalances. But if the market can open up, it's 935, it's 940. We've absorbed some of that. We can watch what the NASDAQ's doing. This is a good trade. I'll put the order in to execute a long, a market long, or up a couple pennies, 50 cents up or something like that on a 186 break. And then we'll look to hold it back to like 184. We'll see where some of these 200 periods and whatnot line up. But I like Tesla. I think it could be a good opportunity for a banger today. It's Tesla, and I like it.
A few others before we do. The rundown, guys, as always, brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Click the link in the description. You're going to have to ignore the graphic today. Again, for the weekend, Trader TV 30, not 20. Trader TV 30 gets you 30% off until Monday night. So all 3 days, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Go take advantage of that. Great offer from Trade Ideas, bringing you the rundown once again. Let's talk Meta. Huge day, including this monster move into the close yesterday, all the way up to 205. It did come off from that in the aftermarket a little bit, but trying to hold 250, 200, which is obviously key. For Meta, we got those comments from Zuckerberg. He spoke to staff, apparently, after initiating the latest round of layoffs. There's a Cowen positive note this morning, price target increase for Meta whole bunch of positive catalysts, it seems, keeps coming through.
Yeah, and no engineering layoffs so far, but more slated for April. So keep that in mind. 1,500 HR individuals were laid off. An interesting little note, though, Brendo, the TikTok CEO is slated to testify before Congress March 23rd. So that's always going to be either a headwind or a tailwind. We'll see for Meta.
Yeah, the New York Post reporting this morning as well that TikTok, not ByteDance, but TikTok apparently looking actively for a buyer to satisfy this Biden administration demand that came out earlier in the week that TikTok gets bought by another company or gets banned in the U.S., guys. So what do we do here? Meta right at 200.
Yeah, Meta was, if I look at this move in the last little bit there, the timing of it makes me think buy programs, buy programs, buy programs, because one starts at 3 o'clock, really accelerates towards the end. It was usually when you get this kind of trajectory, there's something else going on. And the fact, and I think to me, that confirms it as soon as we fell off in the aftermarket. As soon as it closed, programs are done. What does it do? Market comes off because there's no buying pressure specifically from some firm, whatever, that needs to do some buying here. So here we are north of 200 still, but now this gets me interested in this specific spot. Why? Pre-market high was around 204, 205-ish. Where does the program stop? Around 205. So now I'm thinking there's got to be something up here that this market does not want to get through. 204 to 206. I think that's going to be the top end resistance level. Obviously, the 200 to the downside is going to be a big round number you got to pay attention to. This is the 5-minute chart. I think this is going to be relevant today versus the bigger chart because of all the activity that we have, right? So if we do get a bounce off these 201s or even these 200s and we go back into that 204, I'm going to start thinking, okay, is this market going to top out? If this market is also at a point where it could potentially turn, I would look at Meta saying, okay, you know what? Do we have a reason to go short? If we do, I think I'd like to look at the short side of Meta up at those prices. At these prices, at 201, absolutely not. The risk is too high. We could consider the idea of a 200 break, but keep in mind the target for that is going to be about $2 maybe. So control your risk on that trade if you do go for the short. The flip side of this is if it breaks through 198, and keeps on going down, I think you got to look at that 196 now as the next area to watch out for. So downside, the levels are starting to stack up a little bit, but to the upside is the more interesting scenario here. If we do get a nice little bounce on Meta to start the day, how does this market handle north of 204 going into the end of the day? Because that could be something to work with.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I was talking with my father actually this morning because we're long Meta way, way lower. And he's like, hey, what should we do with this? And I was like, you know what? If we can get out around that 205 mark, we should probably do that. And we probably should have done that yesterday. I feel like, look, the TikTok ban, sure, it's there. I just feel like it's running out of smoke a little bit here, running out of steam. You know, if TikTok gets bought by a U.S. entity, then what? You know, then all that rhetoric of it being a bad thing because it's like state-owned and state-run, then that's squashed, right? So I am a little nervous about this run-up. It's been really exciting. But the thing is, Zuckerberg came out yesterday and talked about cost-cutting for days and for years. So I feel like it still is a long. We're going to look at it at 200. But I didn't, I wrote down here on the sticky note 200 long. But I'm going to scrap that right now. I feel like there's better longs in here, including AMD, Microsoft, with more reasons to run up. This has just been getting a huge bump, man. This move yesterday, which was completely ignored by Arun and I in the last hour, like I couldn't even believe it when I went over there and saw this. So to me, you're already down 2% on Meta and looking to go lower right now. This is not a great morning for Meta, and I feel like some of the juice is come out of this. Remember, there is options expiration today. It's a rebalancing day. So we are going to see some exercised and upsized positions here on some of these names. So right now, you're seeing pressure coming through. Google's a buy right there. Apple's a buy. Amazon's a buy. So it's all pressured upside. Schwab's a sell is a name that a lot of you might be on as well. Shout out to Momo. There's Ford as a sell. XOM as a sell. JP Morgan as a sell. So all the banks getting sell calls. All the tech names getting bids. All right, let's look at AMD. We're done now. We only have a minute left. Get that board off as we're getting ready to go here. We're going to get ready to trade. Anything you're looking at right away here, Arun?
No, I think we should just do a quick move into the open.
Yeah, okay, so here we go. So we're only 30 seconds to go. I do have a lower bid on AMD at 96 in case that does fill. this stupid wick. I'll have to get rid of that. But if it does fill, then we're going to be looking at a little bit of a lower price here on AMD with only a few seconds left. I'm going to try. Well, it's too late. I want to get rid of that wick. I don't know why that just appeared. But here we go with only 15 seconds. Katrina's on vacation. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Katrine. But we've got Randy here right now. So I'm going to hit the countdown as we go right now with less than 10 seconds here. There's Randy. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Thanks, Randy, for doing this. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We are now open.
Ooh, Randy's loud with it. Damn, Randy, I haven't heard it that loud in a while. Lost my right ear there just now. Futures market rallying.
Damn,
okay, so the
Randy.
one thing you're not going to see on the board is the futures positions I've got, but I do have one. I picked that one up just before the market opened. We've got a 75, just north of 75 long, around 76. So that one's up about 8 points. With the market rallying strong, I'm looking for a continued move to the upside. This is also the same zone we played yesterday. We remember we went long around that 80s, south of 80s, went all the way down. We were trying to average in, never got the rest of it. Well, that's just a continuation of this trade. So now I am still long here. Well, I'm long again, actually, at 76. Still looking for equity positions, but first off, futures, that's what matters first for me, or more to me. So we're going to do that first. Up a good 9 points. Let's find some equities.
All right, let's do this, man. We're already in. We took a little bit of a profit there on Amazon. Amazon opened up above 100, so we'll test that if and when. It looks like now is when it may break lower. We're going to get out if this breaks lower, of course, over through $100. We're going to play a little over-under game here. Let's see if it can hold those levels, as we had a monster move yesterday on Amazon. But let's watch out. The NASDAQ just turning green now, and we're going to watch to see where Amazon goes. Just looking at yesterday's levels here for Amazon, we did have that high of $101. So if we can somehow get up there, then we'll be pretty happy with that. But here it comes. If it comes back in, we are going to get out of this one. This is just an early play for Amazon. Decent position to see if it runs. But again, you know, we're not holding this in case we have the wrong direction again, or not again, but today. AMD just sitting here right at the open prices, not doing much. Another name that we didn't get to on the board was Microsoft. We definitely like this one on. What's up with all these freaking wicks, man? We definitely like this one down to 276, but that's not happening right now either. So we're going to have to wait on any of these moves. It looks like this is starting to go back up. That's 279.50 could blast. And then I am looking at Tesla as well as we approach that 186. Now, I know it's only 932, but I'll take a few shares if it break that 186. Looks like the market's trying to go here, so I'm pretty happy so far with it's only 20 cents in the money, but Amazon right back up. We'll take out another 5% at 60 if we can get it, and then we'll go from there. But right now we're looking at this Amazon long. Oh, a couple more pennies. Oh no, went to 58. Hopefully we can get filled here on an upswing in this market. Arun.
Yeah, I'm expecting some resistance in this area, in this 85 to 90 area. I'm expecting some resistance, so I'm thinking, what can I pick up on a dip? I do like the idea of longs, but I don't want to do it here, so I would like to get a dip here. I'm long the futures just in case we do go, but I think some names that are pulling back. AMD is not pulling back. AMD is making a move towards that 98. Brendan.
Yeah. A huge move here, guys, for XPeng. Wow, huge volume coming in as well. Went red to green right at the open, as we were mentioning there, but straight to the upside. About $1 here for XPEV out of the gate.
Well, XPEV answered that question. 850 to 9. What did you do? Straight through 9 into 950. 10 up next. Okay, clear answer there from XPEV.
All right, and clear answer for Tesla that goes, okay, Sean, you want to go long at 186. We're going to go to 186 and then fall right back down almost immediately. Now for this one, a 184 break, which has been the bottom right there. We're going to get out if it breaks 184. So we can take it. I mean, again, we could take a little bit more here on this downside move. As again, you know, to get in and out this quickly when stocks just open up, that's the one lesson that I've sort of learned in my last couple months for sure, where this market has just been sort of off of itself. Like it goes up, down, back, around, and if you jump the gun a little bit too much, like I just did right there, then this is sometimes what happens. So we jumped the gun a little bit there. So I'm not, again, like I'm not going to hold this to 183 because then when we're wrong on that, that's a $3 or $4 hit. When I feel like the target was like 190 there. So I guess, you know, if you're going to go 1-to-1, you can wait for 183. But honestly, man, if this market wants to go, it's going to go. If not, we're just going to get out and wait for better prices on all these names. So for right now, there goes Tesla. So we're again, hopefully it holds. But if we take down below 184, 184, correct. Then we are out. We're long at 185.58. So you can see the price right now. So we're out of the money now, $1 on Tesla, which kind of sucks. And then our Amazon looks like it wants to break right now, breaking back down through 100. So, hey, this market for a run today, nah, we just, well, maybe, but not right now. I cannot believe we missed the 60. We're only going to get out of 5%, but we just missed that 60 print. There it goes. Now I might as well cancel everything. And there it goes. Amazon out right now. So that's I mean, look, we'll flush ourselves down the toilet. Can't celebrate wins and not talk about our losses. And there's a move downside on Amazon. We'll look to something else now that might have some better strength in it. Amazon just turns red with the market.
Yeah, talking about the market as a whole, I actually got some out on the futures, by the way. So there's already a trade there. You just don't see it on the board. That long up there, as soon as I started to see this, I figured there was going to be a pullback, got some out. Now what I'm looking to do, like I said on the equity side as well, I'm looking to pick up some more on the pullback. As long as we don't break through 70, I still like the idea of the long. I just got to figure out where I'm going to price more of these entries. But for now, we're just kind of we're just leaving it alone. Don't want to step in too much at these prices because I know what the upside resistance looks like. That also means I got to figure out equities are hitting support levels. One that is hitting a potential area that I can work with that is also strong on the day. MasterCard. Okay, MasterCard taking north of 350 to the upside. Looking pretty strong here. Let's go to the 5 minutes. A little early for MasterCard because of how thin it is. I also have to be aware, like Brendan's been saying, that 10 o'clock number, that's going to be one to watch for sure. So you don't want to over position yourself knowing that that risk is on the table here. So I'm thinking, okay, what can I do if this market were to come back? I know if it got below 70, I want to walk away from this long. That means I should still net out positive on it, on the futures, between the exits and the current position I'm holding out right now. MasterCard, on the other hand, if you get back under 350 and you can stay somewhere near or at least above 350 after 10 o'clock, I'm all for it. And that would be a great long because MasterCard's been trying to go after this 350 for a couple days now, and we finally got through it. But it happened at 9:35, between 9:30 and 9:35, opening flush. How much volume and that usually brings a ton of volume. How much do I trust that volume? That remains to be seen. But for now, I'm keeping an eye on MasterCard north of 350. Let's see how it trades out. I think in another half an hour or so, I should have a pretty good idea on what to do with MasterCard north of 350.
Okay, so FR, so we got hit. We're back in to Tesla. But right now, and again, I was watching it, would have liked to play that short right there, but again, just so quickly, unable to get the short as FRC now halted to the downside. Okay, finally, a little bit of a move back. Let's take something out now, if we can, on Tesla. We got out and rebought it back against that one. I mean, I was like, once we're down there, it's like I might as well use that 183 as some sort of a level. So it just went back up to 184.50 there. We'll take one piece out at 184.50 if it gets back in there for us, and then I'm just going to try to hold for that 186 again. We've already got blown out on that top side there, so I'm gonna put an offer right now at 186. Hopefully it gets back up there, and we just got taken out a little bit prematurely there, which again, it's a loss. It's fine for me, but still, don't ever like to take hits. That's for sure. Microsoft, I mean, again, just stick with what's on the sticky note, man. I mean, this has been a pretty strong name for a while there. And this was on here for the buy back down to 276. It went to 277.50. And now you're right back up looking to take out 280 on a scream to the upside right now. So I like Microsoft better than all these rest. This is a name that we like to begin with. So here goes 280. I think it's probably worth a take on a break of 280, which it looks like it's going to do right now. So we'll just try to punch in, man, if it does take that out. Microsoft 280 on the long. Again, the market, this is going to be a funny day. We'll see where we want to go here on this name. But again, Microsoft up 1.35% against the market that's flat. So, hey, this is a good name here. We can try to hold this through a break of 280, and there it goes right now. So we punch in. We're long right now at 280.07. So let's take something out as it's ripping up into the 30s now. Take some momentum on this play, and there it is. It's a nice 50-cent win here. Wow, is it? No, it stopped at 50. Let's see where it goes now. Microsoft, we're already out of 20%, looking to get out of 10 more there at 50. There it is, and then hopefully now we can ride this up past 281, so on and so forth. So there we go. So Microsoft working with a strong name. It's Tesla and Amazon that didn't work for your boy.
Yeah, and I'm looking at FedEx. We were talking about FedEx earlier. FedEx was a crazy move, obviously, off their reports. And now, the alerts that I had put on FedEx was either breakthrough through 230, you see on the side here, breakthrough 230 to the upside, or 226 to the downside. FedEx, honestly thought we would actually just continue sideways and then go to the upside. FedEx decides, no, we're going to go down first. So 226 broken. But the only hesitation I have with FedEx is with the market making the moves it is, FedEx is refusing to actually do anything apart from the initial 1 or 2 minutes where it was actually making an aggressive move. It's just chopping around between 225 and 223. So it's $2 still, but at the same time, it hasn't committed into a direction. I also don't see enough to go after it. So I'm going to leave the alert open and active. I just don't want to commit to it right now because I want to see how they process that 226 break. Do we try to go up into it? Do we fail? Do we come back in? If that's the case, then I trust your 226 break and we go for the downside. Otherwise, we're going to maybe have to go after that 230 next. Brendan.
All right, little one moving, guys. HSTO, huge volume spike came in above that high, 125. Not a huge move, but little $1.25 name. Up on this, patent for an inflammatory bowel disease drug for HSTO.
All right, another fill there for us on Tesla at 184.50 as it comes right back up to VWAP right there. So again, we're going to be red on Tesla today, unless we can somehow get back up to 186. But we are waiting for that 183 to drop, and if that does happen, then we're gonzos on that one. We are out of half of our Microsoft right now, as it got to that 281 level there. So we took another piece out there. So we are only in half of Microsoft. As here we go, nice move up, but look how easy these markets fall down. It's crazy how these names can fall just so easily here when on just a little bit of a move for the NASDAQ, just how abrupt some of these names fall. So that's not a good sign for these longs, that's for sure. But there it is, another retracement back up to down to 280. Let's just go get some receipts on AMD because this is a name that we've been wanting to go long on, and it's just ripping up all day. Another 2% right now today as it continues to go, man. NVIDIA, the same story right now as the longs. You're still not, I was going to say if you were in any of this, but NVIDIA is still making moves to the upside as well. There's that 263 level back down into 258 is where we were looking, but that doesn't look like that's happening. But here's the fallback for some of these names. So whether or not, did AMD, I don't want to go short, but we may have just ticked up right there on some of these levels. That's 90, I mean, going short, one of the strongest names, but 98.80. We could go short now on AMD against that 98.80. That could be something right now as the market is still upside, though. But we did have a huge wick on the NASDAQ as well, up to 27.64. And as I said, Microsoft falling back down. We only made 50 cents on it, so we're going to get out if this breaks 279.50 for basically a flat trade. It'll slightly be up, but basically flat there on Microsoft as we're breaking lower. I'm looking like that AMD trade at that top was probably the right call, man. AMD at that top there on those wicks. So let's see if we can pull back a little bit more on some of these names. But for right now, it appears the shorts are winning despite the NASDAQ being up.
Yeah, the more they do this, the more I'm like, it's got to be that 10 a.m. move. Like, it's got to be something related to that because they can't stick around like this the entire time. There's a lot of back and forth action. And I may look flat there, but I am not flat. I am long on the futures there. We've already got some out. That 90 push, I was like, oh, maybe I can work with that. Maybe we can take a move towards that 95 and I can maybe look at another exit. Nope, they did a complete reversal. And here we are back at 80, and I'm wondering, do I really want to stay in this right now? Because this is turning into a 50-50 trades, and I don't like 50-50 trades. This could either go up or down, so you know what? Maybe it's time to just walk away from this position as a whole. I'll give it a little bit more. Let's see how much of a bounce it's got off these 80s. If there's nothing there, I'll just walk away from this, call it a day. It's still going to be a win. I'll probably average out 4 or 5 points by the time I'm done with this. But for now, we'll just give it a little chance. See what it's got. Does it have anything left in the tank to bounce? If it doesn't, we're going to walk away.
All right. Yeah, Microsoft took down that bottom. So did Tesla. So now we're right. I mean, look at this. Look at this out at 279. We knew that Microsoft, knowing that Microsoft was weak is one thing, taking the trade is a completely other one. Look at Microsoft to the downside right now. So instead of going short, getting out, we should just punch short right now as everything seems to be failing pretty good here on a Friday. Although the market doesn't feel like it's that weak. It's some of these tech names that are definitely pulling back into some key levels. Here's Meta one more time, breaking through that 200 period. So, sorry, that $200 mark. And now looking like it wants to go even lower as well, looking at that 199 as a possible break there lower. Right now you're holding out fine, but if this market loses itself, Meta probably loses that 199. I'm going to go short on a 199 break for Meta. So I kind of like that play there. Let's see if that wants to work out. I talked about some possible weakness coming through on Meta with that sort of TikTok talk. So we'll go short here, Meta, against that 200 if we do break 199. I mean, realistically, it's that $250 area. We'll see if we can do some damage upside there. But here comes Meta right back into the downside. And AMD still holding out okay. Just a quick check on Tesla, 183 right at that level. So, yeah, man, we're at some like key points right now as Meta comes right back up to the upside. Maybe we're bouncing, maybe we're not. Let's watch out for these futures. What's up, Brendan?
Nat gas name popping up here, guys. Tellurian, T-E-L-L on the NYSE ARC exchange here. Some rumors floating around that Carl Icahn could be eyeing this one as Nat gas continues to fall.
Yeah, Tellurian there. That's a pretty crazy name there as we look at stuff like Boyle and stuff to see what the nat gas is exactly doing. I'm going to try to short this around $200. 201. So right sort of near where these VWAPs are in 50 periods on Meta, obviously being down 2.5% and watching this market fall down. I prefer the shorts at these levels, and then if we're wrong, again, which we, 201.50. I mean, then that's where we'll be wrong. So let's try to hold out a little bit here and try to watch out for some of these stocks as they're flying around. That FRC downside again right now. So there's the first halt. We talked about what was going to do on a halt. So it halts there. Actually, I guess it would have halted there at 26.50. On the reopen, I guess it opened up flat, then went up to 27, so only 5% against you, and now it's coming all the way back down. I'd say look out for this 26 break and possibly a short rate there as traders look to either cover some of their longs if that breaks, or even push short more if it breaks that 26. So that would be a key level there as we're just sitting around watching, man. Amazon down to 99.50. Like, there's so many levels right now that we could buy on these pre-market dips, but the NASDAQ is trying to figure out what to do being flat itself.
All right, so I am out of the futures completely now. Well, we walked away from that on that last little move up from the 80s here. So we got in just north of 75, got some out just around the 82 mark, and then got the rest out just around that 80, just underneath that 80 mark. So we're completely out between 80 and just underneath 8, well, between 82 and just underneath 80. So probably like 81 average or something like that. We are done with that. We're going to wait on that 10 a.m. number. That means I also don't commit any equity exposure as well right now. So one thing I will do, I don't think we got around to this morning, which was futures levels. So I'll quickly go do that right now. This is what I was working with, which was like that 75 area initially. So 75 going all the way down to 35 because of what we've been doing for the last few days, which was kind of putting in a high around that price point. We should have some support around there. That's why we went long yesterday. That's why we went long today after we got the confirmation of it. So now I've made the trade off of that, and this market couldn't get past 90, which makes me think, okay, if we can't get past 90, this clear area is kind of moving down a little bit. Now I got to kind of just change, and you got to be adaptable to this too as well, is that your levels are moving. I've got to move it. The support zone is moving down. It's getting smaller and smaller. So if this market's coming back down, I got to respect it. So for now, we're going to kind of tighten this thing up here. Say if it gets back underneath 60 and sets up, there's a potential long there. If it gets back north of 90, I could think that the long could be back in play, and I might move the levels back up, meaning I'm willing to take 75 or something like that. And of course, the high being now 10, I'm going to sit just above 10 here as the top end breakout. So let's see how this number comes out. We've got about, 12 minutes left. It's the Michigan consumer sentiment. Attached to it is the consumer inflation expectation number. The one thing with that CIE number is that it's been in line. I haven't seen it actually miss or beat. It's been every time the expectation or the previous number has been 2.9, it's been 2.9. Anytime they put something down, it's been that number. So it seems like there's no real variance there. So we're going to just focus on the consumer sentiment number, which, as you can see, this market has been very sensitive to every single economic data point that's been coming out. So 10 a.m., let's see. It may be a nothing burger, but that's okay. At least then we get rid of that. We move past that, and then we can actually put some exposure down on some equities, knowing that we're not going to have any risk from any numbers coming out, right? It's one thing to have headline risk at random times, but it's one thing to know something's about to happen and still ignore that and take on trades. So I think for now, it's just a matter of waiting until 10 a.m. After that, we'll have more clarity on what to do, and I'll just keep an eye on some names. FTX is it is moving away from that 226 break to the downside. So here we are at 222 now and breaking down. So clearly FedEx has decided that, you know what, that breakout is legit. We are moving down. And here is FedEx here at 222. I'm wondering if we can get back to that 225 so I can get a short after 10 a.m.
Yeah, we're starting to break on a few names here, including Amazon just broke back down through 99. And I mean, I think you got to, I don't know. I'm still waiting. I'll still take that meta break of 199. But yeah, you know, I don't know. Just sit here for 10 minutes. I know that, you know, that does make sense. I just wonder if we can scalp out a little bit here for my style in between then. But I mean, AMD, I actually want to push the short man on AMD right now as we've come all the way back down to this 96, 96.50 area. I mean, this is, oh man, that stupid wick again. This is where we're talking about from yesterday's close. So you're right back into yesterday's close right now, and the NASDAQ is trying to hold some of these levels. So 96.50 into 96. I mean, we can take a little bit of a long here at 96.50 for this play. But, you know, again, I kind of just go to what Arun was saying right there, man. This market, it's just jittery right now. We have Michigan coming out at 10, so I'm still looking at that meta 199, but again, like you take that 199, you're still in a little bit of, I'm just gonna, you know what, I'm still gonna take it, but I'm gonna go less shares right now. So I'll take the short. We'll go a third of what we thought here, just because of where we are on the day and into the timing. And then, you know what? Let's just try, I mean, AMD is there 96.50. Let's try a 96.50 bid here on AMD. If it doesn't work, we'll get out on a 96 break. So that's what we'll do. If it comes down into 96.50, that's been the bottom here today. We do know we like strong names, and I know it's the bottom break there for AMD at 96.50. So we'll just wait to see if it can hold that level right now. We'll take a long, and then we'll see if we can hold it into 96. So look, I'm already setting up like my stop order for that break in case it does, you know, break a little bit lower on us there for that 96 level. And then also I'm going to cancel, like I'm just going to cancel all my meta trades right now to the upside. The only name that I'd want, there it goes. See, now we're starting to bounce again back up. As I said, like sometimes being a little too cautious is not great because you need to wait for plays to come through. And then if you're going to look and say, I don't want to get in before 10 o'clock, I understand why on the futures and things like that, but there still are going to be some good moves right there. 96.60, the bouncing spot right there for AMD. What other names here? Yeah, I mean, discipline. You need to be disciplined in all this. So, I mean, that's the big thing here. FRC, we'll have a quick look at that for Tisha there. There's the bounce off, again, that 26 bottom. So, again, just going back to yesterday where we were sort of into the close, that's what's been respected here. So maybe they figured this out. Maybe there is some kind of a value based on the deposits, based on some of the rhetoric going forward from JP Morgan and whatnot, and all the banks lining up to support this this failed regional, I guess. You know, 26 bucks seems to have been a good hold spot here. So, all right, you know, the market's bouncing there. We missed the bounce because we're being way too cautious and not taking that fill on AMD, but here it comes right back in again. So, hey, let's just see. Look, market going up, AMD not. I mean, this is some of the stuff that we sniffed out on Microsoft earlier, when Microsoft was all the way up here, and still AMD chart. Oh. And there it goes. When Microsoft was all the way up here where it is, like we were long 280, now it's 281. And like this market, I don't understand. Like there's the move down, and then here's just a rocket back up to where we would still been long. Unfortunately, I took a cup of coffee on this one, but breaking back through 280, who knew 278.50 was the bottom there for Microsoft, but apparently it was. So I don't know, maybe it just bounced off of about 278 was the 50 period here on a 3-minute chart, but again, just comes right back into sort of past support in the pre-market. So Microsoft, I guess some of these games don't need to be that complicated, man. Just play support and resistance because now, look, Microsoft is off to the races up 2% when we knew we wanted the long, but unfortunately couldn't hold that. That sucks. If anything, AMD's back at these levels. Let's dance with AMD now if we can. I just tried to buy a 70 and missed it. There, now we're long. We're long AMD against 70 right now, Brendo.
Another earnings name, guys, moving around this morning. Traeger, the barbecue maker, up 25% here. Cook in New York, nice report for them, better than expected Q4 results. Remember, this at one point had a bit of a squeeze. There is still, I just checked, 5 or 6% short on Cook.
All right, with the number looming in just over 5 minutes here, I'm prepping trades on both sides. What am I going to do if this market goes up, or what am I going to do if this market goes down? AMD, if you break 96 and this market breaks, I'm going for the short here. We've had a great run. I was expecting a move towards 100, and we're struggling this much. Okay, we saw what Microsoft's been doing, which is come down, rally up. And AMD can't seem to do that. So let's break it down to the 5-minute chart. If you're showing me this kind of weakness, then I'm thinking if this number comes in a negative or in a fashion where this market actually is going to break down, then we got to consider names that have been flying high for the last little bit and see if we can't take them on the breakdown. So AMD south of 96. Let me get that alert in there. So that's one. And then, of course, let's check in on the other big dog, NVIDIA, who's been rallying very, very strong. NVIDIA, new high, break back down. Okay, this is also interesting because I'm starting to see some tops getting put in. And this is how you want to do it as everyone's chasing after the new high breaks and then getting caught. So 258, I'm thinking, if we break that, is that going to open up the short? The path of least resistance right now is stops to the downside. I wonder if the 258 breakdown is going to be the trade that I want to go for. And all of that is dependent on this market actually moving down with the negative number or negative feel for that number. So for now, we'll just set up the alerts, see if we can't work with them. It's going to be a little aggressive, though, because as soon as the number comes out, this market is going to get wild. And then I don't like to get involved as soon as something comes out. So I might miss the boat on this one, but for anyone who wants to scalp it, I think the clear breaks, especially to the downside, are going to be easy. To the upside, that needs some finesse and some work here. So I've got AMD and NVIDIA, and then, of course, I was talking about FedEx earlier. FedEx is, that might be gone, actually, because that one's way past that 225 mark and heading on down towards that 221 now with this number looming here.
No. By no, I mean yes. Look at AMD right now. Hit the sirens up for that one, guys. Finally, we took it. We talked about like sort of stepping up a little bit and not being too afraid of that number for scalping purposes. Obviously, Arun's talking a little bit more of a distance play there on some of this, but we just pumped AMD again, and we're just doing exactly what we said we would do, man. There's 96.50. We took it off yesterday's close. We waited patiently for it. It came down. Not only is it off yesterday's close, but we saw it made the bottom. Again, is it the bottom? I don't know, but we it came in, made some support there. When it came back in again, we bought these dips, and there's 2 times the buy to the downside there on, again, if we just stick with our sticky note, I think we would be pretty good right there. But the problem was Tesla broke that level on something that I said I wouldn't do, and I did it anyways, and that was take a high break early. And that was really 932. Should not have had that order in, man, and I suffered because of it, and that's what that was. So we wound up taking about a $2 hit there on Tesla, which was pretty nasty. But guess what, man? We making it back right now. I mean, we'll be up more here on AMD than the other names, but yeah, it was not a great start. Looking to be a better close here to the first half hour of the show, of the market, sorry, as there's a nice move to pump it to the upside as we now have 80 cents in the money for advanced micro devices. Mr. Wickens.
What a difference a day makes, guys, for Baidu. If you remember yesterday, opened much, much lower and then just ripped all day long, continuing that move right now. 4.5% on that Ernie headline yesterday was gapping down. They've also got this, a permit now awarded to Baidu for robo-taxi service over in Beijing. So nice look for Baidu today.
Robo-taxi service from Baidu. Okay.
Will you take one of those?
I mean, it's pretty cool. The idea is pretty cool. I just don't want to be the first one in that robo-taxi. We've seen iRobot way too many times. So
you ain't going to be the first one, my friend. I feel like they would test them before.
You would hope. But yeah, we're gonna. But anyways, we'll go back to this side of the world here, and Microsoft, 2% north of 280. It tried to come down. This is the kind of strength you want to see for carrying strength, meaning it really does want to expand, where it takes a 280, comes back down, catches a second bid, and now here it is right back towards that 282 to the
Google
upside.
is the
Good strength
beast.
here on Microsoft. And I think it's a can't stop, won't stop situation with Microsoft versus some of the other names that have been running just as strong as well as it does go to the upside. But as the market has slowed down, we're getting awfully close. We're just over a minute now from getting this number. And even if it's nothing, it just gets it out of the way. At that point, we can actually start moving back into equities, knowing that the risk of that is not looming over us. So here we are kind of just waiting on that side of things. But strength overall in Microsoft. Where am I seeing strength? NVIDIA is up 2% on the day, but we've seen what NVIDIA has done. It hasn't done a whole lot since the open. It's just been up and down, and now it's back towards that 261. So the only real mover since the open seems to be Microsoft and Google, almost up 2% from the open. I saw Google Google was a runner, and it still is. After they got through that 100, it was, straight through. Now at 102 and looking pretty good. The only thing that can stop this one is going to be a 101 break, maybe with a negative number. Otherwise, this is probably going to be positive.
All right, 30 seconds to go right now. I've taken out some AMD right there on the top side of 97.50. We're going to take out another piece if it comes through. But let's go over to Brendan right now as we only have 10 seconds to go before we get it.
All right, these inflation expectations or preliminary number is going to be probably most important here. 2.9% on the 5-year, 4.1 on the 1-year inflation expectation. Sentiment overall, 61.5 versus 64.8 on the 5-year, 2.8 versus 2.9, 3.8 versus 4.1. Again, 63.4, lower than expected versus 67 there for University of Michigan sentiment, guys. That's a quick look at the board as it stands right now. Still green here for the NASDAQ, but on the way back down off of that, it looks like the Russell 2000 struggling the most again. 1.4 downside S&P, 0.25%, about half for the Dow. Let's go back over to you.
Miss is positive. That's the way we're digesting this. Okay, so I'm still
Well, you
trying
want
to
the
figure.
economy to come down, right? So yes, correct. Look at the U.S. dollar right now, taking to the downside. So yeah, a miss on that is very positive because if the economy is really strong, then that gives green lights to more raises, right? So now you're going to probably see that Fed rate tool probably level out again, probably going to get that 1/4 point as it seems like we're good to go now on the market. So let's go. This is that move that we're waiting for here. We did buy just 10% of a position here in Google. We do know that we really like Google. I was hoping for a 101.50, 101 pullback in, but again, we'll take a very, very small piece. Hopefully it can run, and then we'll be able to enjoy that one. But for right now, it's upside right here for Google, and we've missed that boat. It's just funny that it's funny, funny, not funny at all, that we were long Microsoft at 280 and wound up losing because we got out for 50-cent hit, and now you're up in the money, $2.50 on that play. And by the way, oh shoot, there goes my screen flickering again, so it has to be P-Pro 8, I think, in my layout. But here we go, AMD right now. Let's go on that one, man. We're $1 in the money on AMD as that continues to ride higher right now. So let's just continue to hold all this. We're at 75 to get a piece out here on AMD. Just surprised we just missed it there. Went to 72. Hopefully a little bit of a bump up, and we'll get another piece out of AMD. But hey, man, just wish we could have closed our eyes and ignored the morning, but we can't do that. We took a hit on a hit on Tesla, which is now right back to where we'd be in the money. And of course, a hit on Amazon. I don't even want to look at that one right now. Actually, we were just long right here on Amazon. So maybe if there is a short, maybe it's Amazon right now. But we want to play short in this market? Nah, we'll pass on that one. Right now, a nice move upside here. We don't have a huge position for Google, so let's see if this one continues to run. I said this was my #1 position. Google continuing to ride higher, man. Good trade there for Google. $1.20 now in the money for AMD as that continues to climb higher and higher. So take receipts on the losses, you take receipts on the wins, and there's a nice one there for AMD on the day.
All right, I'm still not fully. I'm still waiting on this. I'm looking at this, the futures market going, do I really want to commit to this north of 85? I really don't. All I'm thinking is maybe I can get those 80s, the ones that I gave up the second time around, I can get some of those back. So I don't want to go into a full position as this market does run up to the upside here. This is a 5-minute chart. If it does keep doing this, it might be too late for this re-entry here, but market likes it. It wants to keep going. We got to find some longs, but not at these prices. So let's see if we can grab something and put some bids down that we can work with. But the risk profile for trade gets pretty rough up here. especially with the overhead resistance I'm expecting here in this area. I think we've got to be smart about this and not chase after this run right now. There are stocks that are obviously strong that you can work with. Let's take a quick look right back into NVIDIA. Is it working with anything to the upside? They're trying to take that 264 high with the market at resistance. I don't know. What else just came in? Oh, Apple. Apple just came in for me. Why did Apple come in? I had that alert out there. Yeah, Apple working towards, working through yesterday's high. Also that pre-market high that they put in north of 156 here. Apple making a move. You know, Apple, Microsoft, the two big dogs in the NASDAQ that are going to, if this market's going to go, you're going to need help from those two names. And here's Apple running to the upside.
Sorry. I was looking at the position board. I was like, it's not working. You said your Apple just came in, not that you got long or short Apple. My bad on that one. But guys, $1.50 now in the money right here as we go bullish, as we hit the right key there for AMD. But hey, man, don't celebrate anything without getting something out on this hop side. So there's a nice move. We just topped out at 98.15 there. We're going to sit at 98.10, see if we can get a piece if it does continue to blast upside right now for AMD. So a good trade, trade the strength, trade the strong names here. But we're just bouncing off 12,800. So actually instead, I'll just take a piece out right now at 96. Instead of waiting for that 08 right now, we'll just take a piece out right here in case we're bouncing off of 12,008 right now. All right, so Google did go upside there. It stopped at 80. I'll be pretty happy if we can get an 80, so let's put a 75 or so there for Google. Hopefully it can go back up to the upside. Do I have any other offers? I did have one at 90. Let's just put one at 75, see if we can get that. Hey, man, we're long at 43s or whatever it is, 43s. So we could take 30 cents on this. We'll do that for half. And again, it's a small position, so kind of just letting that go. I would much rather this fall down and get a little bit longer. So let's take out a piece now, put some profit, just pay some fees or whatever, put those in our pocket a little bit on that one. Looks like it was a good out on AMD. As right now from this position, we only have about 15% left. So that's what that is. There goes Meta. Meta just fell right back in as well, down to 201.30 right now for Meta. So we'll take another long against 201. Give it to us, Brendo.
Disney, guys, back to the upside as well. Wall Street Journal reporting that 94% of Disney Plus subscribers stayed last month after they raised their prices. So trying to go green here. Nice move off the lows there for Disney.
Count me in. We were a recent subscriber to Disney Plus. Enjoying it, actually. They got some decent shows there. Hadn't had it this entire time, but now finally on board with Disney Plus. Disney overall. I actually haven't seen Disney as a stock in a while. So here we are kind of, what are we moving? Oh yeah, I see it, okay. Here we are moving to the upside. 95 has got to be in play here at this point, right, on Disney, the way it's been moving around. It's got a little tight. 94.50 is half level. I prefer the big round numbers like 95, 94, whatever. So 95, it is almost flat. It's down 0.1 or almost 0.2 on the day, but I think 95 break, I think that's going to have to be the jump point on the upside for Disney as we move up or trying to move up. Futures market, it's looking strong, but there's some underlying current that tells me that this is not as strong as it feels or as strong as it looks. So I don't want to commit to the longs just yet. I am looking for weak shorts. So essentially any name that's up that's not really showing strength, I'm looking, can I fade something? Names that I could potentially fade, obviously you're going to go after some big names here, the Microsofts, the Apples. Apple was just an alert, but it's also starting to top out. So could Apple be now a potential short off the double top? We're looking at AMD running towards the highs. That's actually got some strength, though. I'm not going to touch that one.
Boy.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that one. But there's got to be some other names that are weak, and that's what I got to find. The way I feel about this market right now is that as of right now, it's moving up, but it's tepid. It's cautiously moving up. So that makes me think I need to find some weak names that I can work with on the short side that I can fade. I'm still going through this list here. I know FedEx is one of those names, but I just can't get my hands on the price that I want here. I think 225 is a little too much to expect. So WFC, a banking name, broke through 38. I think that's got to be one I got to play on. Regardless of what this market is doing, WFC has shown weakness. Where is it? Right here. WFC has shown weakness even as the market rallied up. So I think that 38 break with the multi-day move sitting in front of it, I think that's one I can work with. Definitely get some offers in there and see if I can actually get that short.
Okay, so I'm going to, yeah, same kind of thinking for me here right now. I'm looking to want to play a little bit of a short here as the NASDAQ has bounced off this 12,800. So I'm going to go into a short of Amazon. So, we've wicked to the high. Like where we got out there was great, our first take, but then obviously we wind up losing a little bit on it as it does, well, we lost on it as it fell back in. And then we've just made some more highs here at $100.60. So I feel like playing off these wicks is the right play to do. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to try that right now off of some of these bottom play wick bottoms here for these names. So man, the only long that we're trying to protect one more time here is Meta, but this name's going to fall out as we're coming right back in and taking down this period number right here of VWAP. So there it is, back down to the downside. So we will flush ourselves down for 30 cents of a hit there on Meta, back down to the downside for that name. Really surprised at the strength that AMD's holding out, but we know we want to get a strong name there. I'm guessing Meta's weak. Like I'm not guessing Meta's weak. Meta's down 2%, but this is a name that's breaking. There's the 200 period right there. Amazon now finally breaking down, so that's going to be a win for us on that one. And I've liked that Meta short, man. We talked about that 201.50 right there. Instead of going long, we probably should have took that short. But now Meta's trying to break again. So let's start. If this comes back up to, let's try to be patient with it now. If it comes back up to 201, we'll short a little bit of that. Because right now, look at our recent play on Amazon. That short 98s, we'll take a bid at 80 and then see if we can get even lower on Amazon. Like we've already been down here to 99.40, 99.50. So let's put something in here. We did have a little bit consolidation right there at 98.50, so 99.50. So let's put something down there around 99.50 and see if we can get another fill there on Amazon, as that's the short that we have on board. Google, we just picked up another long right there at 25, so not bad long take there on Google. What's up, Brendan?
Yeah, note on Google here. Nice look, up 2% daily chart. Just absolutely amazing. YouTube restoring Donald J. Trump down here. His YouTube channel available once again, not restricted anymore, according to Axios.
Okay. I don't know. Not being in the U.S. there, is former President Trump, gaining steam? I mean, we know that he's going to be, in the running, I guess, for 2024 right there. And I guess that's a good sign, right? If you're going to reinstate accounts of potential candidates there, why not see if Google can go to the upside? But it doesn't look like that's anything right there. If anything, Google's been sort of coming off some of those highs. But there again, I'll take a piece out there for whatever we were in there. It shows that we made money on that, but again, it's first in, first out. So we just basically get out where we're in there, and then that's a 30 fill out at 45. So I feel like Google is pushing to the downside right now and looking to break lower right now and all that. That sucks that we didn't have that Meta short because right now, there it goes, man, breaking through 200 again to that downside. That, instead of getting out, that was the short right there. We should be $1 in the money on Meta short. Meta's weak, and we knew that. But we're going to just continue to hold out for Amazon. Hopefully that continues to break, and let's just reassess what we think about Google here. And I think I'm just going to get out of Google. Would rather be flat right now on this name than anything else. So we'll try to get out. We'll not try. We will get out of Google here and hopefully not suffer any sort of a bad fate here. Oh, man, I keep trying to offer. There we go. We get out at 24. So just a flat trade there. Let's wait to see what happens. The NASDAQ's coming down. We definitely prefer shorts right now. So we're in Amazon, and we only have 15% left of this AMD trade as that's coming into a level here now as well. Might as well get a piece out here before we crack. Yeah, let's just get the piece out right now on AMD at 70. So there it is. We'll take that out, 68. Or what did we get? 68. Yep. So we'll take a piece out there. Now we only have 5% left as AMD's coming back in. Let's see if Amazon wants to get lower. I feel like it should be a lot lower considering what this market's been doing.
Yeah, I'm going through your chats. You guys are putting some good names that I can potentially fade. Shout out to trader formerly known as Amir Zing for Shop. Thank you, sir. 35 short. That's a tight risk for me. I like that. I also looked at Meta, but Meta's risk on that short is a little high for me. And Tesla's been pegged to that 180, it seems, with the options in play this week. So I'm going to leave that one alone. I do think there's potential for Tesla south of 182, but I know that 180 is hot, and I just don't like the risk on it. That's about it. So I ended up going with Shop there, south of 45. That's up 7 cents. It's going to be a slow play, but at the same time, the failed 45 break is what I'm going for. The risk on this is like 50, not just over 50 cents. So I'm trying to get a 2-for-1 if I can get it back down to 44, which is the next support level that I'm working with. So let's see how this market is. This market is starting to move down. So the short, the idea of, you know what, it's not as strong as it may have looked. I think that's the right way to go. I think the fades were the right play. We just had to find the right ones to get on top of. Microsoft was obviously a strong name, and it's still strong. So you definitely want to don't want to do that with Microsoft. Microsoft's it's on its own little world here, so it's still going up to the upside. So let's check in on Nvidia. Nvidia was the other name with AMD that was running up. I saw AMD, yep, going towards the highs. Let's see if they end up coming in. AMD, what I'm going to do is, all right, we did get north of that intraday, intraday high, 940, right? We got above. We put in a high, now we dip down. Let's see if this sticks around. If this ends up coming back down, and I think 261 should open the door for the short. If we end up underneath 261 in any meaningful way with this market breaking down, I think the short could be in play here with a double top here on Nvidia. So we're going to work with that one. And potentially AMD, I don't know. AMD was making a move towards its highs. It hasn't really pushed the highs, but also hasn't come down. It's like the market's moving, but AMD really hasn't made enough of a move to say, you know what, it's responding to what the market's doing. So for me, I'm just like, I'd rather go with Nvidia. This is how you kind of just, you can't just trade both because they're so correlated. Which one do you take? So I'm choosing the one that's actually reacting well with what I want to do with the market, which is looking for shorts if we can actually start fading them. So this market's starting to make a move towards 70. Let's take a quick look at what I want to do with the markets. Remember, we traded it earlier, we got out. And now if we break through 70, I'm going to think about how I'm going to play on the short side. We need to get through 70 first. That's still another 5 points away. If we get underneath, I may have to reassess. Remember, this level moved from 75 all the way down to 60. So between 60 and 35, I'm expecting strength, but also I can play against that by taking a 70 break to the downside, see if we can actually work a short into the buy zone. So it all depends on how this market plays this breakdown. If it even breaks down through 70, I guess it's back to a waiting game here on the market, but we made our move initially. We struck the right trade, got out, walked away, and now we just got to wait for the next one. And that's all you need to do in these markets. Just time the right ones and then come back to it when it's ready again.
Yeah, and on that note, we are in something right now. First of all, nice little cash so far on Amazon as that's been really falling down. But here goes AMD. We're long this name into what's held. So if it doesn't hold this time, then it's not going to hold, and we're going to break through 50 and get out of this one as for an L. But here we go. Our average price is 62, so we're back to flat here on this trade. As we normally say, let's take out a dime if we can get that back up there to the upside. There we go. We went to 72 there, 71, sorry, we got. Now we'll wait to see if it wants to blast even further. But right now, AMD on a little bit of a retracement. Looks like it wants to fall down. It's a good thing we got a little piece out there. But yeah, this one making me a little bit nervous here is AMD on this play. So we'll wait. If it breaks through 97.40 or even 50s, we're going to be gone on that one. Looking at 90, there it goes. There it goes. Sorry, switched over to Amazon to show you a short, but there it is. Finally, the breakdown of AMD. Now, is that the final break? I don't know. We did take an L there, but that's a pretty quick one. We just made that little bottom wick there at 35. I'd hate to see, see now the market wants to bounce up. All right, let's try one more play there at 50 against that 35. If that's going to be the bottom wick, fine, but this is a play that I make all the time. And if it doesn't work this time, I'm happy trying it on a name that I know, or at least should be pretty strong relatively now. So we'll see if it can hold that fine. We're back to long rate here at 51 on that name. Might not hold, guys. I mean, if this market wants to give up the 50 period and then we take the L on that, that's what's going to happen to me on AMD. But Amazon, again, only one short there through 100. And right there, we just cashed it out. We only have 20% left as we got a 60 and then a 50. And now we're starting to bounce a little bit to the north side. And there goes AMD a little bit. Let's take a piece out here at 70s if we can. and of course talk about it and don't trade it. Damn it, that was nicely in the money there. Now it's coming back up to the upside here. Let's see if we can hold a little bit more of this. We'll put another 70 offer. That sucks, man. That went to 75, which was a much better winner than where we are now at 60, but that's okay. Should have been looking at that instead of Amazon. There it is, 75 we just went to. And now, of course, we're retracing right back down to the bottom. So, yeah, these names very volatile. Like, look, we just take profit there, and then it drops out again. So, frustrating there on AMD. It looks like it's going to be weak here, man, as this market looks like it wants to break lower. Google down to 102 right now as well. So, there's that name breaking lower. It looks like all these names want to go to the downside right now. AMD just should have been that. Everything that you went long should have been a short, it seems like, today. Amazon, at least, we're short.
All right. I mean, shout out to Amir's because, or formerly known as Amir's. This shop is starting to move. Thank you, sir, for that that play, guys. In the chat, you guys have some great stocks. I see the chat moving so quickly. I can't get around to everything. I also looked through the risk on some stuff. I'm like, I'm gonna pass on that. I can't take everything, obviously, but this one's a solid setup. The risk profile was 2-to-1. With the 45.50, just north of 45.50 stop, and it's starting to top out. This is exactly what I want. So shout out to you there. Thank you so much for that. NVIDIA, let's go back to it. Are we ready on NVIDIA? Getting close. Okay, we're starting to rotate a little bit. Market's starting to make a move towards 70. Like I said, once we get through 70, we get that confirmation. I can step in there. I can step into some of these other names that have been rotating a little bit as well. And at FedEx, yeah, FedEx is not happening. This was, the window for this was before the number came out, and as soon as the number came out, it was gone. Well, not that it was gone, but it didn't get back to the prices where the risk makes sense on this one. So now that was making a move straight through. There goes the market through 70 into 67. This should open up the short for me. Let's see how they hold this. They should hold this pretty well to the sell side, and this should open the door. Keep in mind, quad witching, that means, or not quad witching, rephrase it. Triple witching now going forward is all going to be controlled. Triple witching should add some volatility. Is it to the downside? Remains to be seen. Let's go to Brendan with what's happening now.
Hey guys, a few little ones moving around to touch on so far this morning. Just seeing a number of Bitcoin-related miners popping up as well. RIOT, MARA I had on this board anyways, but RIOT and MARA starting to go. BTBT upside today as well on this move in crypto. But here is ENZ up on this. So they are a laboratory company. They sold part of their business to another company, so a big gap to the upside, up to 220. Really hasn't done much, back to 2 here, just kind of hanging out. But you can see monster gap for ENZ on that news this morning. HSTO, another one that gapped to the upside this morning and has continued to the upside right through to 150 now for this histogen, a new patent issued to them. Wasn't able to find anything really on Hub C today, but nice move, just testing highs right now. In fact, 290 coming into play. You can see what's happened over the past few weeks here on the daily chart. Not good for Hub C. And as I mentioned, some crypto-related names moving around. Nice move back to the upside on all of them currently, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, there's some nice movement over. As sideways as some of these names, like I'm looking at AMD and it's just like boxed in. This is what the 5-minute, I mean, it doesn't say, give you the entire story, but AMD has been sideways pretty much since we've opened, right? We've just put in a wide range, but it has been sideways between tops and bottoms. Yeah. I'm looking for that 96 to go. 96 going would open the door. I'm looking at some of these big names, right? Apple, we were talking about Apple when it was at 156. And what does Apple do? It does a complete reversal off that top, kind of and now we're at the bottoms or the lows of the day. That was a quick move on Apple. This alert came off because it went above 156.50. I was like, ooh, there's going to be a trade for the long side with this market making a move to the upside. Nope, market turns, Apple turns. That's the relationship they have, Apple and Microsoft. But Microsoft saying, no, I don't really care. We're going straight up. Apple's like, you know what? No, I'm going to go straight. I'm going to go right back down to the lows, and market respects that today. So here we are making a move towards the lows. I just don't know how to play the lows, though. Like the 155 is going to be a mess because I look back and I'm just like, oh man, there was a lot of time spent trying to get through this 155. They went as low as like 154.40, 154.30. So I know this whole zone here is going to bring some volatile, some volume here south of 155, and I just don't know if I want that break. But the trade at near the top would have been a lot easier to the upside or to the short side if we actually set up. But for now, we are in shop. We're still waiting for some more. I'm looking at, what is it, MasterCard. Remember we were talking about MasterCard north of 350, but MasterCard's going up and this market is not, and I don't like to be longs or in longs if I don't get the market to respond in the same direction. So for me, I see MasterCard, but I'm going to have to pass on that one for now. Until this market gives me a buy signal, I don't think I can get my hands on MasterCard even with the strength north of 350.
All right, man. I mean, I'm just like talking under my breath here. Like, I'm just getting frustrated here because a lot of these names are just like what you were saying there. They're back and forth and they're like in a zone right now and not really doing a whole heck of a lot. Like, I flipped over into the short in AMD and then there it is. Like, we went short 20s and we got out 90s. That's 30 cents. But now I'm battling this all the way back up as we come right back up to 97.50 in what I thought was going to be a weak market and maybe some profit coming out of what was a high-flying name. But I don't know, maybe it's just not working out right there. We did want 199 short on Meta, so we took that break, and then we had to average a little bit up. I'm really waiting for this $200.50 to come in. Hopefully that can come into play. Don't know if that is the case. I'm going to take a little bit out here because we did average up nicely on AMD. We're short at 26, so let's take a 16 print there and then see if it wants to fall down even a little bit more into 97 flat, and we'll take a little bit of profit because we bounced at 90. So as long as this market keeps coming down, you know, do we want to be short AMD? I mean, that's probably not the right name. Arun mentioned about being down to 96. I mean, if that happens, then we're really laughing. But we'll wait to see if that does happen. Look at that. Like right there, just flashed in 10 cents downside. There, upside, then back down. I don't know, man. And by the way, this stupid... My screen is still flickering over here. Shout out to Rob who tried to fix it. I might have to blow out my layout a little bit. Here we go to the downside right now for AMD. Let's take a 10. Here we go. Come on. Bring this thing down. Yes, there it is with the 9s, flats. And then there goes also to the downside here. I have to take a little bit out because it hasn't been a great morning for me. So let's just sort of lick some of these wounds and take advantage when we're right. And you got to do that, man. If you're not going to take profit when you're right and only hold things to the maximum peak of wrongness, then that is not a great strategy either, right? So right there, Meta just goes right back down to its day low there. Of course I wasn't sitting there. So let's put a bid now and see if we can catch something down there at 198.85. We're short Meta 199.17. So we're just short right here, right now. You know, down 3%, market down. Meta should be going even further than this. Why it's not? I throw my hands up at it, so let's just wait to see what Meta does now. We know there's news about this name, and it can turn on a dime at any time. We keep our ear open for TikTok news and all that. But what name is really working here, Randy, is this Amazon to the downside. We're short $100 right now on this name. It's at 98.60, so it's $1.40 right now. As we turn bearish on this market, it doesn't matter what we're doing, though. The market needs to go down. Looks like Amazon, I don't know if there's news specific here or not, but we're made that money back on Amazon as it's cranking lower right now on AMZN. But my problems, and I got 99 of them right now, is AMD here trying to hold out higher, which I don't really understand why that's happening. So I don't know, Randy, NVIDIA or AMD, what do you like better?
CrowdStrike. Ooh, I gotta look at
So
that
you
one.
like some internet security there, eh? CRWD. Okay, we'll have a look at CRWD in just a second. I got to attend to this AMD trade, though, right now, but we'll look at CrowdStrike for you.
Yeah, thanks for the CrowdStrike. I completely forgot about this, and it's actually got a potential trade here with this move where it's failing north of 135. This is not a name I would have ever popped up. It's not on my screeners. It's not on my watch list. It's just there. It's on Randy's watch list. So shout out to Randy and his watch list because that got us looking at it because it is, yeah, I like this. This is a nice little fail from 136.47. Damn it. Oh.
Yes, sir.
Market
Meta.
breaking down, and I had the order. I wanted. I talked about this. Once we got under 70, there's a potential trade here. It got under 70 and then just said, you know what? Forget 70. Let's go to 55, and there it goes to 55. And there I am waiting near 70 going, where about me? I missed the, come on, let me get on too, but it's too late for that. So let's just go ahead and cancel that order. That's not going to work anymore. So this market breaking down towards that 55, at least we're participating in with shop. I've still got the NVIDIA, I believe. I had the order out for shorts. Now we're looking at CrowdStrike as well. This thing is moving fast too, damn it. Not CrowdStrike, no, NVIDIA. NVIDIA towards that 61, that would confirm the short for me. I've still got the alert here. We are getting closer and closer to making that happen. Now with this market making the move that it is.
Yeah, finally, dude.
Finally, yeah. The market making the move that it is, I got to figure out where my trades are. It's not going to be FedEx, so let's remove that. Adobe, is that possibly on the table? Adobe was an alert that went off. No, Adobe's still strong. We're going to leave that. Apple breaking towards the lows. We talked about Apple, how it's going to be a little tougher to play around that 155. The easier trade was at that 156. And then MasterCard, I said 350 is going to get messy. MasterCard actually, interestingly enough, MasterCard actually broke down. It was looking strong north of that 350. And then as the market broke, MasterCard broke too, which makes me think, hey, MasterCard south of 348. Possibly on the table here. We can put this in between 348 and 351, put $3 in risk, see if we can get that breakdown. Apart from that, like I just got to figure out how I'm going to get my hands on this futures position here because they didn't give it to me initially. I want in. I just don't know how to get in because I can't do these prices. The risk profile sucks here for the short. I wanted to, yeah, but I wanted to, but I wanted to do it. Like I put the order out, like it was at 67, and I put the order out like just north of 68, and they just took off. And I'm just like, really though? So here we are at 56, 57. I still want the trade. I just don't know how far. I can't figure out the risk on this trade below that 70. I'd rather have it near 70, so I might just leave it. I think I have to leave it alone, actually, because the risk goes absolutely bonkers once you start coming down into shorting into this buy zone. I think this is the concern here for me, is that with that 70, I can actually split the risk, meaning 70 to 80, put 10 points on, and see if we can't go towards this buy zone. But I can't come any lower, because if I come lower, I'm going short into a buy zone that is already here. And we could easily just double bottom or just bottom out, take stops, come back in north of 65, catch a bid, and go right to 80. That's the problem of chasing it down. So my decision point or my window for entry on the futures is right here. It's that area right there. If I don't get that price, I can't price anything else in. So it looks like we're gonna have to wait for this market to decide whether it wants to bottom out, come back in, and maybe give me a decision up here in the 70s. But up until that happens, I think we gotta leave it alone and let it go.
All right, so the shorts did print there, and we did get something out on the downside there for a lot of these names, including there we go, just got another one out for our friend here, Meta, as that started to bounce down a little bit. My last reload there was 199.60, so hopefully this can fail out again. If for a longer term out here on Meta, I mean, you know, there's 198. That we stopped at yesterday. So I'm thinking like that's 198, 198.25. So, you know, let's put a bid there, 198.30s. We'll put a bid if that can come in. Then I don't have any other bids after that. Because if we fail there, then I'm really thinking that we come down, I mean, maybe even 196.50, something like that into this area where we thought Meta could go to originally today. But again, we did that bounce up to 202. That was a level that, you know, was interesting. But now they look at a little bit of a broader time frame here for Meta. You know, like I said, I don't think we're in trouble till we get back to $200.50, and that's where I'm going to try it again, the short. So nothing now on the short as we start to make our move back up, as we did take a bunch of outs down there, 3 of them on the outside. So again, it's not even a big position. We're still waiting for a move to the upside on that. And then again, you know, now our net's getting a little bit worse than it was a couple minutes ago, but we got a whole bunch out here at 90 on AMD. We actually got out of half. So we're now at actually more than half. We got about 60% of AMD when we just fell down to 96 flat. So again, you know, we're positive on AMD today. We're not positive on Amazon, despite holding this. We didn't take as many shares. We're still $1.40 the money on Amazon. And then Meta's a creeper. I mean, this one I'm not going to call a positive or negative day. We're negative because of that right now, but I still think that Meta has more downside to it here today. Tesla. That 183 was a pretty magical level, man. We bounced off there, went back to 185, then danced around 183 again, and then when the market broke, now it's downside there for Tesla. And look at that number. The 50 period's pretty much at 183 again. So if the market does rally, I'm going to focus on the names that I'm on right now, including AMD, which is coming right back up to a spot that we're going to get out. If this breaks 97.60, which we're looking to do right now, then we're going to get out of AMD. So again, this is another strong name, but hey, we have enough in the pipe here to go a little bit more short on this name. So let's just do that right now. Let's adjust our stop for this extra position that we're going to take on AMD up here at 145, where we just sort of stopped at right there. There's the short. We're holding this back to 60. It could take it out, could not. It's a nice bounce back. We're still below the 50 period here on the NASDAQ. I don't know, man. Going short this name could be a little bit of a danger zone for me, but we'll try it one more time. As we know, this is pretty volatile. If the market falls down, then we think we have a good one here. Next, let's take this piece of this out at 20 if it does come back down, but let's go to Brendan right now for an update.
Hey guys, nice move, well, trying to be a nice move anyways. Back to the upside for crypto once again to end the week. We took out multi-week highs on Bitcoin overnight, as we were mentioning. Interesting note here, I was just reading through this from the FDIC, essentially saying that whoever does pick up the pieces here for Signature Bank specifically, they will not necessarily have to divest their crypto holdings. So a lot of people were speculating what was going to happen to not only the Bitcoin held by the bank, but some of the individual assets that were also caught up in this on the crypto side. So the FDIC saying whoever picks up the pieces is not going to have to sell the actual assets. But here's Ethereum starting to look like maybe a bit of a double top forming here on ETH. 1775 was, or 1775 was that last top. We're pulling back a little bit off of that high. Bitcoin, as I mentioned, took out 26,400, gets all the way up here to 27,000 on a bit of a pullback right now as well. US dollar not really doing anything so far today. Green board though, to show you. Nice look, 26,500, we'll call it 1726, 6.5% and 4.3%. Green, however, top to bottom to end the week, guys, for crypto.
Oh man, I need a drink early on this St. Patrick's Day right now. Like what exactly? Come on, AMD, let's go, dog. Let's get down to the downside. What a reload there on AMD. Wow, that's a money fill right there, man. Taking that 97.50 fill. We have 50 cents here in 30 seconds. That's a good fill right there. Let's go. Now we're starting to pump. Hallelujah. Yes, nice little move to the downside right there. Not only that, okay, we're reloaded. We'll get that one very soon because look at Meta. We reload that short as well as now we printing, baby, to the downside as the market continues to flush. We have to turn that guy around, man, because now, okay, now AMD is flushing down to the downside. Look at that reload that we just put on right there. If you're watching the 50 period, that's what it's off of. So let's just watch it now. Look, last time it didn't dip this far. So yeah, you're right. Your boy's taking some out right now on that downside move here for the market. Give it to me, baby. Nice move to the downside right there. We got it 70 fill now as we're collapsing back in. Obviously, hindsight should have held more, but that's fine. We're back into another support level right here for these guys. So we're going to get another piece out right now. Yes, sir. We just made back half our day right there. So if that's not, you know, ape moves, then that's what that is right there. Nice little move back down to the downside in this market. Meta, I'm just going to put another bid right here on Meta because why not? We reloaded it. We took a piece out at 99. So first of all, that's a if you're wondering why I'm excited, this is a 60 fill there, and now we're down $1 in the money, and I just put it on 2 minutes ago. So yeah, man, I mean, we are getting excited. And you want to talk about $1 in the money? AMD is now $1 in the money. Just how fast we reloaded that one. So yes, sir, it is a down day, it seems like, a road. And I don't know if any shorts opened up for you, but they sure as hell opened up for me. And there it is right there. Dollar, look what we're in the money. $1 in the money on Meta. You guys want receipts? $1 in the money on Meta. $2 in the money on Amazon, $1.15 in the money now on AMD. So boom goes the dynamite to that downside. We back, baby. Let's get that Guinness flowing ASAP. It's a nice day. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody out there as we're battling back today, man. We're in the corners of Rune, just like you and Fahad, and we're punching out of that. We're punching out of that. That was a very spirited debate you and Fahad had the other day.
Well, from Fahad's end, yeah, he gave me a strategy of how he was going to box me,
yeah.
And it was a whole thing about how he's going to get me in the corner, and then he's like,
right.
I can't move because I'm stuck with the ropes.
Exactly.
And he's giving me the play-by-play on something that hasn't even happened yet, but I mean, sure. All right, the futures making a move. Clearly, we're breaking through that 50. That opens the door to the downside. Obviously, we've got the short on SHOP, but the new trade that I really want to get my hands on, and this is what I was watching out for, is NVIDIA. 61, that gets me to confirm this not double top, but whatever this top is north of 64. So here we are, finally getting everything we need to go for the short on NVIDIA. Now I just got to get the order in. I have the order in. It's just, am I going to get the fill is the question because of how aggressive this break has been to the downside, right? We were at 60 and then all of a sudden we're at 40, 46 or 47. And here we are now back at 50. Okay. you slow it down, there's a chance we get some of these fills. So here we are waiting on NVIDIA, potential short 61, around 60, well, probably around 61. And then stop is going to be just north of the high, and see if we can't break through that 58. So it's a 3 for 3, so 1 for 1 in terms of risk, $3 for $3 in terms of target to target, or risk to target. And then here we are waiting for that second break. So if we can get our hands on that 61 short, then the next break would also open up another trade, which is the 58 break to the downside. So 61 potentially, 58 would be the next up. And then from there on up, it's wide open, I think, until about 53, 54. So here we are waiting for that fill. I've got the order in. I've got 2 orders in. I've got 2 orders in, but I don't know. I should probably cancel the other one. WFC, I talked about it, and then I put the order in, and then at WFC it kept going down and creeping a little bit lower and lower and away from that 38. So my order is still up there. I don't know. It just seems to be like unlikely to give me the fill when I want it. I'll leave it there because it's a slow stock. Means that it might take some time to get a fill. I'll leave it there for a little bit. But WFC not exactly giving me the fill that I want. But NVIDIA, hopefully, it's getting closer and closer to giving me the fill. So let's see if we can grab that fill on the NVIDIA move. And this market, after cracking through 50, setting off some stops, might have a little leg to the upside. Let's see if we can grab that to the upside and see if we can't work with that.
Yeah, I just felt that as well in the market a little bit there. So after getting, we don't have any, I mean, we have one 198.50 fill there on Meta. We didn't take it again, hoping that it was going to break, but it didn't. So on that note, we get another out there at 199 again. So again, just trying to play some of these pops in Meta, definitely respecting this $200.50 range. That's where we sort of want to get in the next fill if it rips back up. I mean, we'll take something right there again at 199.60. So I might as well just put that right now. But again, this is not going to be like a bigger position for us if it rips up to there. I'd really like to try to support some of these lines again because they've really just been working out. I mean, we were very, very patient by waiting for that level right there. And then when it came back in, there's a good fill for us as we're getting lighter on these positions. Amazon, just looking at this, like where do we want to get out? This is a monster short again. And it just have the ability to pivot, just like Jerome Powell has at some point here. The Fed pivot like he did in 2018. He's going to do it right now in 2023. But right there, $100, take the long, get flushed out, wait for this to happen, identify weakness right there. Should have been short up here for sure. Let it break VWAP, let it go to the downside, break that $100, and then it's all the way down there to 98. So let's just have a look at the 3-minute chart. So 98, is there any sort of significance there? Where we opened yesterday was 96.50, and we have some consolidation here at 97.50. So I'm going to put an order right around here, 97.50. Look, if it continues to drop even further than that, great. We have other shorts on right now, including your boy Meta and AMD. So we have those shorts on, and if this comes to 97.50, I feel like this is a good area for us. I mean, you could fall back into 96.50, but why not? Why not put a tester fill here at 197? I mean, what is that bottom? 190. Okay, sorry, 197. 97. It's thinking about Meta a little bit too much there. If Meta can go to 197, I'll take that. But right there, 97.20 actually. Let's do that. Let's not count ourselves short on 30 cents. Let's go to 197.20 right there. If we get taken out, great. It's a great trade, obviously, on the short, but we got to get out somewhere on some of these plays, right? So the RSI, shout out to Michael Noss right now, is at 27, almost indicating an oversold environment, even where we are right now. So here it comes right back into the closing, or right back into the bottom again here for Amazon as the futures themselves falling down. I'm waiting to hear when Arun gets into the futures because then maybe we can hold on to this short even more, because right now I feel like I'm just battling these trades, and I sort of agree with what Arun was saying. We're not really at any significant levels here on the futures yet, although when I look at the NASDAQ, we have bounced off again that high that we've talked about a couple times when it's a longer time frame, but this 12.8 to 12.7 level right there looks like we're trying to fade back. The 50 period on this 30-minute chart is at 12.550. So if we want to pull to that, then yeah, we're going to get our shorts. But for right now, we are battling a little bit as the market just bouncing around these lows.
Yeah, it's bouncing around those 50s, and something that was helpful when it was bouncing was this NVIDIA short. We grabbed that NVIDIA at 61. It went right to 260, so that was like all up $1 almost very, very quickly, but now it's volatile, bouncing back and forth. We're still up 70 cents on NVIDIA, but at the same time, this is not the trade. I'm not going for 70 cents on this trade. This is meant to be a 3 for 3 in terms of profit risk to profit, right? So we're looking for that $3 move here. Well, I mean, I'm going to manage it obviously, but my first target on NVIDIA is going to be around that 258. So once we get, I'm going to also be very slow with it. So it's not going to be like an order is waiting there for me to get out. I want to see how NVIDIA handles itself between 258 half and 258 even. So if I start to see it slow down, it's time to take some profit. I might not get my perfect 1 to 1 ratio, but I'm okay with 250 or $2 if I can get the confirmation that I got to put some respect on that 258 level. So for now, we're going to let it work out. This market's trying to get through these 50s and clearly to the downside. So let's see if they can grind through. Next up on the futures is if we get through these 50s, the last little bit of this zone that we're working with is going to be pretty much until 35, right? So this is moving down. Remember I talked about the zones shrinking or zones working through?
Shit, it's
and
1043.
this one's actually moving down towards that 35. So 35, that support zone getting smaller and smaller as this market is chewing through that volume that should be expected to help us to bounce. But for now, looks like we're making a move to the downside. Here we are towards that 35 mark. That's going to be the last little bit. As long as we can keep negative here and keep working through these areas, then I think that 35 should break. That should open up the next trade on the futures as well. But for now, we've got that 80 marked up. We know we want to work somewhere between 70 and 80 on the short side. We're not going to get a bounce, so we got to look at this next area as a potential support area and see if this market could give us something around here. For now, shop 90 cents. Shout out to you, Amir Singh. And then the next one up, NVIDIA up $1.20. That's all I'm going to carry for now, and we'll see what else we got. Let's go to Brendan.
Very familiar board to have a look at. Once again, I'll show you the S&P 500 here. Back to the red side of things after nice bounce back yesterday. Obviously, once again, the financials and specifically the regional banks front and center. 22.7%. Once again today, downside for FRC, CMA, FITB, TFS, or TFC, I should say. USB and KeyBank also among the lead decliners, but they're all red. The entire financial sector in negative territory so far today. That's FedEx. Nice day for them. 7.6% coming off earnings. Nice forecast. A little bit better than expected right across the board. I was reading yesterday, a lot of people were expecting that to be a miss. So complete opposite. NVIDIA, nice day as well. 2.6, number 2 or 3 different positive notes from analysts this morning if you missed it. For NVIDIA, Adobe, Microsoft following suit as well. 2 days in a row off earnings yesterday for Adobe back to the upside. A few materials names back to the upside as well, but overall materials negative on the day as the rest of this board is as well, including travel names getting hit today along with retail, guys, down 1.2 right now for the S&P. Back over to you.
Wow, man. Finally, I was just saying to Arun, finally, and to the professor, AMD just fell down to 96. I looked at my sticky note and it was like 96 long. Okay, got to get out of my short then around this level. So we only have now 15% left as we take another piece out right there. We waited for that to come through, and there it is, man, on this NASDAQ falling out today, falling out of the bath. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater with an AMD, because AMD right now is not down as much as the market. But hey, on a name that's really got blown out over the last little while, AMD to the downside. So I know you're shouting out Amir Singh. Great trade on that one as well. But Meta right now $1.50 in the money. You know, we'll do that. We'll do this for everybody else that's on Amazon trade. That's $2 in the money. And then AMD right now, $1.50 in the money. So yeah, we're capping off what is a very profitable week for us here. But again, it still sucks that we were long early, because look where Tesla is now. Tesla just all the way, like this name just keeps on going, man. Keeps on going to the downside. We had 186 breaking as a long. Obviously that was wrong. We got out of that one ASAP. But once that failed like that, that should, again, learning every single day. If there's anything about all this, and I want to thank Arun for coming through, for everything that he's done for us as well. But I hope you're recognizing, you know, you have to have the ability to pivot through, right? We stopped buying this name. Look at it getting disaster to the downside. This is going to be your trade of the day when you come back. It's going to be AMD Amazon. Why? Because of this Fed pivot that we did right here. We went long at 100, got out some at 160 there, then dropped it when it broke through 100 down there, and then we waited and got short short on that same 100 break, and now you're well in the money down here to 98 right here for Amazon. So it's a huge move to the downside, and we definitely cracked the code on that, waited for it, saw some of these high ticks right there, and then just went short. Look, some days you're going to be wrong. I was talking about this with Greg the other day, and you know this about trading the futures. You're going to get destroyed on days when you have bad reads, but that doesn't mean that you don't come right back the next day, make those same reads, and hopefully get this kind of a pull down. And that's exactly what we just got with Amazon, right? So it's a nice move to the downside right here with Amazon. And I just want to respect that move right now, bouncing off 98. If we go back above 98.20, we're going to get out. We've been looking at Amazon longs in here around 98. So let's put a stop for 98.20. If it gets out, it comes out, and that will be fine. And it's still going to be your trade of the day, because I'm pretty proud of being able to pivot like that. So 98.20 right there as an out for Amazon. And again, 96, we're still in the money right now, as I don't know what to do with Meta. We just took another piece here at 198.30. Let's see what this one does. It's funny because it's 98, 198, 97 for AMD. So all these trades are in and around these 99 prices right now. But let's put that order out for Amazon and not miss that, as it just breaks higher right now. So I'm just going to punch it out. There it is. There, my screen just freaking flicked again right now. But there it is. We'll spin that money for Amazon and get it out of what was a pretty good trade there for me on AMZN.
All right, I'm starting to walk away with some of this shop here. Shop's up almost 90 cents now. 44 was going to be your essentially the 2-for-1 target, right? If I can get that out, it was 50-cent risk, $1 profit, 90-cent profit. It was close enough for me. So that was the play here, and we're just going to work on our exit here on Shop. But for now, Shop giving us what we need. Thank you for the target. Thank you for the move. Worst case scenario now, after I get out here, is going to be some sort of a bottoming effect here after taking out the morning lows and then bouncing back up north of 20. At that point, I think it's pretty clear the short may be done for me. So it was a fun ride, but at the same time, I'm going to walk away from this if we do bounce off after taking 44 and we bounce back up. I probably shouldn't be in this anymore. So we'll leave it alone, but we are going to work our way out of that one. The other one I got to watch out for, NVIDIA, making quick moves, but still in the right direction here as we're making a move towards that that 58. 58 was the next target of mine, right? We put up $3 in risk. I said 58, I'm not going to put an order out there, but I do want to see how it handles itself between 58.5 and 58. Well, it seems like as we get closer to that 58, we're starting to develop some problems here with this market as it is right here. As it is starting to catch a bid, not on AMD, NVIDIA, looks the same, but here we go. As it looks like it's starting to catch a bid, I might have to move this up, that target of mine, or that expectation of there. I think that's enough. We should probably step out in front of 59 and then just hold the rest of it. Doesn't mean I'm going to get out all of it, but I should take something. I think there's enough here to send some orders and walk away with some of this instead of letting the entire thing go back, right? We're short at 61, trail stop on this. Worst case scenario is we catch a bid, we bounce back up. I think break-even stop now makes sense. Just north of 61, actually. It's not even break even. It's going to be north of whatever that high is, probably like 61.30 something. So I'll just work with that for now, trying to avoid this mess. My order's in. They catch a bid, they just go. They catch an offer, they just go. It's like 50, 60 cents instantly. And here it is now sitting at like 73. Trail stops in. We're going to let it go. We'll leave the bid to get filled whenever it does come back down. And until then, hey, there you go. There's your fill on Shop. So we're at half of Shop. And we are all trying to work our way out of an NVIDIA as well. And the futures bouncing helps the case for some sort of a trade at some point on the futures that I can step into. We had one this morning. We're looking for another one now, see if we can't work with.
So $1 on Shopify, 90 cents?
90 cents on Shop, on half.
There you go, man. Credit doesn't flow often, but there it is right there. Thank you so much, Arun, for that great fill on Shopify and that trade there as well. We got out of our Amazon, as you guys know, that's $2 there, $100 down to 98.20. It doesn't, the price doesn't matter whether or not you take $1, $2, $5, $10. You know, it's about risk to reward. It's about the share size that you have and managing your position, right? So, you know, unfortunately getting out too early as per usual, but we hold a quarter of this trade all the way to the downside, which was a good trade for me, bouncing off $98 right there. So that's good. And we're going to go down here now to Brendan. I was just saying to the professor here, What? It's already 11 o'clock. Thanks again, Arun. You're almost done, my guy. Half a day left as we'll come back at 2 o'clock, but the show doesn't stop. It continues with Luca and Sharif. Sharif, how many Spros? Just one. And I'm very proud for everybody out there that's monitoring my caffeine intake. One coffee today. That's it. So far, so good. We'll see if we can have another one. Randy brought one, but it was absolutely disgusting. So it's right over there. I didn't even drink it. I feel like it was, sometimes that coffee machine needs to be cleaned, so we'll wait for Raquel to come in to do that. Or I'll just run to Timmy's right after this and grab another one. But we do have our water here. But now look at Amazon. Amazon's now even fading even worse, and so is AMD coming right back into that $96 level. Oh, I know Amazon's going to be the trade of the day. Maybe I should have held it. But we get out being disciplined on that bump back up like you, Arun. You know, you don't want to hold things forever because, hey, this market could turn on a dime. But I'm really happy with Meta out down there at 198. So, all right, Brenda, let's go. It's Money Talks, baby.
Hey guys, yeah, let's check out how the dollar is doing so far today. Pairing some losses, was worse off early on this morning, just down 0.3% right now for the DXY, still above 104 though. You can see we are trying to bounce here after a very, very strong week. And this all comes on the back of this bank bailout, or at least FRC bailout that came through yesterday. A little more risk appetite coming back into play today. Green, as a result, for the most part, outside of Canadian dollar struggling today, back to 72.7, down a quarter. Euro up 0.25%, 1.06. The pound, Japanese yen, Swiss franc, Australia, and New Zealand, meanwhile, all very positive. So it has been a volatile week for most of these, ending off on the green side with the dollar lower, guys.
See ya, NVIDIA, because that is broken through that 58 now, and they're trying to work through, and this should open up. As I mentioned earlier, they're trying to bounce back now, but that 258 break opens the door, as I mentioned earlier, for that lower 253, 254 target. So we are going to, remember, we got some out. So we did, where's the chart for this one? Right here. We did get some out at that 259. I said I was going to. I needed to lock something in just in case we actually did bottom out and bounce off that 58. Make sure I protect myself in that scenario. So we got some out. So we're locked in about $2 on half of this. We're going to let the rest go. The target for this now that I've seen that 58 breakthrough, is going to be 260 on the upside, so trail stop comes down, so that lock in by the time it triggers and executes and spreads and whatnot, I'll probably walk away like 80 cents or so. 260, north of 260 is going to be the trail stop, so let's move that down. And if this can actually stabilize south of 258 as well, I might actually just come back in and with a second trade. So I know I have one at 61. I've got some out at 59, but now 58 was supposed to be the second trade. What would I do if I didn't have the first position? Well, I'd be looking at that 58 as a break point, and I'd be looking for potential shorts. That's still there for me as well. So there's a trade to be made here on NVIDIA south of 258, as long as it can stick around underneath. And it doesn't look like it wants to right now, but this bounce is a good thing because they're trying to buy up. If they can't get the traction to buy up and it fails back underneath, that's all that should be there in terms of buy side strength. So let's get involved south of 258 with a 260 stop. So we know we got profit locked in. Let's see if we can find another trade on NVIDIA as well.
Yeah, AMD is still hovering near that bottom. Not to talk about tech names again, but these are the same chip names, but this is what we're in right here. So we're in both in AMD and NVIDIA right now. So we will talk up a little bit about those. They're moving around here. This one's not breaking the lows right yet, so we'll wait to see if that does happen. Just check in on FRC here a little bit because it's not doing it as much as maybe a lot of us thought it would. It's still bouncing around that 26. I mean, is it doing stuff? Yeah. Has it halted? Just once right there, right off the open. And then there wasn't really that amazing play off the halt, so maybe that was sort of like I don't know, harbinger of what's to come on this, but it seems to be pretty calm right now, bouncing off $30 and now trying to take those bottoms as well. So that's FRC. We can look at WAL as well and see if there's anything going on with that. And again, sort of the same thing. There's that initial halt off the open. This one halted downside, then just ripped back to 35. So that took out about a 10% move again from 32 up to 35, $3. And now it's back down near the bottom, looking at that bottom tick right there. But that's a D print. So there's not too much volume with that. So WAL under the levels right now. So this might be a little bit of a better short. But again, you know, Western Alliance, 32.50. It looks like it wants to take that back to the upside again. So, hey, who knows where we're going on some of these names right now. But you know what is happening? I know you just talked about NVIDIA, but AMD is bouncing off that 96, man. So let me just check quickly on AMD. I mean, that 96 was a long that I called right there. So I don't know why I'm not in that. And yeah, look at that violent bounce back too, Arun, on AMD, or sorry, on NVIDIA, right back to 259. So yeah, that's bouncing around as well right now. We're probably offside a little bit on these plays. So again, don't know if we are or not, but it doesn't seem like these names want to continue to move down. So we've done well on AMD. AMD is by far my number one name, and the number one name profit-wise here on the show today. For all stocks is AMD. So there it is. It's a nice move down, but we are starting to go back up to the upside. We still have that 15%, but it's not working out right now. AMD starting to head back upside there. Did you, I apologize, I was looking at my own stuff, but did you have a target for that NVIDIA where too much pain is too much? Because I'm starting to feel that myself right here on AMD.
Well, I moved the trail stop because I wanted to see what that 258 would bring, right? South of 258 opens the door for 254, but we had to make sure that it wasn't going to do what it's doing right now, which is bounce right back up. So we moved the trail stop on this one. Never did get the confirmation for the 258 short, but it is bouncing back hard. That means I can lock in NVIDIA north of 260. Like I said, by the time I'm done, I'm probably going to be about 80 cents in the money on the rest of this. So $2 plus 80 cents. It'll be 280 divided by 2 exits, about $1.40 average by the time I'm done on NVIDIA. So that's the exit. We've also locked in SHOP. Remember SHOP in front of that even level around that 44. We got that in, moved the trail stop just north of 20. So we'll probably lock in another 75 cents-ish on SHOP as well by the time we're done with this. So 90 cents, 75 cents, it'll be 80 something on the average there. So those are the only two trades I have on the equity side. And the futures, we had that trade this morning, never caught the trade that I wanted, really was that 70 break through there. So we did have an early participation in the futures, about 6 points there. Actually, no, about 5 points, just under 5 points on average by the time I was done with it. But huge move to the downside. We're not done. I saw somebody in the chat was mentioning, it was Lone Sofa saying there was a dark pool print of $4.2 billion worth in the SPY.
There was?
I mean, it could be just a block order, but that also means that there's some sort of hedging going on somewhere. I didn't see the time of sales, but it's the day to do it, right? This is the day. If you're going to make massive hedges and massive trades for your own portfolios or some sort of structural move in your financial asset class, this is the day to do it. Indexers have to do it. Indexes have to do it. Hedgers have to catch up. It's the day to be done where you're going to see some massive, massive prints. And this is only the beginning because although our show might be ending, this day has only gotten started. And towards the end of the day, you know this closing show is going to be hot, especially towards the final hour because that's when everyone gets on board with their programs, with their activity, with their rebalances. Come back towards the closing show because you know this is going to be hot later on.
Yeah, man, we just shorted AMD right there at 97. I'm glad you brought that up because that's what I was going to say. It is rebalance day, guys, here today, triple witching. So I don't think that's affecting the stocks right now, but for the close, it definitely will be. And a good, wow, right there. What a trade to end the day, man. AMD rockets to the upside. As I told you guys, the number one name on the show today, profit-wise, AMD. And there it is, man. Shots fired at my favorite name, AMD. But we're going short on this name as we were long initially, and we've just been hitting these shorts back, man. This is 50 cents. Like our average, we're short at 90 here as we take those shorts, but there it comes in. There's another 40-cent winner for us on that name. What's pulled back a lot, and we're still holding 20% is Meta, so we're going to have to watch out for that one. But let's go AMD, man. If we can, holy crap. Here we go. Yes, sir. Great trade there on AMD back up to 97. But we got it. There it is, man. Ringing the registers now. Wow. This trade, honestly, I mean, I didn't hold as much of it now. We only have half left, but this could put me back all the way back, man, today. If we just get down to 96, then we can forget about our Tesla trade and our Amazon trade early and make a lot of money on this. So here we go, man. It doesn't matter what you do early. It's all about what you do late. And right now we're having some fun on the short side of this market. So let's go and throw it over. Thanks, Arun, again. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. We're back at 2 o'clock, but for now, it's midday time. Thanks to Prad for doing the show by himself over there, and get well soon to Fahad. We'll see him hopefully on Monday. But for right now, it's over to my left with Sharif. And thanks, Brendan. Thanks, Barry vs. Bulls. Thanks, everybody, for watching. It's Sharif. It's Luca. Kill him.
What's up, beautiful people? It is Free Fall Friday, Luke.
It is St. Patty's Day.
It is,
Friday.
of course. Happy
First and
St. Patty.
foremost, happy St. Patty's Day. We got the beer on deck. This is going to get warm as we go along, but supposedly this is better when it's a little bit warm. So,
Tepid.
yeah, we'll test that later on if you guys want to have a beer with us. Yeah, definitely have a good time. Hopefully you guys enjoying the show, staying profitable. It's Friday. Man, I love Fridays. And man, I love Mondays too. And yeah, definitely an exciting market. Lots of things moving today. The close, you know, going to get some quad witching there. So, yeah, pretty excited to see what we get this afternoon. And you know the deal. If you guys are trading anything, let me know in the chat. We'll have a look at it if you guys have any questions. And yeah, Jason, glad to hear it. No Guinness yet.
I
Guinness
saw that.
later.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
Guinness,
definitely.
Guinness, obviously, at the bar is a lot better
Oh,
than Guinness
no
in a
question.
can.
Yeah, of course.
For obvious reasons. And
tap.
yeah, so that'll be going down later on. But for now, let's get a couple trades going. You got anything on the go right now?
I do. I'm long meta. What I did here was look for a dip into the 39.47 area. I had that earmarked from another day, and I was looking for a bounce in the futures there. I didn't get much of a bounce in the futures, but ironically, meta did. So I put a 100% position here at 198.30, and then I added another quarter and then another quarter on the way up at 198.80s, and then through the break of the $0.50 here on the way up 199.50s, I got some out there, but I'm still holding the majority of the position. My cost basis is 198.58. So, you know, like 50 pennies in the money, but it's been retracing quite a bit. I'm LFTing quite a bit from this as we were as high as 199.60s. Now moving back in a bit. This market is either going to bottom out here or it's going to flat bottom break. So let's just, I don't know, man. I kind of don't see maybe a rebound in the play. We shall see. I'm long this name either way, still in the money on it, but cautiously optimistic as we hang around definitely near lows. What have you been looking up?
Yeah, I'm right now I'm not in position. I'm just kind of looking at everything, wondering if I could find some levels. That 96 on AMD, I feel like yesterday AMD's move was super strong to the upside. Right now it's currently flat on the day. But just to rewind from yesterday, everybody remembers, you know, the huge move. And let me just kind of expand this here. Huge move up from yesterday. And yeah, topping out at around 97. And, you know, today, as expected, in my own opinion, is, you know, you're going to get maybe a sideways day after 3 really good days in a row. I don't really think we sell off hard. In my opinion, it would be a pullback if you're looking at the wider time frame. And yeah, 96 gave a little bit of a bounce. So my thing here is we kind of topped out at around 99 and then kind of just over 98. And I kind of feel like we could, I mean, in the morning, it was sort of setting up like a little bit of a channel action. I was wondering if that 96.50 was going to hold. We kind of dipped below, and I was wondering, okay, is this a little bit of a stop up before we actually go back up, test VWAP, and then maybe test that 98 again? I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we see this type of pattern right in the morning, and then the rest of the day we just kind of drift up into that 100 level. I'll not be surprised if that happens, but then at the same time, pulling up the daily, you know, it had three really good days in a row. Just to get this one here, yeah, 3 really good days in a row, starting that move from 82. So 82 to 100, almost 20-point move there. It's a very, very large move. So yeah, AMD definitely on my radar for the rest of the day, but I want to see how that 96 level holds. Do we continue to hold up over there, or are we just gonna, you know, break down and kind of just drift in and around, you know, the range that's currently set into place? So yeah, 96 on watch for myself if we get back there. I want to quickly speak about XOM, which is below 100 right now. So I was looking at this on that 100 area. I was wondering, do we get some sort of a little bit of a bounce there? And we sort of broke through, bottomed out at 99.80, and then this candle kind of interests me, and I'm not really too sure. I didn't catch if there was some type of buyer or bid over there, but we sort of broke down here and then very, very sharp pop back through 100. And I was wondering to see, was this area going to hold? But we didn't. We actually kind of broke down, and now we're sort of drifting down. So this was kind of my 100 level. I was thinking maybe 100 long going into 101 or VWAP. But we sort of broke down the low and then very, very lackluster now drifting. So I think XOM for myself, just going to let it be. And every time I do kind of pull up XOM for myself, I want to quickly look at Oxy. For myself, the stronger name, I mean, just in general. And it is at this pre-market low area. So if this area holds, I would not be surprised for this one to actually make a move up. I mean, XOM going down, obviously if you're trading this, you want to be looking at oil. But for the most part, if this kind of area holds, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a VWAP, if not 59 test. So I'll be watching this area too, right down over here, 58, playing off that 58 level. But again, the level that I do like a little bit better on this name, which I mean, I don't think we see again because it's that good of a level, is down at 56.55. Keep in mind on March 15th, a couple days ago, the 55.50 level was the level that was identified intraday, and it never really went back to that area and then kind of made a higher low, and like we are way, way up right now. So we are back above 58, and keep in mind the level of 58. So 58 was that sort of support level. We looked like we bounced off it on this day on March 13th, then kind of breaking below and then popping right back up, and now does 58 remain as support? So was this, not to say stop out, but obviously, you know, oil had that down move, so everything's gonna kind of go with it, but then at the same time, you digest the news, investors digest the news, they like the level, it pops back above. Does 58 now turn into support? So this is the level I'm watching on Oxy. Because we already went through it, it's not so much a hard level for myself, but again, the fact they were holding 58.30 right now, I think if we get back there or even, you know, dip below and pop back up, I really do like that level. So I'll try to catch some bids down there if we get back there. I mean, for the time being, we're actually moving to the north side. It is in this type of little bit of a channel here. So yeah, if it goes from here, then it goes without me. But if we do get back down, I'll be watching that area for bids.
Yeah, still looking at this general area of like 39.40 to 39.50, holding within that area for the last little while here on the ES June contract. I am keeping my eye on that because I am long this meta stock, so I am looking for a hold of these levels or a bounce, ideally. Of course, I've got my profit taker sitting at, I want to say near the $0.50 area. No, okay, it's at 60 because it's a little bit above the $0.50 area, so it'll have to make a new recent high for me to get filled there, but it's holding 199-ish. It's going in and around it. I mean, it went, the low of day technically is 198 exactly, so bounced off that level. So anyway, it's a simple trade here. We got to hold on these futures, or Meta has to make a secular move for me to continue on this trade. But I'm very profitable on it now. We're long 58s, right? So we're printing 30s here, so like 80 pennies in the money. But I want continuation. It's not one of those scalping trades. This is a loaded position. And if we can make our way back to 200, you know, if we get a bounce here, maybe to yesterday's close. Yesterday's close far away, but 39.70 has also been a level on, I feel like, on the ES. So maybe we come back into there, retracement from where we're at now. That's 20 points to the high side. That's probably a whole lot of dollars translates on Meta. So I'm trying to hold this position with a good cost basis, but, you know, cautiously optimistic. I'm not seeing anything like good for the small cap crappers. Here's one, FAZ, just showing up here. Kind of a slow mover. It's done 3.5 million shares. It's a steady, you know, kind of steady start, go all day kind of thing. 23.79 the low, kind of where we started the day. 25.43 the high, so almost $2 move there. Not much. I don't really know what this is running on, but it's the best of looking at the charts, and it has decent 5-minute volume. So, you know, kind of I can keep that on watch, but at the moment, really not much else going on. Wow, this meta trade just kind of went against me a little bit here, so I had to keep my eye on that. My cost basis is 58s, and now we're into 70s. So just like that, you were 80 pennies in the money, and now you're like 10 pennies in the money. So very precarious situation. I find myself going long near these lows, Luca.
Yeah, I just want to say shout out to Michelle, Meta obviously, or sorry, NVIDIA obviously touching that 264. I know you're mentioning 265. Yeah, man, nice kind of move up in general here, touching that 264. Going back to the downside right now, but I know you're mentioning that 265 as target. So yeah, $1 away. This is definitely a discretionary move. You know, you get so far in the money, $1 away from target. I mean, I love your call. So yeah, keep me posted on your next idea. I'm all ears all the time. And yeah, shout out to Igor. What's going on? What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody having a great day. Yeah. Luis Crespo saying, one idea, go long Mara and compensate the shorts you have. Usually I stay away from like Riot, Mara, the crypto names, just because it's they tend, when I look at them, they do tend to range a lot. I just don't like getting into the range trades on these particular things. But when they obviously start to go wild, then I really do get interested with them. So I mean, this one is actually breaking out of the channel here, right? I assume with Bitcoin.
AMD.
I'm trying to see if there's any key levels on this thing to the upside if we break above. Maybe 8 could set up here. Let's just see if we have, what are these levels here? So this level, which is 10 on this one, and then this level is around, 8. So it's not really a hard level. I feel like it was through it before, just as a quick glance, but kind of rejected one time, then did an over-under, couldn't really sustain above it, and then reject, all the way back down, and then reject, and then is this now a reject, or do we actually trend up? Keep in mind the volume here, which is kind of interesting to me. So we actually sold off, with the rest of Bitcoin going to the downside, and it's like the volume is just not there. Then we get that little bit of a bounce, right? So a little bit of a kind of a relief bounce, you could call it. Then we sort of drift into the abyss. We're really going nowhere. And then boom, buying starts. We just kind of trend to the upside. 6 starts to hold. And do we now kind of break and then get into this next region and then, break 10? And if Bitcoin wants to go, then we go. I mean, the whole macroeconomic picture with, rates and kind of everything where it is. If Bitcoin starts to rally, obviously these names will follow. So yeah, I don't know if we like parabolic to the upside. I don't know if it has it in it. But for the most part, yeah, looking pretty good. If we get back into that range, break 10, then it does have some room to get to 13 if we get above that 10 hold and run. So, I mean, this thing was at 40 before. I don't even know why it's quoting 75, 93.75. That's so weird. Look at the price quotes.
Yeah,
40, 93.75. I have no idea why it's why is it saying that? Okay, anyways, that's not important. So yeah, I'm not going to trade it today, but yeah, if we get over that 8 level and it holds, could be an interesting look going forward.
Yeah, still in this meta trade, no different. Have a bit of a new profit taker here. I put it at quarters, 199.25 as we range sideways. Still here on the ES, looking for a pop, but not really getting one, getting a range trade. So we're not making any lower lows, but I always worry about these big moves down, then consolidation sideways. We always look for those for flat bottom breaks. And I don't know if we're going to get one this time, but we'll see. Here we go. Pump into the high side. Am I getting the fill? I get the fill there, but I'm sitting now at 60s to get that next fill. Another, I don't want to say recent high here. No, on the futures, that wouldn't be accurate. I think we really need to make something above 55, 57s in there to kind of like make that new kind of curling bottom, move into the high side, maybe a VWAP retracement, 39.72, anywhere around there. What's strong? Other than Microsoft was really strong this morning. It still is, up a percent and a quarter. And what else is up here? Tesla's down 2.5%. Yeah, everything's really, Microsoft's definitely the strongest of the bunch, followed by Google. Google's holding out VWAP, Microsoft not. So I'm trying to look for the relatively strong names possibly here to pile into as Meta create. It's a bit of a harder trade. It's holding 199, 198, but if there's anything stronger, I don't mind jumping into that. Some of the more sold off names, it looks like Amazon here creating a bottom about 98, holding off that 98 bottom for now. Apple's been a toughie. Yeah, not doing much today, down 0.5%. Tesla down 2.5%. It's within a range here, holding just below 180. So that looks more weak than it does strong, to be honest with you. So may stay away from that one. Nothing else on. It's a bit of a slower day. We had that Michigan Sentiment Index. It came in and moved the market like a few points here and there, but it hasn't been like a big news headline day. Not much in the way of upgrades and downgrades either, except, for some of the more normal headlines we've been getting with banking and stuff lately.
Yeah, somebody in the chat saying, I just want to talk about this. Netflix, few people asking, Luke, any thoughts on Netflix? So the first thing I want to do is I know obviously, we a lot of the times talk about the intraday moves and where we are. But when it comes to this right now, just because I'm looking at it, I'm not really seeing anything specific besides that 300 level down below 301 holding. But to look at the daily, just to kind of give a little bit of a zoom out on this thing, this has been trending up, right? So normally I don't really use these trend lines intraday because they're going to be a little more sloppy. But anytime it comes to patterns or trend lines, for myself at least, when I zoom out and look at the daily, they are going to be more significant than intraday or a 5-minute or so on and so forth. So we got that bounce just below the 300 level and hold and pop. So at this point now, the question I have I kind of have for myself here on Netflix is this does look like, I think it was a morning star. The morning stars are at the bottom.
I forgot.
Because it's reversed. The morning stars you would think would be at the top, but they're at the bottom, and the evening stars are at the top. So call it a morning star, call it a hammer, call it a doji. To myself, that is basically indecision and sideways action at the level around here. And the dip down into that 85 and then pop, and then it never breaks down below that low. So you mark 285. You should be watching it the next day, finally giving you the leg up and then giving you a day 2 move to the upside. This, to me right now, looks not like a sell-off. It's kind of like a little bit of a pullback from a 2-day rally. And if it holds that 300, or I would even give it a little bit more room, because when it comes to Netflix, you want to give things a little bit more room. If you have an idea on it, it's going to be a little bit of a wider range there. So in this particular instance, I'm almost wondering, does that 300 to 298 area, or even 295, does that area hold, and then do we start to trend back up to the top here? This topish area, this topish area here is it's the level that I have is around 330. But the reason I kind of mapped that 330 level is because we sort of tested it, rejected. We looked like we were going to reject again. We did that sort of over under. So it was like over, under, test, down. So I think if we kind of continue to go up, it could continue to ride this trend. If it's going to be very, very strong, then it's going to run, but it might find a little bit of resistance at around 330. So again, getting in at 300, that 330, that's a 10% move. If that happens in a very, very quick kind of period, then I'd imagine a lot of people would be taking profits with the anticipation that maybe you get some overhead resistance. If it clears it very quickly, then yeah, your next level is probably going to be, I would say 350, just because more psychological, but more so 375. And then obviously if it breaks the highs, I mean, everybody remembers Netflix was the one that, it wasn't too hot last year. This thing at around $600-700 going all the way into 160. And a lot of people getting crushed on the longs on that one. So yeah, just kind of making its way back to the upside. I'd say these are my levels for now. This area seems to be holding. If for whatever reason we break that low of 285, then I'd imagine that this comes back down to a 250 test, and then that's a whole other trade, just because resistance, turn to support. If we get there, maybe we get a bounce over there. So I just wanted to kind of take a step back, because those are my wider levels on Netflix. Right now, that 301 looks to be holding. So looking pretty good, but again, not really too sure where this thing could go today. I mean, up or down, I don't really have a high conviction on it. I think 300, if a break of 301 happens, maybe we do get a 300 test, if not 299. And yeah, this kind of, I would say the range is probably set for it. Wouldn't be surprised for it to just kind of stay where it is.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day. Guys, it is, we have a little print factory going on here in Meta, man, because we are moving to the high side. 198.50s we were long. We just took almost some 200 prints there. We got 199.90s. We are in the 199.90s, so like $1.50 in the money, letting this run. I had a 150% position on. This was 100%. This was a quarter and another quarter add here. We scalp up, we retrace, I don't add, and now we're moving to the high side, test 200. So taking out here, I have 40% of a full position left. Now looking for that move decidedly through 200, possibly, but 200 and VWAP kind of intersect here. So possible area of resistance that we are coming to, and we're not seeing that continued move on the market either. We kind of had that retracement off that, I want to say 39.5, 39.47 is, for whatever reason, I had it earmarked here. Now, I can't seem to remember why I have these levels. But anyway, it was an important level on my chart, and we kind of bounced off it. Now looking for a possible retracement on the futures here, maybe to 39.72, 39.70. If that was the case, then Meta would be all sorts of gong show. I'd probably get to 202-ish there by Meta, maybe even farther. We're still doing the dance here with 200. We're past 200 here. I'm holding. I'm looking to scalp possibly into the $0.50 here. In fact, let's go, maybe I'll take some for the $0.50. We'll go to the $0.25. We'll sit at 24s. We'll see if we get filled at 24s, but we're probably going to have an issue breaking through this level. That's just my instinct. 200 VWAP, right? It's just a level. So we'll see how that one goes, but going the right way. Hope you jumped on board there for that trade. What else is going on here? I'm seeing, okay, well, I was looking at AMD and NVIDIA. It looks like they're curling a bit. They looks like they had kind of given up the ghost earlier. I was looking to jump on those short, but I'll leave those for the moment. Let's see what else is happening here. Not looking much. Not much else is happening, Luca. I don't know like what you got going on over there, but I can't really find too much else that's happening. Looking for small cap crappers, but nothing's popping up on my list today. Maybe we'll look to the biggest losers. Okay, so we'll pull that up. Let's pull up the stock scanner here for a second. LCFR coming in as the biggest loser on the day. What is this one all about? Lifecore Biomedical. Yeah, that's not doing enough volume. We don't worry about that. DBD, no, I'm not trading that. These are all derivatives of FRC, which is also down big boy on the day. Yeah, we could trade these bank stocks. Maybe we'll have a look at some of these bank stocks because, you know, they've been presenting a lot of volatility lately here. But we'll have to continuously trade those with our Meta long. And now Meta is rejecting off that $200, that VWAP area in 50 cents. The futures likewise are coming down as well. So I got to keep my eye on here. Now, this is kind of just a question of, is this a reversal area and then we continue southward? Or is this kind of like, you know, just a retracement south on a bigger retracement north? And that's always really the question for me. Is it a short term or is it an intermediate term trend? So keeping my eye here, not going to pull the trigger on any Meta outs as I do have quite a nice buffer and I am out of the majority of the position. So I can let this one run against me a little bit. But against me is going to have to come at 83s, 198.83. So it's a good little buffer for now. For now, we know how volatile this one can get. But looking for a continuation. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up. So THMO is obviously going up here.
Oh,
the float here is 750,000. So, yeah, approach with caution, I would say, is safe to say there. Anytime you see a float for myself sub 2 million, I'm not sure if the term's nano float or micro float or where they kind of start, and maybe I kind of, can't really remember off the top of my head. But essentially, anytime I see sub 2 million float in a small cap, I know that you're going to get that tape teleportation. Liquidity is just kind of non-existent just because of the nature of it.
Whoa.
And anytime you get a sub-million float, maybe you call that micro float. And yeah, so 750,000 shares. This is on Flow Checker here. All these kind of saying the same. So one look at the tape kind of gives me that feel. And just to show you guys here, THMO. This thing, we're popping here, right? The volume kind of coming in out of nowhere, going from 560 into that 670 there. This is the daily for anybody wondering. So it's obviously had its move up from 2, kind of sideways, and then, you know, now pushing to the highs. That over under 7, but again, these levels are so invalid just because of the nature of it. Anything that's kind of a low float like this, anything can happen. So again, guys, you're seeing the book here. I hope you can see. Yeah, you can see the book here. It's very, very thin, and it just can go one way or the other very, very quickly. So again, approach with caution. I will not be trading this. 2.8 million shares traded right now.
Baby.
Lots of mids and darks going off. No idea what could happen next, but I would say look at the high there. That's definitely an interesting level. So if this thing breaks 8, then it sort of feels like there's really no kind of upper end range to go off. And I don't know if there's any previous data that this was higher. Maybe it was a reverse split of some sort, or SPAC or whatnot. I have no idea on this off the top of my head. But anytime I do see these patterns, low floats, yeah, map the high, because then after that, there's just no levels. Anything is possible. So yeah, I won't be trading this, and I will not have FOMO either, just because I know the nature of it. But yeah, best of luck to anybody getting involved in that one. I know somebody was saying, can you look at DOCU? So I'll have a quick look here at DOCU. So again, we don't really talk about like sell targets, buy targets for your particular trader or whatnot. But yeah, just looking at the technicals here, earnings coming through. I think this was the gap down, making that bottom just below 50 and then reversing very hard. Anytime that you get sort of sell-off into earnings, I like to really map the high and the low and the open and the close of that candle, because it's probably where the majority of the volume went off on that particular day.
Baby.
And then I like to also map where the previous support level, if any, was, and then where the low of the range was. So in this particular instance, it kind of ran all the way back from the looks of it, popped into the range of last time, and when I say that, I loosely say like from here to here, but popped into that range of last time, and now it's getting that little bit of a dip down. So the thing that I would be kind of cautious of, or I would be looking at over here is the rejection of 60 now going to lead this thing back into the bottom range, and is this thing now going to go back into that like 56 into 50 range and just sort of kind of be sideways in and around this region? If this area holds, call it 56.10-ish area, and that's specifically based on the opening price of the of this day on March 10th. Then if it holds there and then runs back to the upside, maybe that's a little bit of a tell that this thing actually wants to stay in this range, right? So yeah, you always want to kind of zoom out on these things when earnings come into play. Again, I don't really trade docu just for that kind of
96.
so I don't really know like the personality of the stock, and these are just the lines that I quickly drew here. But you always want to sort of look, and it feels like this was support over here, then we kind of broke down, it turned into resistance. So this level is a little bit significant, and it was a little bit of resistance before we kind of got up here into the high 70s. Then that was resistance, then all the way back down into the 50s. I would say that this thing could easily float between 50 and 70, like for a very long time. If breakout of 70, then maybe signaling a reversal that it wants to go back to the upside. And yeah, key bottoming is 4. I'd imagine that's like not a 50, maybe a 52-week low, but also like a very, very like that is the low of like the move of the overall market going down. So yeah, this thing was way up right before. So I mean, growth obviously not in favor last year, selling off with the whole idea that rates are moving to the upside. If the Fed wants to, I mean, well, it was announced yesterday, Sharif, that they bought back 300 trillion. So they added back to their balance sheet 300 trillion.
Oh, so they're doing QE again?
So, well, they're not doing, right? They're not going to announce.
So it's just like a micro QE?
But the thing, it's kind of funny because it took them, I feel like it took them, I was reading the stat loosely. You guys can Google it for yourself, but it took them like 6 months or 8 months to take 600 billion or 600 trillion off their balance sheet.
Offloaded, okay.
Yeah, and it took them 1 month or 2 weeks to buy back 300. So again, don't quote me on the numbers, but I'll actually share.
Oh, okay. So
I'll share
the point is it was
like
disproportional.
It's crazy.
Yeah, of course. That's
it's
the
insane.
point. Yeah.
So the move yesterday was that, essentially. As traders and investors are like, okay, wait a second. Because if the Fed's going to all of a sudden just buy back 300, undo, half of what they did in the last year or so in like a day or a week or a month, like whatever, short term essentially, then maybe what they're saying is not actually valid. So there is a scenario, in my opinion, where the Fed loses credibility, and then in that scenario, it could be really, really bad. By the way, guys, heads up, THM was halted here. Yeah. Which is not super significant, but I think that's a 563. Okay, let's just go back to this very quickly. Yeah, guys, as fast as these things go up, they go down. And this is the thing, right? It's like you're getting the tape teleportation. There's no liquidity. So yeah, this thing's showing 540 open. Yeah. So yeah, 563 halt, 540, 530 open. Yeah. I mean, I don't know where it opens. It's a coin flip as to where it opens. But essentially, going back to that, I mean, if the Fed is just gonna not announce a pivot, but they're just gonna pivot because of the whole kind of banking sector, regional banks that everybody knows, everybody's talking about. That's kind of crazy, and the numbers are crazy. The size of it is absolutely insane. So
I hear beers being popped back there. Did you hear that, bro?
Yeah.
Oh my God! It's still half an hour to noon.
St. Patty's. I mean, this is getting the beer sweats now, guys. I don't know if you could see, maybe you could see if I get see that a little bit of beer sweats
cold,
over here.
Though, man.
Oh man, I'm thirsty, but we'll save it for later. Later. But yeah, anyway, so I mean, this is serious because I feel like a lot of people are waiting. Do we get a Fed pivot, right? Can we actually sustain this high level of interest rates? And if the Fed says, you know what, guys, we're pivoting back. If they say that, you best believe that these stocks are going $10 higher. Every single stock is going 10% higher that day. It's going to go absolutely crazy. But if they don't say it and they just do it, a lot of people will be like, what's happening right now? So for example, I didn't know they did this until the end of the day, and I was like, wait a second, what's going on here? Like, what is actually happening? So yeah, I would keep an eye on that. That's very, very important. That is like dealing with systemic, not systemic risk, but sort of dealing with the foundation of everything, right? So I mean, you can't fight the Fed ever, and if they're buying back and the rate at which they buy back, kind of crazy there. So yeah, I just wanted to quickly comment on that. I'll find the chart to show you the relativity Maybe Sharif's got something on the go as I find this.
I don't actually, but I want to show you guys the Fed rate tool here because it's worth talking about again. It's changing constantly, but the point of the matter is it looks like we're more likely to get that 25 basis point hike as opposed to just Fed staying put and not hiking at all. So there we go. That's changing, and it's always so data dependent too. You know, a new data set comes in. This goes in a completely different direction, possibly. Beat Fanatic. Corned beef meat sweats followed by the is coming in today. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, yeah, I don't think I'll be participating too much in the drinks, but I've got some, plans for tomorrow. I can't wake up too hungover, and trust me, the older you get, the more hungover you are the next day. I have this rule, like as I add one more year on, I have to have one more drink, one more glass of water per drink. So if you're having one, you grow up, you got to add another one. Yeah, just to kind of stay hydrated and not go completely bonkers. Anyway, yeah, THMO to the downside. So this one's slated to open in like 2 minutes or so. Yeah, in case you're wondering, this is a continuation. We saw this one running from yesterday, or actually the day prior. The 15th was the day it got all the way up to about 660. Yesterday it made its way up to 777s there, almost hitting 8. And today's a bit of an inside day with a higher low and a lower high within yesterday. So kind of engulfed by yesterday's day. Yeah, sorry, I forgot I wasn't showing you guys this here. Shout out to Trade Ideas, by the way. Let's bring in the Trade Idea scanner today and today till Monday, by the way. TraderTV30. Use that as the promo code to get 30% off Trade Ideas. This is the Trade Idea scanner. Let's get to it. THMO, where is that bad boy? We'll just type it in here, THMO. And this is the daily. This is what I was talking about. It's kind of like an inside day. How do I do this? Floating window. There we go. Let's zoom in on that. Yeah, so today is a bit of an inside day. I mean, how come it's not showing the next one? But that's fine. So yeah, saying yesterday was a sell. Well, obviously. So this essentially, yeah, we'll see what happens with this one. I think the halt levels are going to be key here. Let's have a look quickly what the halt levels are. So yeah, the initial one obviously 563. I just want to see if we open lower or close or higher. 563 is where we're slated to open. So we're slated to open exactly where we are. Actually, that's what the tap is. So
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it opens like at the same price. A lot of the times it's like, it'll show like a crazy price.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't, it'll just kind of like gravitate back to close to the open. But again, guys, if you are watching that indicated open, watch where it shows and watch where like the bottom price is. And then maybe when it opens, it like goes down, but then it stops at the initial bottom price. It's a small little tell because essentially what they're trying to do with these kind of halt things is they're searching for liquidity, right? So it halts, and there's people that have to sell. They send their orders, and it's just driving price into where liquidity is. And then if it bounces off that level on the indicated open price, it's basically telling you that this is liquidity that didn't break, right? There's liquidity that didn't break. So if it goes back up and then opens here, when it opens, it could go down to that like initial liquidity and then bounce again. Now, I told you my opinion. I'm not trading this thing. It's a micro float. So guys, this is the picture. I think CoinGram on Instagram posted this one, so shout out to CoinGram here. But Fed's balance sheet from 8.4 whatever in the millions, so whatever that is, do the math, to 8.7. So yeah, I mean, look, this is like, what is this? This is, and I'm just kind of looking at this too, like timing-wise. This is instant. This is now. And this is how long it took them to do that. So that's like the beginning of March. So let's call it 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks, this is 2022. Where's the beginning of 2022? No, August, February, December. So this is December. This is the beginning. So the Fed basically announced right over here somewhere at the beginning of 2022 that they are now going to tighten, so quantitative tightening. And so this is how long it took them to sell stuff off their balance sheet. Right, the whole year, 2022 into 2023, and look how much they reversed it in 2 weeks. That's crazy. That's crazy. If they did this again, another 2 weeks, so in 1 month, they can undo a full year.
If at the same rate, yeah.
If they can do that, right? And again, I look, if I'm talking to Jerome Powell after this YouTube show that I'm doing here, I will understand why. I understand why. But I'm just saying, look, if the Fed loses credibility, if that's a whole different trade, right? So if they kind of pivot back, then it sort of moves into the more of a hyperinflation environment. Not to say crazy hyperinflation, but the beginning of a hyperinflation environment where they say, you know what? We're not going to get inflation under control. It's actually going to, we're going to let it flow free. We no longer are aiming for the 2% mandate. Then it's a whole different environment and things get a little bit spicy. So yeah, let's just keep an eye on that because that's super important. We obviously saw the market fly up yesterday, and that's when all this kind of information came to light. So just to kind of give relativity to that, this is the, I'll just use the ES here actually. And you know what, I got to save this to be a darker red. I keep doing this, sorry about that. But essentially, this is the bottoming area, right? So kind of down, bottom, giving those wick-off bottoms, giving little pop. Yesterday, the day is not loading, but essentially, yesterday's move, man, that was crazy, right? Everybody saw that. We had a 100-point intraday move on the overall market. This is the SPY, starting from 387, going all the way to 396. That's crazy. And yeah, now we're kind of getting a little bit of a dip down. But if that 4,000 breaks to the upside, who knows what the Fed does next? These markets are kind of wild, man. So I would definitely keep an eye on that one. That is probably the most important, macro event that will move markets, in my opinion, for this year. Would be a Fed pivot. I think everybody would agree with that one. So yeah, we'll see what happens next. We're getting a little bit of a dip down here on the market, kind of holding this general vicinity, which sort of lines up with that 39.50 to 39.40. Again, I'm not really super convicted. I haven't taken a trade yet. I'm just kind of chilling, waiting. AMD's relentless off that 96. We bounced very aggressively. I think this was 11.12. We bounced, so I mentioned this, right? If we get to 96, watch how 96 holds, and maybe that's a level to play off of. It showed you the first time, it showed you the second time, it showed you the third time, it showed you the fourth time. We're now back up. So this channel, kind of a little bit of importance here. I kind of favor that 96 long versus the short right off VWAP because I actually think there is a chance that we hold, break VWAP, and then drift into 98 and maybe even 99 towards the end of the day. I kind of like the longs a little bit better, obviously coming off of yesterday. So yeah, that 96 area is pretty interesting. But as we go into the middle of the day, approaching 12 o'clock Eastern time, we could easily drift down, break the 96, but that doesn't mean level invalid in my opinion because obviously robot action, if they want the long, they'll just kind of trigger the below 96, pop it back up. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. Maybe some people have the same idea with me on this one. But yeah, I'm very chill. I might miss a lot of trades, but I'm gonna call it like I see it and give my kind of 2 cents on those ideas.
Yeah, Sean repeating with that 96 on AMD, guys. Just putting that out there. I'm done with this trade on Meta. So when it came back in, I got out. So just to recap the trade, full position here on that 98.30 dip, 198.30. We add another quarter at that 75 break and then another one here at 85, and then we scalp all the way up almost into $2. And then when it came back down, we're holding about a 40% position here from an original 150% position. So 198.75, we get that out. So that would be a break even on the remaining amount. And now we're really flattening out at this bottom here. So it doesn't look like I'm going to be taking longs off here as we are near the lows on the futures than anything else. And on these big cap names as well, we are definitely near the lows. Looking for maybe some bounce plays here, but I'm not going to try to grab that freight trade, to be honest with you. 39.37. Sean's still printing south on Meta. I have a level here. I don't know where this level came from. 197.75. We'll see whatever that means. I don't really have much on today, guys. It's kind of like a slower day for me, no question. It's been one trade, and it's been this Meta trade. It was a good one, but really hasn't presented an opportunity for much else for me. I'm thinking maybe a futures trade somewhere in the cards here if we can kind of find a bottom and make some sort of mean reversion move back up, maybe into VWAP, maybe into the 50 period. There's a whole bunch of different, the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. There's a whole bunch of different possibilities here. Yesterday's close, that would be almost 4,000. That'd be a hell of a retracement. So looking for some possible plays here. I don't have anything. What do you guys have? Put some stuff in the chat. I'll have a look. ENZO, somebody says. So I saw that one moving earlier this morning, ENZO. Let's switch THMO here with ENZO. Oh, What is that called again? Was it ENZO? ENZ. Oh, okay, so that's not right. I saw that earlier this morning. Let's see quickly here. ENZ, okay, that's what it is. That's what it, Enzel Green Power. So let's go ahead into that. Okay, goodness gracious. There we go, guys. Sorry, technical difficulties here. This is moving. It's been moving all day. I mean, up 92%. I think this was, they were going to sell some sort of segment in their company. I don't know if it was the entire company, to be honest with you, but here we go. Let's have a look at the 5-minute chart real quick. Yeah, so you have that big move up, the algo spike on the news. It comes, it's usually around the area of the price per share near the agreement, maybe sometimes a little bit above it, sometimes a little bit below it. Anyway, you get the algo spike at, I think it was 5 to 5 yesterday. So right at that 455 timeline, and then boom, you get all the way up to 266. We haven't made it back to that high today. The high today is 238. Yesterday's close, I think, is important as well. Yesterday's, I want to say 8 p.m. close. That's 250-ish area. So that's going to be an interesting area of resistance in addition to the aftermarket high of 265. So ENZ, yeah, it's not done with for sure because we just reclaimed VWAP on some good volume. That's like several million shares there in the last few minutes. $2 stock, mind you. We just made highs, 236. Hasn't really respected VWAP, to be honest with you. It's kind of very zigzaggy. So this is probably a lot of tape reading here to see where the size is at. No real discernible pattern going on. So I'm definitely going to stay away from this one. It hasn't been the time for small cap crappers, to be honest with you. Hasn't been the time lately at all. And that's my main focus has definitely been on some of these big cappers. What is everybody else saying? OBSV. Let's have a look at OBSV. OBSV. What do we got here? Okay, so this is a penny stock. It's like 12 pennies. It's also only up 1.3% on the day. Sorry, up 4% on the day. I think it just moved and then it went from 1.3% to 4%. Such is the amount there. Yeah, no, I've got no trade on this. It's not my cup of tea. This ain't for me. The Hayes Records, $4.99 super chat. How would you guys deal with trigger shyness on a bid? Didn't take a bid on Amazon puts at 22 and it went to 140 at the open. One of my misses. Yeah, I know I dealt with that as well for a long time. And then, I talked to some people here and Greg was like the one with, it was pretty much the most simple explanation for why I have that. And yeah, it was the most effective. And he's like, you suffer from the C word, my friend. And I thought it was confidence. And he's like, no, you need conviction in the trade. If you don't believe, if you're not really, believing that this trade is the right trade, you don't put it on, right? But then again, like what trading in the zone kind of explains is that, you need to disassociate your losses from like your emotional state. So you have to have conviction in the trade, but when it doesn't go your way, it can't be like, you're let down. It just has to be part of the process, knowing that at the end of the day, you have an edge because the data says you have an edge. If you do a sample, whatever sample size you end up taking, and you do a particular type of trade or your overall trading skills, and overall you have a 50% hit rate, a 60% hit rate, or whatever it's going to be, then you should just be confident in that hit rate. It shouldn't matter on a per trade basis. Obviously, a lot easier said than done. The bomb, as many fives, I think that's 5 fives there. $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Can you look at ALLY? I'm short from 2320. Sure, let's have a look at ALLY. Haven't been on this name today. It is what? Down 6%. When you're short from where? 2320. Well, that is a good trade, my friend, because you are $1.20 in the money. There we go. Oh, data. I hit the wrong one, but that was still good. We don't hit that data one that often, Luca. Anyway, so yeah, it looks like, I don't know what catalyst this is. I'll have to look at that after. But yeah, it's stair-stepping down below VWAP. You're basically shorting the pops on this one. Any retracement into VWAP or any pop, that's been the trade. 22 is the low. Looks like 22 has some support at the moment. Let's look at the 30-minute chart to see if we can glean any more levels. Yeah, that 2150, 22 area, looks like that's been like almost a triple bottom. That goes back to March 13th. This is the half-an-hour chart. Let's look at the daily chart real quick on this guy, see if we can glean any levels. Yeah, again, we're back at that, I want to say, Is it all-time low? I mean, I don't know how far back this goes, but definitely the last 2 years, this is as low as we've gotten. Look at that head and shoulders pattern. Oh, that is nice on the daily there. That looks kind of flush. Okay, let's look at the weekly. Yeah, we're definitely not at all-time lows. We got the COVID lows there in March, took us all the way down to $10, but this is an interesting area where we're at now. A lot of support areas run through this area that we have here. That goes back all the way to January 2019. So interesting, if we break these levels, that might be a key area break, and might actually have to hold on to this short. I don't know if you're a short intraday or you're going swing or what you're doing, but yeah, good call on the day.
Yeah, guys, so essentially I got my first oxy fill as a kind of reminder bid. So yeah, that was filling at the bottom end, but I did anticipate that we could actually break this eventually, because if we did come back down here, so I don't want to like size in here, right? So I'm willing to give this thing room closer to 58, and as we get to 58, we obviously are gonna print the level. So you got to give it that kind of room to sort of go into the 58, break the 58. We're now seeing this move back to the upside. If this is the okay, run to 58, do the volume exchange, and now pop back to the upside, I'm waiting to see if this can get back to around 58.25, so 58.25. Let's just see how this kind of region works itself out, and then yeah, maybe get some out in front of that kind of area, and then yeah, scale myself out. There's a chance that this does want to get back to the 50 period and above, and that's kind of what I feel. That's kind of what I plan for. So yeah, I'm watching this general area bottoming out just before 58. And again, to give you guys the kind of like volume look, like we get the sell off into the level, we get the exchange at the 58, that's the volume spike. And then as fast as we kind of go down, we quickly pop. I mean, this volume right here to like bring it back over 58, bids kind of step up. So I really wanted a little bit more size down below, but kind of sent that order through, and it just quickly like moved away from that. So yeah, it could dip back down, but I kind of like the general level of 58 as I was discussing before. So yeah, if you're looking at this trade, I just wanted to say heads up, 58 level in play right now. And then at this point, let's wait and see to see if it wants to continue, or if do we get a breakdown and is the level sort of invalid. So that's kind of what I'm watching for now. I'll be keeping my eye on that one. Yeah, AMD is kind of gave a little bit of a dip. The thing is now, again, as I mentioned, the levels that are really good in the morning when volume is there and things are kind of moving around. If we get there in the afternoon, maybe it's signaling that it actually wants to break down. So I would expect that if this area holds, then we go up, okay? But the channel that it's in, I would say respect it until it breaks, and I would not be surprised to see the 96 break and then do some action. But then at that point, it's sort of a over/under. So yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on that one to see where that one wants to go next. But yeah, no trades on it thus far. And Meta off that 198, not too bad. But this is basically the example, so similar to the AMD logic, where Meta obviously, more spready, dancing around, but in the morning, and not so much the morning, but 10:45, this thing turned right off of 198. So, I mean, the low here is like 198.02, and then it runs all the way back to VWAP, whereas right now, 11:45, little bit of a different time, actually breaking the 198 and then bouncing back. So, yeah, if you really believe in your levels, you want to give it a little bit of a wider range. Maybe not so much in the morning, because if it breaks the level in the morning, then it actually maybe wants to go and you have the volume follow-through potential. But in the afternoon, less volume follow-through potential, more susceptible to games, which essentially means just give it a little bit of a wider range. So, yeah, it's Mike from the block saying, yeah, AMD to the moon. Hopefully, if you're long, hopefully, yeah, to the moon there for you. And I want to look at Amazon and Google. So Google breaks 100 yesterday, and over 100. Currently over 100. Ran as high as 102.80, and giving you that bounce close to 100, about 130. Now sort of drifting to the upside on that one. But Amazon, on the other hand, below 100. So yeah, whatever's happening there, this little double top in the morning on Amazon, then break down through the 99. I was wondering if 98 was going to hold, but yeah, we are just kind of drifting down. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 97 test on Amazon at some point, but maybe this thing wants to go up just a little bit more. It is kind of respecting the 50 period just a little bit. So yeah, if it gets back there, maybe it wants to continue to respect, then go lower and continue on that one. So yeah, not too sure. Let's look at Tesla as well here. Tesla is below the 179 level. Oh yeah, I didn't look at Tesla at all today. Somebody was I was at the gym yesterday, and somebody was asking me like, oh, like, what do you think of Tesla? And I was like, it's funny how somebody knows that you trade. They always want to kind of gauge your opinion on Tesla. and I basically said I don't think really much of Tesla right now. Ever since it sort of broke down through the channel and broke through that 183 on that day, dipping down into 168, 165 region. At this point now, you do get the relief bounce that came yesterday with the rest of the market. And again, in my opinion, more related to the Fed and their stance as opposed to any given stock particularly. And yeah, today we kind of reverse, yes, this was yesterday, but even that kind of relief bounce from the previous day. And now we're sort of reversing back down. So with Tesla, you always got to give it a wider range, of course. And I would say just because it's going over 185, it doesn't necessarily mean that the bull case is back for the name. You're going to have to give it the wider range. And for myself, if this thing can get above maybe a 189 to 192, then yeah, maybe it wants to test 200. But we reject that. We're back down now. We're below 180. 180 to 183 is that key area of over-under. So did spend a little bit of time over the 183 past few days. But now the question is, do we now continue to drift back to the downside? If this is the start of a downtrend for the name, I mean, again, very wide, use these lines with a grain of salt, but if this is the start of a downtrend, we easily could get to a 150 bounce, and that might even happen sometime end of March. I would anticipate before May if the rest of the market wants to turn around. But, always going to be correlated to the wider kind of moves, and a lot of these things, in my opinion, have to do with more so with what the Fed's going to do next as opposed to the key levels on the particular name.
Yeah, retracing, we're getting a little bit of a bounce here on the futures, but still within that lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low. You guys get it. So we haven't changed within the trend, just a momentary reprieve, I guess. And if you're playing the range on some of these cappers, you're printing, but I'm not doing that. Meta finding that 198 bottom to be pretty good. I mean, it broke by a few pennies. Earlier, the low was 198. This time around, it's 197.91, so broke by 9 pennies, but held the general area and popped back up. Now we're looking to test 199.5, so about $1.50 move there. If you took that 198 move, but I did not. Kind of a double bottom brewing, but we are looking to retrace into VWAP. This could be a rinse and repeat trade where, you saw Sean take that 200 short last time, and, this time around, maybe that 199.75, maybe you rinse and repeat at 200 again. That's short, unless we get really some momentum to the upside here on the futures, in which case we'll have to look at that. But I'm just looking for trades at the moment. I don't have anything. It's been kind of slower-ish for me anyway. I'm looking at crypto. I see crypto strong. I see coin near high of days, 73.37. That's the high. It's at 72.68, so not far off the highs. Trending up above VWAP. I'm talking about Coinbase, guys. It's up 7.25% on the day. Let me move these charts here.
I just want to say very quickly, hold my beer. Saying thanks for Oxy. Man, this is the thing. Wait for the key levels. You identify them. Off that 58, I'm looking back and I'm like, okay, this was actually look at this move, man. This is why I gave myself the chance to scale into it. I didn't really know how far it could go. And it's unfortunate that I missed the majority down below. I saw what they were doing down there, and I was like, okay, I'm waiting. I'm like, now's the time. And then it's like, no, I just didn't get it. Okay, no problem. But big move up in this one little candle from threes all the way to 30s. So that's a 30-cent move in 1 minute, and it might have even happened in half a minute. So looking back, this is again my first target, specifically because I always have to factor in the chance that my ideas are not really necessarily super accurate. So because it was the support, we dip below, we come back up. I don't know if it's going to reject this area and go back down. So first profit target taken. Now I'm kind of wondering, does this have the steam to get to 60s? So I'm going to wait to see. I think it does. It kind of feels like it does. So I'm going to hold to see if we can get 60s on the next offer, which is basically just in front of VWAP. And then if everything looks good and we run and we break this range and go to the upside, then yeah, I mean, this thing could easily get to 59 in my opinion. I don't think high a day, even though maybe it does get there if we break a 59, but my next target, 58.60. This was the nice kind of scalp trade, and then let's see if we could hold some for the 59. But I'll be very light on that on the rest of that position, just because I like the feel that I have on these, where it's like you dip down, you pop back, I see it, I take my money, and then if we can go to 59s, that would be great. But if we don't, I won't get. If we go all the way back down, I get stopped out. I'm still up on the name. So that one worked. So congratulations to anybody that was in that one. And yeah, don't get bamboozled by the tape, especially on New York stocks. I mean, NASDAQ kind of more, touching a lot of prices, but New York a little bit more slower with these oil names. It might give you the feel that, oh, there is no bids. And then all of a sudden, if you were watching this at 10:45, and this is why I always say, guys, record your screen and record the tape, because you saw it. If you didn't record it, you'll never see it again. But in this particular instance, what happened is the bids were not there. So it actually looked like it was going to just sell off. Like there was no bids in sight. It just kind of looked really scary if you were long. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get like 2,000 shares bid, and it just like comes out of nowhere. So it's like the last stand at like trying to get the below 158s before the up move. So essentially, I mean, I've seen it before, so I wasn't really too nervous with this one, but I kind of butchered the bigger size at the low there, which is not a problem. It'll happen again on something else, and I'll be there to kind of take advantage of it. But yeah, that was not a bad trade, so congratulations. I love the name, by the way, Hodl My Beer. I just want to say, just very quickly, we got the beer beside us, so yeah, I'm just definitely happy with that one.
Oh boy.
Derek, thank you for the super chat coming through, $5 super chat. If you want to get rich, just trade the opposite of what I do. Well, Derek, it's unfortunate because I don't know what you're doing, so feel free to let me know. And yeah, by all means, I'll try to do the opposite.
We just finished having to talk about conviction. I mean, like, come on. Not you and I. I'm talking to Derek, telling them about conviction. You have to have conviction in your trades. Yeah, no, obviously don't think that way. That's going to be detrimental, obviously. But Meta is moving counter to the market a little bit. It's making a VWAP retracement while the market was moving down. So I'm keeping my eye on relative strength here coming in. But it is another possible VWAP rejection. I just don't want to take it south if it's moving counter market. I feel like that's a little bit of a risky trade. I'm also seeing a possible higher low brewing here on the market. If we can make another high, I want to say about 39.50, that would be super interesting for a nice little reversal, possibly into that VWAP. I want to say 39.67 or so. Yeah, Meta's moving here, man. Meta's knocking on the door of 199.75, 200. There is that 200 rejection that was a great trade earlier. That gave you $2 off that 200 rejection, VWAP rejection. We're in that same spot again. Literally, we are at VWAP at the moment. We haven't made it to 200 here, so it's an interesting point. I won't be taking this short. I just feel like Beat Fanatic actually was telling me, look, the best 2 words in the English language, or best like 2 phrases or whatever, rinse and repeat. Yeah, and right? I mean, like, and that may be the case here. There you go, Meta rejecting. That's like 40 pennies immediately. That went from 75 to 35 pretty quick. Looks like someone took that short again. Obviously, there you go. So Mr. Katina in that short again at that 199.75. You get the rejection. It could be a nice move back down. Maybe I'll jump into this one if it continues, but yeah, Meta possible. Good short here. Rinse and repeat, baby. Yes, I see you, bro. I see you in the chat there. Meta, his, baby. Yeah, there you go. Mark Knight. He's Sharif, but you can call him Big Bird. Yeah, you can call me Big Bird. I'm good with that, man. Hey, we put that show on for you a week ago today. We wore those costumes for an hour, and you know what? I don't regret it. It was hilarious. I liked that video after. It just got me chuckling. So, yeah. Anyway, here I'm looking at these futures. I'm looking for a newer high. I'm seeing if we can make a newer high above 39.50 and make. We already have a higher low right now on the micro 3-minute chart, but 39.50. I'm looking for a newer high.
Yeah, guys. So it just so happened that this Oxy trade is working out just perfectly. So pretty happy with that one. Taking some in front of there, taking some at the top here, and now I don't think we like specifically. Oh yeah, sorry. So this was I was gonna get into that.
I was like, what's happening?
I was gonna get into that, but I just wanted to. Yeah, you know what, guys? Look at this Oxy trade, bringing in the money. I'm going to drink these beers. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so basically Oxy working very well, getting that top end fill over there. I think due for a pullback. I mean, nothing goes straight up forever. Even here, you got that little bit of a dip down. So yeah, maybe we get a dip down, and even if it comes back down into this kind of range around the 50 period, again, my next target is 59. That'll be my final out on this name. And yeah, let's see if we can get it. 65 cents in the money, so pretty good with that one. Yeah, congratulations. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody somewhere trading it a little bit better than I am. But yeah, not too bad. Out, and then wait for 59.
That's a beauty.
Getting into this, guys, everybody knows this meme, okay? Everybody knows. This is one of my favorite, GIF. GIFs, yeah, GIF, yeah. This is my favorite GIF.
No, this is not a GIF. A GIF is an animation.
No, but I can't do the animation because it's you know what I mean?
Okay,
I don't know.
yeah,
You know
no,
what,
no,
yeah,
no, I
this one.
understand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
of course.
This is, huh? Oh, it goes into the link. Yeah, no, it doesn't come out. Anyways, everybody knows this. If you don't, just type it. Go to GIF, type in beers. You'll see this. It comes up first on Discord or whatnot. Anyways, yeah, my favorite one. And you know, St. Paddy's Day, great day. I feel like a lot of people will be doing this later on after the day. And remember, don't do it while you trade. I think it was the Hayes Records yesterday that was saying, yeah, you know, if only I just stopped smoking, I would be such a better trader. Well, you know what? Probably even more difficult if you have a couple beers or maybe 3, 4, 5 beers in you.
With this?
So yeah,
Probably
save that for
end.
after, but I wanted to just share that. That was one of my favorite. Thank you, Ona Hester, saying take a look at PR. So we'll look at that one in a second. And thank you, Jose, as well, for the super chat coming through. Is that cooking? Thanks for show amigos. Thank you for watching the show, and thank you for hitting the like button. I assume if you're sending a super chat, you obviously hit the like button because you are enjoying the show there. And is that cook? I don't know if cook meaning like a cook stock, but I'll look at PR. But for the time being, before I pull this up, we're going to go to Big B at the big desk for Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, lunchtime. Yeah, Cook, Traeger Grills, obviously having a good day off of earnings we discussed a little bit this morning anyways. If you missed it this morning, this was the main headline of the day. We got that University of Michigan sentiment number, showed deterioration early in March before the banking turmoil started, obviously, but an interesting look there for the overall market. After that number, obviously, 2.6 here for the Russell 2000 leading the way to the downside today. 1.4 for the Russell 1000, 1.5 there for the 3000. That's obviously where all of these regional banks are housed. So FRC downside again today off of that announcement late in the day yesterday, or despite of that announcement late in the day yesterday, where we got some funding coming through for FRC, 1.25, 1.15 for the S&P. The NASDAQ Composite and 100, both red as well. Remember, we were saying in the pre-market as well, 5% on the week still for the NASDAQ as far as positive for the weekly performance. We're giving one of that back today. So let's look on the bright side, guys. Could be worse. Back over to you.
Yes, let's look on the bright side. Thank you for that, Brendo.
Yeah, let me just quickly take this before I forget, because I got a few things here. So I will look at PR. I will look at Cook. But somebody was asking, Luca, that Oxy trade, did you find it from a scanner or were you watching it? So I was quickly referencing this from yesterday or the past few days. So just to go over this, again, 58 is that level of support. This is the daily. It bounced on September 29th. Warren Buffett, I think, announced an additional stake in Oxy, so still liking the company. Looking at the oil trade, obviously oil kind of selling off. Deciding to myself, do I want the XOM long or do I want the Oxy long? Oxy feels a little bit more strong. So all these kind of go into my trade idea. And then finding the 55 level, not taking a long there because whatever, missing the level, but essentially identifying some sort of buying taking place at around 55. And then yesterday popping up with the rest of the market over back into the range. So dip below the support, pop right back, doesn't even spend a couple days there, and then now we're getting that secondary dip down into the support level, right? So if you remove the two data sets from yesterday and the day before, this does look like the support level, so that 58. And so again, going into this trade, I don't necessarily know if that's going to be a perfect bottom or not. I'm just saying, well, this looks like the support level. There might be a buyer there. It's below VWAP on the day. It didn't really sell off. It's relatively strong in comparison to the other one being XOM. So my two kind of like ideas for the day of the oil trade for the long. And it goes right into 58, sort of makes the bottom, dip and rip. So this is the, not to say stop out. I don't want to say this is the stop out because I don't even know if that many people are trading this. But essentially this is the support, the dip, the trade-off at the 58s, the pop back above, the bid stacking up shows me that I'm good. Missing the size, I should have added, but I didn't because obviously product of multitasking. And then as we're going up, we're seeing bidders chase this up with some size relative to the book. So we're seeing, 170 lots, 300 lots, chasing it up. It was at 30s, it was at 40s. It actually chased as high as 70s. So I am now fully out of this trade, which does feel, that's a good trade. I got the 59, just in front of 59. Not too bad there. This is like from 58 to 59 as fast as it did that. That was like 10 minutes for $1. That was actually in the afternoon. I mean, that's pretty good. But essentially, seeing that bidder chase it up, I do imagine that anybody that's buying these names with that kind of size is a below VWAP buyer. So now that we are at the 59 level, I mean, we could continue to drift, but I would imagine that even if we pop, we will fall back at some point into VWAP and below, and then I would watch the below VWAP for the buyer to come back. So yeah, a lot of the times if people are buying for long term, they are kind of compensated based on if they could buy below VWAP. So these are sort of the, when I talk like, oh, VWAP buying algos, trying to buy as far away from VWAP as possible for a period of like 3-4 days. And then they go to their clients and say, look, I got you better than VWAP. If you ran a VWAP algo, I got you this much better, this much percentage points. Therefore, that justifies the bonus or whatever. So even though it breaks VWAP and goes, it's not something that I would ever chase because it would probably fall back into VWAP. And then essentially you want to watch the tape. Is the buyer done? Or is the buyer going to come back, and where is the buyer going to come back? So as a day trader, you want to just make sure that you find the level to play off, you play the level, and then you take the trade. And for myself, obviously I'm a scalper, so I kind of take the trade, I take it off. If this thing could go to 60, it's going without me no matter what. But essentially, like this kind of move back down is a vacuum, right? So it's kind of buy. As soon as the algo turns off a percentage point or deviation away from VWAP, you get the liquidity vacuum down because nobody is stepping in front of that for the bid. And then we fall back. So yeah, I'm probably not going to trade this unless we get back down, which I imagine we don't. But I would keep an eye. I probably will miss it. So if you guys are watching it and recording it or whatever, just make sure that you watch to see the tape. Does the buyer actually come back? Because that's the most important thing. If the buyer doesn't come back, then obviously there's no buyer anymore, and then it kind of just drifts and robots take over. So yeah, just to quickly answer your question on that one, that was based on the 58 level, based on all these other things, and then basically structuring the trade, scalping it out, taking the 59. That happened a lot faster than usual. So yeah, I'm not gonna, it's nice to see that, but it doesn't really happen like that all the time. So thank you for that one. So let's get to PR for that super chat. PR on the New York Exchange. This is down 2.3% today, and I just want to say the first thing I see on the daily is these little bit of wick-off bottoms in and around the 9 level. So sort of having the move up, dipping, and then popping over 10, and then doing it again. So this setup, and this kind of looks like a bottom because we're sort of making the long at 9, bouncing off 9, higher low, then do we get another move back up? But keep in mind that it did move from 12 into that 9 level. I don't know if there's any news on this. Intraday, it's pretty light. 4 million shares traded of a $9 stock is nothing too crazy. I don't imagine that it's going to have a crazy intraday move, but maybe that 9 level is something of interest. And the fact that it's making higher lows could be a signal that it wants to bottom in and around the area that it bottomed before. So yeah, good look on the support level there. I'd say if 9 breaks, then we could go down. Next level down, I would say would be around 850. But yeah, this thing, you always want to zoom out if you're ever questioning. And this is kind of, up move, support, up move. If this is higher low, maybe we get another up move into the top end, which would be 12 there. I'm not going to have a trade on this intraday. It's just not enough volume. Doesn't look like it's moving too much there. So yeah, we'll move on to the next one. Cook. So I'm assuming it's Cook the stock, which is a New York stock. 2 million shares traded, $3 to $4 stock. Is this small cap? Oh, this thing is, I was going to say, if it's small cap, I'll let you handle this one. Up 23% today, now in this very, very defined channel that it's showing. The top being around 380, bottom being 345. I think more notable, should pull up the daily here just to see. This thing sold off into 3, and now you're getting that bounce back to the upside. Not really too sure any news on this, but yeah, we kind of are slowly, so, you're zooming out on this thing. You're saying, okay, where's the real bottom? Like, where's the more significant bottom? It's definitely around 245 there. And 5's always that psychological level that hasn't really been tested since June of last year. And this thing did come down quite a bit. So 250 is that support area that's showing. This potentially is that lower high. The little dip and rip, maybe that's a little bit of a stop out or whatnot. And we're now back into this region of 350 being the support. And maybe it wants to trend back to the upside of 450. Again, not really too sure the news on it. Volume looks kind of light, 2 million shares of $3 stock. If you're ever wondering on a pound-for-pound basis, you can use relative volume. So you look backwards, that's historical volume. You can also use like a notional type volume. So take 2 million shares times $4. That's an $8 million notional of volume traded on the name. It's not really, if you want to compare apples to apples of stocks in and around the same market cap, it's nothing too spectacular to write home around. So yeah, Larry H saying Cook knocked their numbers out of the park. So I guess an earnings trade then. I would look for a day 2 continuation on this name if they did really knock their earnings out of the park. If there is a buyer on this name, If it's really, really good, then maybe you get some day 2 action driving this thing up to the upper echelons of that range being 440. So yeah, I'm probably not going to talk about it again. Nothing for myself to see here, but best of luck if you do trade this one.
All right, I took 199 long, sorry, 199.20 long on Meta. We had that move up right into VWAP. I missed that again. It was the rinse and repeat trade. So we had that rejection. Then we had like a lot of buying coming in at 199. So I punched in at 20s, took some out 60s, 70s, and the last piece out here took out at 80s as we wick through VWAP, but we reject. We're getting a bit of a curling move here on the futures. We just, I think, printed 55 highs, 39.55s. Still not the, you know, the neckline you want to see broken. It's that 58 area. That was kind of like the peak of this lower area, but we're at a 50-period retracement here on the 3-minute chart on the ES March contract. So let's get some continuation. Let's break through 58s, maybe even see 67s. That's where VWAP is at the moment. So nice little move here. I took a micro trade here on the futures, but you know, I didn't hold it for that long. A quick 7-point winner, quick in and out. And yeah, looking for another possible trade. I'm looking at Oxy just pumping to the high side. This is a good inflection point. I know Luca went over this, but I just want to put in my 2 cents. We're at a good, interesting area here. This is yesterday's close, that $59 area. Do we continue here? Do we reject? Let's look at the CL real quick. I'm just going to open a new chart. Where's my chart window? Let's go and check what the oil futures are doing. CL, and then we go down here, not Colgate. We go light sweet crude. Which contract are we at for, which is what month? April? For CL, for crude. I think we made J. I know, it's just for different for me. Is that May? We'll double check the bottom. Okay, we'll check. Here it is, though. This is the 3-minute. We're moving up a little bit. We got a 63.38 bottom. Let me put my crosshairs on. Yeah, moving up quite nicely. It is May. May? Okay, got it. Thanks, Arun. Thanks, guys. All right, let's just bring that in here. Yeah, we're curling real nice here. But you got to look, like more intraday. What's the 15-minute look like? Yeah, I mean, yeah, look, we're down quite a bit, right? Like I saw this morning, gas was cheaper for the first time in a while. Yeah, there we go. So about 74, 65 high, and, you know, 63.38 low for what I see here. And yeah, well, maybe we can retrace possibly into that 68.50. That's yesterday's close. So that'd probably be an interesting area of resistance on this contract. So we'll see. Oxy looks good, though. We'll have to get continuation. One must assume that you get continuation on the CL here to get the same move on Oxy. But this might be an interesting jump here, as you know, if you might propel through this area because of the resistance. But we'll see. We shall see. I'll keep my eye on our friend Oxy. Meta continuing to do that dance with VWAP. We've been hovering around that 199.75, 200-ish area for a while as the futures gets going. But we're going to need to see continuation to kind of keep the ball rolling here on some of these longs. It's been more of a short day for some of these big cappers. Meta down 2.7%, Amazon down 1.85%, Microsoft, one of the only ones that's green, 0.6%, Apple down 0.4%, Tesla down 2.5%, and Google up almost 1%, 0.93%, was up a lot higher at that 102.83 high. We shall see, though. Let's get some continuation possibly. Hertz Scrambler says MTDR. Let's have a look at MTDR. Don't know what that is. MTDR. Matador Resources. Okay, don't know what this is either. Let's look at the daily real quick. Just get an idea of the macro trend. So it's up and to the right. So it's kind of counter market. Breaking down through key levels. If you had to draw this trend line, looks like we might have just broken that. You get a lot of touches. That's a respectable trend line there. This is on the daily 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you get the breakdown here. So it looks like it is possibly a downtrend as it does break through a key level. So with that in mind, let's look further. Let's look at the half an hour. So yeah, definitely the more recent trend going into the end of Feb. We've been down, 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 down. So this has been more short-minded, finding a bit of a bottom the last few days, but that doesn't really mean much at that 43 bottom. Looks like that 43 has held quite well going the past few days. So from an intraday perspective, anything long off that 43 bottom probably would be money until it's not, right? Funny enough how that works. And then 43, it's been range bound the last few days. 45, I want to say 45, 75, 46 to the high side and 43 to the bottom. That's been the range of the last few days. But not much else to discern from this. Don't know anything about the company fundamentally. I'm going to reserve on making any judgments of that. What I'd say is play the range until it doesn't work. 43 long. 43, yeah, you're going long 43, you're going short 45, 50, 46 area, Luca.
Yeah, B-Bot, thank you for the super chat coming through. A couple lunchtime Guinnesses on me.
Okay.
$10 US super chat. I'm not really
bang.
sure how much Guinness is around you. $10 over here. It's like $11 at the bar, Canadian.
Oof, I don't have Guinness. I have no idea. Really, eh?
It's yeah. You know what? I just think this inflation. As long as Guinness stays cheap and MGDs and all the other beers that I like,
people will be happy.
Then I might be able to do okay. But nevertheless, thank you so much. Always appreciated. I just wanted to shout you up for that one. Yeah. So I'm looking at Amazon right now. And not really super convicted on this one, but I'm wondering if we can dip back into that 98 in and around where the 50 period is, and do we do a little bit of a dip and then pop back up? I kind of like the range that it's setting in. Again, it is down 1.8% today, and yesterday with the rest of the market had the nice up move. Today, not so much a sell-off, but a pullback. If we close at like 96, which is like down here, if we get there, then yeah, okay, that is like a up, a down, and then yeah, maybe we want to actually go back down to 90. But it doesn't really matter too much for my trade because I'm definitely going for scalps here. So I'm wondering if we can, and this is basically what I see, so I want to just zoom into this. We have like the sort of little bit of an up move, and now it's doing like this like sideways, sideways, sideways action. So I'm wondering, can I get a fill here for a quick pop? So this will be like a super scalp trade for myself if I can get it. The same way how this candle went down and then went back up. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I just kind of think that this could easily get to the 40s. So if I can get a fill here for like one of those quick little pops, it's not really, in my opinion, something that's a crazy good idea. So I'm gonna size way down on it. If it works, great. If it doesn't, I don't get destroyed. I want to go to Bank of America as well very quickly and just kind of recalibrate my brain on where this name is, because yeah, the bank names have been really, really good when they do a lot of volume. I had really good trades in and around that day, March 13th, 14th. I think this level is interesting. 27, what is that, 2740? Yeah, 2740 was the low of March 15th, and we can't even get there today, right? So anytime that we have a big sell-off on anything, and then we go sideways and we chop around, I really do like the kind of playing the range, but looking at the wicks. So yeah, this is the. I just want to like be very careful where I draw this line here. Right there. Okay, yeah, perfectly. So that is 2780 into 2750, which is the area that it's in right now. So I feel like buy as close to the bottom, for myself at least, to the bottom of this as possible for a move up. Maybe this kind of shows me a little bit of a bottom, the fact that we dipped and then quickly popped back from that level and then held this area. So yeah, it is down 3.5%, struggling to break VWAP. I don't think it's going to exactly explode through VWAP. Maybe I might try a short over 28 if we can get that, for like a move over 28 short and just kind of playing off of a general vicinity of like 28.10 to 28.20. I just don't think this can go straight up without kind of coming back down. So if we get a pop on this one, I might try a short here in and around the 28 level, but not so much at 28, but higher than 28 for a scalp trade. So it's like a VWAP rejection idea. I'll be light size on that one as well because I'm not super convicted with this. Just kind of, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But yeah, maybe this area wants to hold. If we dip back, it'll be scalps long over here and shorts up over here. Playing, 10-cent risk going for 10, 20 cents. So 1-to-1, 2-to-1. But less conviction for myself, so not really too concerned with that. Tesla rejected 180, which I think is notable. 180 to 183 again is the range. So yeah, that 180, I know Sharif was mentioning that one just before he passed it on to me. But look at that wick up, man. This thing, it looks like it's going up, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, it pops, breaks the 180 level, quickly drops, and then that's your kind of quick reversal signal back down. Okay, so we are long here, Amazon on this little bit of a dip. Let's just see if it wants to keep on dipping here. I might just off the position. But again, just because I am light on the position, I have room to add to it. But the real question is, do I feel that I should be adding to it, or should I just kind of off this position? So I feel like if we get back up, I'm going to like sell it right away. But if we keep going down, I might. Really depends how the next few minutes kind of play itself out. So if this thing does hold, if this is the low, this is like a break of 98 and pop, then yeah, easily we get back up there. But if we keep going lower, yeah, I don't think I'm going to add to this. So yeah, maybe just to take a paper cut loss or take a little bit of a win if it wants to pay me there, but not really too concerned with it. AMD off that 97 again. Yeah, this thing is, the range is really tightening up right now. I'm kind of doing that the wrong way. Yeah, the range is really tightening up right now, but notice the wick off bottoms. That's kind of the most notable thing for myself. It's not really too substantial, but the fact that we're sort of every single time it's a higher low. Higher low, higher low, higher low. So again, nothing too spectacular, and this is the 1 minute, so it looks really choppy. But if I zoom out on the 5, it's kind of making those kind of higher lows and then getting to 97, rejecting the VWAP, and then back down. So it's not something that I would trade in the middle of this range right now. I kind of really want to wait to see, do we get to 96 or do we break VWAP on that one? So I'll just be chilling with it. We'll see where it wants to go. Yeah, Amazon's actually moving back up here. So let's see if this thing can actually get up to the quarter mark. I think it can. It probably wants to get to the 98.50 if it actually gets there, but I'll take my little bit of a win for that one. Hearst Scrambler, thank you for the $5 super chat. Enough for a shorty. Yeah, we don't have like, you know the way in Europe, you go there, you get the caña, or in Spain. Anybody from Spain, I've been to Spain, and they're like, oh, the cañas, the little beers. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know how it's said, though, yeah.
I think it's cañas, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody from Spain, let me know
Let
if
us
I'm
know.
correct on that. Me and my brother, when we were there in Barcelona, we were just sitting on the side of the road, crushing them.
Oh, I
€1
love them.
at 100 Montaditos.
I love it. €1, yes.
We went to 100 Montaditos. It was like €1, €2 sandwiches, little sandwiches, and they would serve beers, and they would be like, I'm sure it's all over Europe. But yeah, Jose, you know what I'm talking about. And yeah, it was like €1, $1.50 little beers. And we're just sitting outside on the side of the road, and we're like, okay, let's just stack as many cups on this table as possible. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. I can't wait to go back to Europe, man. I really miss it.
Good times.
Yeah, good times over there. I don't know after inflation if it's the same price.
Wow.
Last time I was there, it was €1.
Well,
maybe now it's like €3. I don't know.
The US dollar was on par with the euro there for a while. I don't know what it was with the Canadian. I just want to mention 2 trades here that I didn't take, something that I'm trying to improve on, and one thing that I will be adding are alerts for the for the yesterday's close on these big cappers. So just to repeat that, kind of long-winded, I'm going to put alerts at yesterday, the previous day's close, for these big cappers, these 6. So that will be part of my morning routine every day. I will put an alert despite how far away it is. There was an absolutely amazing trade to be had here, both on Microsoft and on Google. They were both yesterday close retracement, previous day close retracement. 276, 15, 16, whatever, 18, that area was yesterday's close. Look at that move up by Microsoft all the way down to that area, 276.32, and then a move right back up, 278.42, a $2, 10-cent move. Predictable, repeatable trade, especially, going with something that is stronger on the day. You're more likely to get that bounce off the previous day's close than something that's really red on the day, right? Likewise with Google, look at this. This is the close, 132. That's from yesterday. Look at the move down from the high of day all the way down right to that level, 132, and boom, boom, all the way up, 101.52, giving you $1, like 10 move. This is a good trade. I'm going to be looking for these every day. I'm putting alerts on the previous day's close so that I know exactly when they're there and I can make a decision one way or another. I'm not necessarily forced to take it. Joseph Chamara says AMD had some awesome repeatable trades in the last few hours. Absolutely. AMD is that one that Sean took long today off yesterday's close that basically works with exactly what I'm talking about. Let me bring it in and show you. Here it is. AMD zigzagging, looks like not discernible trend, right? Like, oh my God, it's so risky. Well, have a look. The 9:30 bell takes you right into yesterday's close, bounces right back up. In case you didn't get it the first time on that 96.60, it gave you a second opportunity. Right back into that. Obviously, it breaks lower. You have to account for the volatility, especially in the earlier part of the day, and the fact that it's a big capper. It's not going to respect that level to the T. Oftentimes it doesn't. Sometimes maybe it does. I would say that's the exception, not the rule. So again, you get that 98.60. He took that long, and look at it. You got $2. How many did you get? 96.60 on the first occasion, went up to 98.74. You got $2 plus. On this occasion, you got just a little less than $2. On this occasion, broke down. But you got two opportunities off the previous day's close. I'm going to put alerts for those every day from now on until they stop working. But lately, they've been working, so I want to ride that chip. So that is what I'm talking about. There's someone asking, am I still in Meta? No, I'm not in Meta. My position board shows I'm out. I was long Meta earlier, and then I got long again. Both very profitable trades. Every single one has been profitable.
Oh, baby.
What's going on there, Luca?
Yeah, so Amazon added a little bit more. I was waiting for this move, right? So essentially getting the first position, right? Waiting to see, is this actually going to work? I don't know. Maybe I'll add to it. Maybe I won't. Then we actually flush and then pop. So for myself, I go, okay, maybe this is the 50-period low. And what I was noticing right here on the tape, and this again, guys, you want to record your screen. You want to watch. I'm just throwing an offer in case we keep popping here. Yeah, you want to record your screen. You want to watch this. So what I'm seeing here in this couple of minutes is a lot of selling coming through, and a lot of that 98.03 absorbing the selling. So in the dark pool, absorbing the selling. So it's the dip, the rip. This is the tell that maybe the level is good. So the first ad is nothing, right? You don't want to just be anticipating and kind of getting in with too much size. You want it to show you that it's actually going to be good. And then it kind of dips, pops back. It shows you that the bid is strong and the offer is like the weak side. And basically what that means is you're seeing like thousands and thousands of shares sell into a level and it's not really going anywhere. And then as soon as that same amount of shares or less of those shares buy, it like whips it in the other direction. So as soon as you sort of identify that, this was the ad. That's why I added, and I did try to add a little bit more, but I couldn't get. I just kind of bid like 5s, 4s, 3s, 2s, 1s, like bid all the way to see if it wants to quickly get that fill, but only got one of them. So I mean, it is what it is. And then basically getting 19s and I think that was 27s. And essentially playing off of, because it's a scalp trade, because I'm like less convicted, that's kind of going into the trade. Even if this goes all the way up, I'm not really too concerned. And I think that we could actually get to 50s. So for myself, my job, at least I think my job, is to capture 20% of the move. So I think the move could be to the 50s, and then I don't really know. And so if I can get like 98s to like average out for like 20s, that's basically 50% of the move that I think. I imagine that this is the top end of that sort of sideways range. This was kind of the top move, then down, sideways, dip, rip, back up, maybe get the 50s there. So yeah, I'm happy with kind of the way that I traded it. I did have less conviction, so yeah, I didn't really expect it to do 3 big candles in a row, but it's no big deal because I take 25 cents. If it turns around right now and then dips back into the 10s, I'll try a reload again with the same idea. But yeah, not too bad on that one. So that's kind of the way that I looked at it, the way that I traded it. Middle of the day, playing off the 98 level, waiting for confirmation, getting the confirmation, trying to get the ad, only getting one of them, and then essentially taking 19s, 27s for basically a quarter win on that. So yeah, nothing to write home about, but yeah, nice little win nevertheless. Bank of America is inching towards that 28. So with this one, I wanted to like actually get over VWAP, and I think we could go like 5s, 7s, 8s, and then back down. I've seen it before. So that's what I'm looking for. So if I can get the fill here and it could turn back around and go back down through 28s, that's basically the exact trade that I'm looking for. I might take a few fills on that just because I'm not too sure how high we pop. But if we go like straight to 20s, I'm just going to be out of that trade because I think that'll be a little bit of a signal that, yeah, maybe the bottom is in, or not bottom, but maybe it wants to go back above VWAP and actually make a way, make its way to like 40s and 50s. So yeah, I'm not really going to scale into it like that. I'm looking for something very specific. Let it pop to 28s. Is there stops there? Does it pop and drop? Can I get that fill and go back down? That's what I'm looking for there. But again, even with this one, a little bit less size just because not really doing too much. Nothing really exciting going on, so I don't know if it's going to go up or down. So for those reasons, yeah, less.
For those reasons, I'm out.
For those reasons, less size.
I know.
Yeah.
That's the time. Like that's the only time I hear those words put together. Usually when I'm watching Shark Tank. And for those reasons,
I'm not taking the trade.
I know, right? You got to explain it to the people.
Yeah, Luis Crespo in the chat saying, "Do you guys know Portugal? Do you know Portugal, guys? Guys,
No.
we're not. We don't live under a rock,
Hi.
over here, right? I've never been to Portugal.
Neither have I.
But one of the traders in the back goes to Portugal
All
all the
the
time
time,
because it's
bro.
so cheap. And I think I was telling this on the show. He would much rather go to
Where
Portugal.
is he?
He's probably in Portugal.
I
He's probably in
haven't seen
Portugal
him
on the beach right
Wasn't
now.
he just away? And he's like, oh, I drank so much.
Yeah,
this and
he's
that.
living the life.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's living the life over
Yeah,
there.
yeah, he is. Good, shout out to him, man. Yeah, he knows how to live in a Villa Loca. All right, guys, we're long the futures. 39.50 is where I'm long. We're printing 56s now, 57s. Here we go. I'm long. I want to hold long this future trade until VWAP. 66s is where I'm seeing moving real well here on these futures. Sadly, I didn't really stack up the contracts. You know, it's we're in a smaller position here, but it's okay. Looking for that 66 retracement possibly. I want to see a VWAP retracement. We've now gone through the 50 period on the 3-minute. We were stacking up at the 50 period for a while. We've now broken through that after, trapping the bulls short. So now here we go. We're continuing to print higher highs, 58.25. Here we go. It's pumping to the high side. Very happy with this futures trade. I wanted to take Meta long as well. 61. Let's go. Let's keep moving to the top there, baby. We're looking for 66s. We can get 60. There it is, baby. We're out at 64s. Love this trade. This is exactly what I was looking for. VWAP retracement. There it is. Anyway. Yeah. Very happy with this one. I'm out. Nice 14-point mover on the futures there, getting 50s and out 64s. Very happy with that. Thank you for that, Sean. Meta's pumping to the high side, guys. Now, this could be another rinse and repeat short. All right. We broke VWAP on the previous occasion, and then we quadunked right back down, right? So it's happened on a number of occasions. Look at this over here. We do have a break of the VWAP. Oh, come on, get together. VWAP trade there. We come back into lows. It's very range bound. It's a VWAP rejection on the top and a 198 hold. VWAP rejection, 198 hold. How many times do we test VWAP though before it breaks to the high side? And why does someone keep calling me when I'm working? When I'm 200, here it is. Meta's pumping. People asking if there's news. I don't know. I'm sitting here with you guys. I'm looking at the price action. My assumption is this is normal intraday moves. We retrace right into VWAP on the futures. I'm pumped about this move, Luca. Look at this guy printing.
Well, no. I'm actually just starting my position here.
My bad.
Bank of America. So basically getting the pop, getting myself into it, watching the level here. And again, I'm going for like the over back under. If we keep going to the north side on it, then, I'll be out of the trade. So yeah, I just kind of like add, and I'm watching it and I'm like, hey, let me just add a little bit more here. It feels like it's kind of having trouble sustaining the move, right? So again, within my expectations, that's why I'm sort of adding to this. Now let's see if we get back into the 28 level to manage that for some kind of dip belows. And yeah, this is, again, with Bank of America, I'm going for scalp trades. That was sort of a part of the plan. Market getting a little bit of an up move there, pushing into VWAP. So yeah, nice move there. Yeah, I was watching Meta too. Congratulations. I don't know if you're long or whatever.
I didn't take Meta long. I took the futures instead. But yeah,
Okay,
Meta
nice.
made a move too.
Yeah, nice. The
This
200
might be a
level,
rejection though, Luca. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, the thing is the 200 level has like Meta moved very quickly, right? So where's my daily chart just to kind of bring this up here? Yeah, here we are.
Shout out Adam.
This Meta had like a very, very strong up move, and yesterday I was like, okay, are we going through 200 in the morning? And we didn't. We ended up going in the afternoon. But yeah, now sort of below the 200 and sort of having trouble with it. You got the VWAP there, so it's kind of rejected the first time, rejected the second time. getting there and yeah, kind of falling off right now. So this is sort of the, it looks like we break out, but if we don't, a lot of people that are chasing or playing the breakout, maybe people are taking 200 long or even putting a stop order to go long above the high. Well, I mean, you know, this type of market, look at this, man, the high being 200.06, 07, and it actually goes 200.09. So it runs those stops, not by much, and yeah, just kind of right back down. So I would say, yeah, respect the levels, right? Like to break 200 and go, it probably would have been much higher than today, right? So, yeah, but nice low move there. So yeah, getting the first fill down there on BAC. Now basically waiting to see, do we actually break 28? I bet it'll bounce a little bit, but yeah, I don't want to see it. At this point now, I do not want to see this go above 28.12. If we do go above 28.12, it's not something that I'm going to finesse or get into a little bit more. I actually want to see a break of 28 and a flush back down into this support zone, short-term support zone of like 27.90. So yeah, now it's basically trade management. So let's see if we can get as close to 27.90 for the out on that one. Yeah, so taking the first fill, essentially 28s. Let's do 27.95-ish and then 27.90-ish for those final fills on this one. And I'll be fully out of that trade if that does come to fruition. Not too bad. Yeah, as fast as we go up, we go back down. So yeah, pretty good. Oh man, if that was real, oh baby, I would have got the fills though because I'm sitting on the bid. But yeah, that was a dark pool. Do not be alarmed by that print down over there. But yeah, for whatever reason, 27. See, that's weird because we didn't actually print there. So that's the real low of BAC is 27.47, and this wick, which I assume is a dark pool wick, is 27.25. So there's going to be a lot of algos in times of uncertainty that are searching for liquidity. So they might be pinging multiple dark pools to see where is like size sitting in all these dark pools. They're trying to calibrate in a worst case scenario, where's the areas that I can hit. So I want to know that ahead of time. So this might actually be a live ping for one share where an algo is like searching. I saw this on Meta yesterday at 210.27. And yeah, we're seeing this on Bank of America down below at 27.25 there. So yeah, I guess something to know. I mean, you don't really do anything with that information, but it's pretty obvious. Like 27.25, you're always gonna probably find liquidity at quarters, 50 cents, even dollars, and then everything in between is just gonna be give or take random there. So yeah, that's I mean, it just happened, so I figured I'll talk about it. But yeah, nothing really. In my opinion, that doesn't really tell me much, or it's not really information for me to do anything with. So yeah, moving on from that one. NVIDIA inching back to that 260 over VWAP and reject, looking very similar to Meta on that one. Yeah, Meta that 200 short. I wasn't going to take it, but looking back, I'm just like, I should have took that for a scalp. Yeah, nothing. Nothing there. Somebody saying this market makes no sense. Well, yeah, the market is not meant to make sense, honestly. The market is just, you know, it has a purpose. It's for people to come together and exchange shit. It depends what market it is, but to trade, right? The market is meant for people to trade in. If you're trying to understand a market, I'll tell you right now, just you know, like build a strategy that you think you can repeat and, you know, run it 100,000 times and, you know your numbers and go from there. Don't try to make sense of something that is not meant to be understood. Okay, yeah, Amazon all the way up, breaking that high. So I guess I'm selling myself short on that one. You know, taking here. I mean, this thing went as high as like 75. So yeah, maybe I should have held on to that one. But again, product of the low C word, no cojones on that one. So, or I should say, low conviction. You could use it interchangeably, I think. So.
Yeah,
oh my God! You could use it interchangeably, so yeah, a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I think Google, if we do get back to 100, probably not at this point, but maybe that was that kind of chance to get long after the move up. That was a little bit of a indecision morning star, I guess you could say, or not really, but somewhat of a morning star over here, dipping as low as 131. I think we saw this at around 70s, and I was like, yeah, maybe it gets to 100, but no, just drifting back to VWAP, pop, and yeah, now going towards high day on that one. I think Google actually has, I mean, these are like 1, 2, 3, 4 green days in a row. Where is it going to slow down is my kind of question. Maybe after today. Yeah, maybe after today. Quad witching, you're getting that kind of trendiness into whatever level. And then, yeah, maybe you get a red day on Monday, or maybe not, yeah, BAC, so just to kind of highlight this one, getting the second fill here on that little bit of a dip. And now basically waiting. I think we probably turn back up here. So now that I'm watching, I'm just going to punch out of the rest. So I'll take that. I'll take the rest of that win there. I think, yeah, maybe you could get 91s or 92s, but at the same time, we could easily like go back to like 28, like 05s, and then it's just like I'll be like, I should have just taken that. So yeah, I'll just take the little bit of a win on that one. Pretty good. And yeah, AMD actually through 97 and now getting a little bit of a VWAP hold. So I wonder if we do sideways next leg up. This one is, I don't like these kind of breakthrough VWAP, hold, and then up. I feel like that's more of a difficult trade for myself because, yeah, we could flush and the room to the downside is quite a bit there. So this is like, in the sense, diddling in the middle. But if you have a high conviction on it, maybe could be good. I would say if you're looking at the VWAP long, if some sort of algo is show, or you're kind of looking at the tape, you're saying, yeah, no, I think we could actually pot. Like for myself, it'll definitely be a scalp trade. If I take this long, I'll be looking for like a dip, a reclaim, and then a move back to the 40s. Because kind of my bias on AMD is that we actually want to go to 98 at some point. So yeah, I might try that here to see if I can get that fill. But it's going to be very, very light the first entry. And then I'm going to basically watch 97. If we do break 97 and 96, like 85, yeah, this thesis is like super invalid. So yeah, maybe we go up right now and I actually miss my chance there. So yeah, I'll just put this one on ice. If I get the fill, I get it. If I don't, I'm not really too worried. It'll be light initially, and then I'll kind of watch it, work with it, and maybe add to it a little bit more.
Alrighty, this rinse and repeat on Meta 200 has just been absolute money. Yeah, you can tell who's in this trade. Sean smashing the bag button. He's been rinsing and repeating on that all day, guys. Yeah, look at how many times it's going to reject off there. It's really like if it wasn't VWAP, it's been 200. It really hasn't been. It's been one or the other. One or the other. It's just I'm a songbird, bro. What can I say? I'm always singing. It always reminds me of like certain things. So 200 rejection. But here's the thing, guys. We're seeing consecutively higher lows on this meta name unless we can break that 198.50. So are we coiling up here? Because we just made a VWAP retracement on the futures. Yes, we rejected off it immediately. We touched, I believe, where did we get up there? 65, 66. Immediately went right back down into 55, 56. But is this another level up from where we were? Because we were trending in between 35 and 45 for a while, 35 to 50. Now we're kind of like 50 to 65. So are we moving up here? That's kind of what I'm looking for. If not, if it's a rejection, it's a rejection. We don't take the trade. We don't put any risk on. So that's kind of what I'm keeping my eye on here. I don't have much else to look for. Someone wanted me to have a look at XBEV. Cactus, good friend of the shows and an active member in the chat. Shout out to Cactus. Wants me to look at XBEV. This was a bewildering one, to be honest with you, because it was an earnings loser. They just can't seem to get their ducks in a row. They're having production issues, margin issues, revenue, EPS misses across the board. I guess the saving grace was that they were up I think 23% year over year in the amount of cars produced. So at least they're growing, I guess, if you want to look for something. Anyway, the reason I'm saying it's been a bewildering one is because it opened higher, right? And it's up 8.75% on the day. And it was up a lot higher than that. It got up to 950, 949 exactly is the high of day before rejecting. And then it looks like it was brewing for a bull flag here, You had that kind of shape starting to brew. It makes a VWAP retracement, breaks VWAP. And in fact, it uses VWAP as a level of resistance to the high side. And it's been kind of doing the dance with the 50 period in VWAP here on my 3-minute chart for the better part of, 10:45 till now. 2 hours or so. The volume really dropping off. It's really hugging VWAP, holding that $9 level. This could be a possible retracement to the high side. If you're going to get into this, Cactus, my suggestion would be get out below that 50 period on the 3-minute chart. On my chart, currently, that's at 897, 896 out. So if you were to punch in right here where we're currently at, 907, 906, you get the fill. Give yourself at least 10 to 11 pennies worth of room. The possible upside is good. If we get that 949 retest, I don't know. These Chinese ADRs, they tend to be quite tricky in how they trade. A lot of their volume sometimes is done in the pre-market, and a lot of like the move, Yeah, because it's like of the time difference between here and there. You know, their traders finish up the Hong Kong session at a certain time. Then, you know, the 4 a.m. opens here. You know, they switch to that. There's a whole bunch of ADRs that trade in North American markets, including the OTC exchanges. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. And yeah, so, you know, a lot of these ones, they make their move earlier in the day, not so much later. You know, just a tidbit of information. We saw this data point come out in January that more money had flown into Chinese ADRs in January than had been the case since 2018. I don't know if that continued. The price action, looking at some of these ADRs, probably suggested hasn't, because we really haven't been seeing too much price action on these ADRs lately. Let's pull up the king of the ADRs here, Baba. Let's pull up that daily. Where we got? Yeah, I mean, have a look at that daily on Baba. It's been poopy scoopy since January, right? We got up to that 120, and that's when I was telling you a lot of the money was flowing into the ADRs. Look, pumping from that 85 going up to 120, but then it's been like down, 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 down. Something tells me that has to do with the worsening political landscape between, you know, China and the West, and there's a whole bunch of stuff we don't get into on the show that's happening politically. That's probably, you know, the cause for some of this sell-off into the ADRs. We shall see, obviously, not to mention the TikTok tailwind that we always talk about. Anyway, so that's all I've got for now. I don't have anything on. Philip wants me to look at JMac. I used to have a boy called JMac. Shout out to John Mark. Let's look at JMac over here. JMAC. That is Max Pro Capital Acquisition, just so that I know. Up 52. How come this is not showing up on my watches? Oh, because the volume's absolute poopy. I filter by volume, guys. I won't allow low volume names to show up and pollute my scanner. The volume on this punk is 171,000. What am I going to do with 171,000 shares for a $15 name? I mean, that's just, you can't trade these, right? Not me anyway. Anyway, it's setting up nice. Sure, there's a good chart pattern brewing here on the 3-minute, but I'm willing to bet, without even looking at the level 2, that it's absolutely not tradable from an intraday perspective. Yes, as I look here, the spread is already 20 pennies, and I'm willing to bet it probably widens more than that at times. 15.75 the high, 9.95, probably 10 the low. Let's look at the daily chart on this bad boy. It probably has a catalyst that I don't even know. Wow, look at this. Oh, this is obviously a SPAC. That goes without saying, based on the fact that the price action is hugging that $10 range for like the longest time. Yeah, it's hugging 10 for a bunch here. So 99%. This is a SPAC. Let me have a look. Max Pro Capital, formerly Jaden Mountain, is a blank check company. That's what I thought. It is a SPAC. For the purpose of effecting a merger, I don't know what the news is on this. Let's see here. Am I seeing anything? Am I seeing anything? No, I'm seeing only Max Pro Capital Acquisition. We're in definitive. No. Announces deadline extension for what? Here it is. Deadline extension to complete initial business combination. So it looks like, do SPACs have to close within a certain amount of time? They do, yeah. So SPACs have to close. Or they go back to 10 and everybody gets their money back, right? Yeah, okay, so SPACs have to close within a certain amount of time. It looks like these guys got an extension, and as a result, they're pumping up. I mean, I don't think 1578 is worth it, obviously, because we don't even know what it's gonna be. It's just all speculation at this point, whether they end up combining and de-SPACing or not. But yeah, go for it. I won't be participating in that trade, and we'll continue to watch for some of these big cappers. Okay, so yeah, so Meta is at very important inflection point here. Let's pull up the Meta chart because it's worth looking at. We have it up on here, but I want to bring in this one because we're going to look at the 3-minute chart. Here we go again. How many times are we going to go back to these levels again, right? Okay, so I'll tell you offhand. Here it comes. I'm putting a long at 198. I want to replay this level. I don't think we've given up the ghost on the futures. Let's go full position. Well, no, we'll take a half position. That's kind of reckless on my part. We'll go 198. I'm going to sit at 15s. I don't know. I'm just guessing a level here. I don't want to give it to 198 because I might not make it down there. I'm going to sit at 15s. If it comes back into that 198 level, I want all the smoke there. And we may want to ride it back, at least the VWAP, which is on my chart here, a little bit below 199.75. And maybe, who knows, maybe we'll even see 200 on this bad boy. But it'll have to fill me first. And right now, it's about what? Like 40 pennies higher than where I want to get filled. So we shall see. The future is rejected decisively. The VWAP area, that's where my out was on the futures. It's a decisive rejection, but it's not a newer low. Like, look at this, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, right? So we really haven't changed the kind of micro uptrend that we have. So we could get another test easily of that 66 or 67. Maybe that coincides with the meta balance that I'm so craving to have here at 198. But for the moment, it's going without me. What's up, Luca?
Yeah, so somebody's saying SBR, but I was looking at this thing and I'm like, I don't know if I'm missing something. I mean, this thing had a down move, but it's not really doing anything. It's like 30,000 shares traded. You want to do this? Or we'll do that after. We'll do that after.
I'm going to go put it in the fridge because it's getting warm.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you want to have it.
But it's better. It's supposedly better.
How cold or was it if you want cold?
But supposedly it's supposed to be, it's better as per Greg. It's a little better. And somebody in the chat was like, oh yeah, these guys, let me know. Is this supposed to be like ice cold? Because you know
how they drink their
beers.
beer across the pond.
Yeah, not
tepid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we just keep it as is and we give it a try there. So
So
yeah,
you
we'll
want
do
us-
that
you want us to spur or
in just a little bit. Callie Carr saying no audio. Yeah, sure, I'll take a short. Thank you. Somebody saying Greg is a liar. Well, you know, it's everybody likes what they like, I think. But yeah, anyways, guys, and someone saying cold. See, for me, it should be cold. Like ice cold is the better way to go about it. But anyways, guys, yeah, SBR is nothing here. Like I don't know if I'm missing something, but it's pretty. Yeah, it's not really. It's like 30,000 shares traded is nothing. Nothing too crazy on that one. So yeah, guys, my AMD trade, I was sort of going for like the little bit of a dip and rip action, but we didn't actually get that. This was the little bit, so like little ads, kind of taking some out, getting the flush. And again, what I was looking for was like the dip, rip. And so getting the fills, and then we didn't really get the pop. So I'm like, okay, like I know my out is if we keep going down, but I'll try like a little bit more. So yeah, taking an L on this one, just didn't work out. So it is what it is, but no big deal on that one. I'm gonna put this one back on ice in case we come back to the 96 level or up top 98. Yeah, that one just didn't work out. I mean, at this point now, if we do go back up, it's not something that I really wanted to hold on to anyways. Let me look at Microsoft right now because I didn't look at this today. I know it was over 280, and this thing, yeah, what 280? I mean, this thing like extra strong going to the upside here. This is the daily, and I think sort of at the top end of the channel on the daily. Give or take, that top end would be, I guess, would be closer to 285. But yeah, kind of higher low on the daily, running back, breaking the kind of upper end there, being around like 278. And yeah, running, but yeah, I'm not really too sure. I would watch this level for sure though, intraday. This low area is pretty interesting. The fact that we bounced and then kind of starting to drift up. I don't know if we get back there, but anytime you kind of see pre-market lows and then you see the name strong on the day, and for whatever reason, if it comes back down and if it's still up, meaning up from yesterday's close, so in this case it is up 1%, I would say watch that pre-market low for a potential bounce area. Anybody that's in a short on the name intraday is definitely eyeing the pre-market low region, especially if you're taking like a range trade and you're saying like, let me scale into this short up over here, breaks the 50 period, where's target? I'd say best target would be a pre-market low, unless you have some type of level below or if it's like a significant rejection off the top there. In this case, not really. So yeah, that low below 277 is kind of interesting. So I'd watch 277 to 276 on that one. Yeah, we are kind of far away. I don't think we get back there. I'm not going to have a bid out, but yeah, I'll be watching that just on a back burner to see where that one wants to go. Somebody's saying, how much is the stop loss you keep on Meta when scalping? So it's always actually going to be different. You're never going to have a cookie cutter one size fits all. But let's say, let's use an example of a 198 here. So you map the low, that's 197.91. You map the 198 level. It bounced the first time, it bounced the second time. We're now sort of getting into that 198. So you could look at this both ways. You could look at it as, okay, it worked, the long worked the first time, it worked the second time. I'm going to take it the third time because that's my strategy, because I like the 198. I'm kind of convicted in the name. I think the long is good. It had a nice up move. This is really just a dip buy, not a reversal back down. There are no aggressive sellers at the level. And so for all things considered, I'm going to go long 98 and then cover 99s and up into the 200. 200 is obviously facing struggling to get above 200 there. But the other kind of scenario you could take on this thing is it's down 3%. It's sort of tested once, twice, rejected 200, 1, 2, 3 times the charm. Now we're actually going to break 198 and go lower. So, I mean, regardless how you look at it or what your bias is, it doesn't really matter. If you're playing a level, I would say the most important, and again, this is more important in the beginning of the day as opposed to in the afternoon, but you definitely want to know where the low is. Because you got to imagine there are people that are probably playing the long that use that low up for a stop out. So that's 197.91. If I was taking this trade, which I probably won't take this trade, but if you want that like kind of fill and then pop, it shouldn't break 197.91. If it does, it's either a product of lack of liquidity, low volume, middle of the day, and so the long could be good. And so what they'll do is they'll break that level if stops are there, trigger the stops, absorb the shares, pop it back up, and then we go back to the upside. So the same way how they did that above 200. So the high before was 200.06, and the short was going to be good. They couldn't get it above last time, and we kind of went down. They got it above this time, triggered that, took the shares, and then we're back lower. So obviously the short is good. We're now going back down. Do they do that exact same thing down below over there? Thank you so much for the espresso.
Problem.
And so yeah, that's what I would watch. I know a lot of people say you need to trade with stops, but it really does. You got to put the stop in the right spot. The stop has to be in the right spot if you're going to trade with stops, and then that'll protect you. It's it's an automated order. You're obviously sitting back watching your trade. The stop is in the right spot. If your stop triggers, you're wrong. But if you put the stop at like 197.90 and you're playing like a 198 bounce, you're not necessarily going to be wrong at like 12:55 in the afternoon. In fact, you're actually setting yourself up to lose when like a guaranteed loss, in my opinion, just because it's just so it's meta. It's the middle of the day. Like I mean, these robots, they take candy from babies. That's how easy it is. So I would just say, even though it's showing you that this is the support at 12:50, if we actually get 198, it could easily break that low and then pop back up. So, I don't have a really convicted trade on Meta, so I'm not looking at Meta saying to myself like I love that 198. Every trader's a little bit different. I don't really know where the out is, but I would imagine, and every stock has a different personality as well.
The out's at VWAP or 200. It's been a rinse and repeat. Look at this.
Well, I'm saying I'm giving an example of the long because somebody was asking on
the
Meta.
Long, you're long 198. You're out 199.75 or 200. Oh, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, I would give it like below 198 by 10, 15 pennies.
Yeah,
maybe a little day.
And this is the example that I'm giving. Like in the afternoon, it's very easy if this triggers 198 to go below the low, but you're not necessarily incorrect.
You're not wrong. I see. Okay.
So there's multiple ways that you could structure that idea. You just have to think outside the box. But I would say if you're saying like, oh, I want to put a stop, like for me, it's always 1 point. So like if you think 198 is going to be a long into 199 or 200, like you need to probably risk off 197. So it's like risk $1 to make $2, 2 to 1. So that's technically like if you're going to be wrong if this thing gets to 197, like you're definitely wrong. And you don't necessarily always need to have it at 1 point, but I would say 1 point on every stock, large cap. That's your risk. Like that's your variable discretionary risk, give or take. Like if it goes 1 point against you, you're wrong. You're most likely going for 1, 2 points, 1 to 1, 2 to 1. If you want to finesse it, just understand the games that are played, and you could easily get stopped out without necessarily being incorrect on your thesis.
All right, I got into a quarter position here because I feel like it may go without me because we came to a critical point on the futures, that 47 level that I had earmarked from a couple of days ago. We kind of did a reversal hammer candle at it at the moment. So I got long Meta 41s. We're at 57s, 58s now. Sadly, it's only a quarter position. This was the big boy position down here that we had at 50. It's kind of a random number to have, but I got into the quarter position because I didn't want to miss out on the move. And I said to myself, okay, so get into a smaller position. In case it retraces, then you get into your full position. You're in 1 1/4 position. You're not in a full position at the higher level, and then you get into a quarter position on the lower level. That's kind of counterintuitive. So obviously the drawback to that is if it goes, you're only in a quarter position. And that's kind of that's the situation I'm in now because it looks like it's moving to the higher side.
Okay, so just very quickly,
of course.
Greg coming in hot with, I don't know if he's sitting at his desk over there.
He is. I was just talking to him.
Greg coming in hot with information. So Pilsner and Pale Ale lagers. A playful Pilsner, like a steam whistle, are ideally served at temperatures between 3 to 4 degrees Celsius. medium loggers at a temperature of 8 degrees, and light loggers at a temperature of 0 to 4 degrees Celsius.
Interesting.
So essentially slightly warmer than average fridge temperature.
Okay.
Most experts would recommend that an ideal temperature is around 35 to 38 Fahrenheit. So 1 to 3 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
So yeah, so I mean, it's funny. Hey, Alpaca's saying, "Hey, Greg, give it a rest. Give it a rest."
Yeah, around that. Yeah.
You know what? I'm just excited to drink beer, man. I love beer.
I was asking like you coming out after.
Taya, I don't know if I mentioned your name correctly. We do both. We talk stocks. We talk beer. We talk lifestyle. We do it all. We do it all. In this particular instance, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, things tend to slow down. I don't necessarily see anything crazy besides I think the 98 level on Meta is interesting.
Yeah.
I think the 96 level on AMD is interesting. If we get there, I was mentioning the Oxy trade that I had from before. That one was, I think, still valid. You know, it's still a level of interest, 58 being that level. Just keep in mind that oil closes at 2, right? So, you know, this is obviously going to move with oil, and then, you know, it's going to drift around. Not really, you know, oil's not really moving. I think it closes for 2 hours, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I don't trade oil, so don't quote me on that one. But yeah, that 58 level is interesting, and note this level as well, the 58.30, because it bounce, dip, rip, and then maybe we bounce. So it could be scalpable in and around this area. I would say new resistance is the 58.60 to 70, and support is 58.30 into the low of days, so 58.90. I would like it closer to 58 particularly, and if I try a bounce at 30, if I try to like get along here, I did it the first time because I kind of thought that this was like a reminder, and then I built into it. I don't want to do it the same way the second time. I would much rather either get long and then off it, and then get really long at 58, or just kind of get long and like super light, let it breathe. It really depends how I decide to structure. But again, notice how this went to 59s, did a little bit of a double top, and then back down. I was mentioning that if it's VWAP algo in full effect that wants to buy this at 58 into VWAP on given days, then you're going to get these violent up moves. And essentially, as soon as we get above VWAP, by a certain standard deviation of the day based on ATR, VWAP algo gets turned off, and then we kind of fall back in. VWAP algo gets back on, we pop again, gets turned off, drop again, dip below, VWAP algo back in. So yeah, watch the tape on that one. You're kind of, this is where a little bit of tape reading goes a long way. And yeah, that's essentially my thoughts on Oxy. So yeah, I'm watching a few names right now. Everything else is middle of the day, afternoon. That's why we're kind of transitioning to a little bit of the beer talk there. But yeah, if you see anything else, feel free to let me know. Janish Patel, my favorite beer. So I have two. I love Guinness and I love MGD. So MGD is the lager, just very light beer for the summer. And yeah, Guinness is my winter beer. So I mean, and St. Patty's Day beer. So yeah, I'll be definitely having some beers.
Some green beers.
Work with 5 p.m. out here in the UK.
Oh.
Have a beer for me now, and I'll have one for you later.
Yeah, soon actually, because like we'll have one towards the end of the show, so that's
Yeah.
pretty soon.
Yeah, if you guys want to have a beer with us, we will have. We'll be having this one towards the end of the show. So in yeah, I'd say like 45 minutes, we crack this open.
We should like have like a beer animation. I didn't even know what to hit. We'll hit like I was gonna hit the Canada flag, but
Cheers animation.
I think Brendo's. Yeah, we could do the cheers. But Brendo's at the big desk. He's got the energy update.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a wild day once again for crude oil. It's been quite the week. Let's have a look first off at the chart here for crude. Huge move down off of the highs to end last week from 81.5, 82. We're all the way down to 66. So 3 days in a row here testing this 66 level that ends up being support, but another 2% to the downside. That's obviously off the lows as well. We get down to 65.5. At the lows for the K contract, you can see 2.6 there for NYMEX light sweet crude, 2.58 right now for Brent, not faring any better. Gold having a nice day again, 2.3. Back to the upside, this chart down here just comparing different equity and material or gold metal prices anyways, with crude. Energy way down at the bottom still. Back on the rise again, however, late in the session here, or midway through the afternoon, as we get a little bit of reprieve in the U.S. dollar once again. So that was that move back to the upside, trying to hold 66.5 right now. But what a week it's been downside for crude oil, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, we were looking at crude earlier today, Brendo. We were looking at it for Luca's Oxy trade. All right, I put an out here for a little scalp on Meta at 90s, long 41. So I put, yeah, I'm sitting right at 90s. I should be getting filled right now, man. Come on, there we go. There's a red triangle. There it is. Now let's ride this one through 99s. That's what I'm looking for, continuation through 99s. Yeah, no worries. Keep in mind that I'm trying to play that trend, right? So I don't want to take out too much too quickly. We want to play that trend possibly back into VWAP, 99, 69, right? That's where we're looking for, and even 200 if we're really lucky. There we go, pumping now, knocking on the door of 199. But yeah, it's still a level. We'll wait. We'll let this one run. I'm still holding the majority of the position. But guess what? The futures just turned. So Meta going to the high side for now, but that could happen. That could just flip at any second. We broke 199s. We're not printing higher here on the ES June contract. Look, we're red candle right now. We're holding 50s, and we're still printing lower high, lower high. We're on a bit of a downtrend off that rejection off VWAP. So this is kind of a little bit of a secular trend at the moment. I want to say it's I don't even want to call it a trend because we really haven't done much. But there we go. Now decidedly above 199, looking to claim 10s. So want to ride this one. The next profit target will likely be like in the 40s or 50s, in and around this area here. That's what I'll be looking to take some off. This is only a quarter position though, guys. It's not a full position. I wasn't convinced, that this would be the turnaround point. I wanted that one nearer to 198, and as a result, I didn't take a big enough position. So let's go ahead and put our resting profit taker out here. Let's go ahead and sit here. There we go. So we'll leave that one to trigger should it make its way up there. Harry Jones, let's go. Good stuff, bro. Thank you, brother. He's like, yeah, I'm long Meta, and I think this is the first time ever I've been in the same trade Sharif has been. It was like, oh, come on, man, I had a good week this week. What does that mean? No, I'm kidding, of course. No, I mean, different strokes for different folks, no question about that. Yeah, anyway, let this trade run. Keeping my eye here on the futures as well. I want to see if we do start making that trend to the high side. We've been looking at that 39.65, 39.70 level. And then if we get really ambitious, we got yesterday's close. That's 39.95. Who knows, right? A brother can dream. So we'll see. I'm still sitting here. There we go. Pump it to the high side on Meta. I'm sitting at the $0.25. Let's go. Where's that red triangle, man? Where's the liquidity at? Come on, that cross 25s. It looks like I didn't get the fill right there. It was probably a bit of a spread between the bid and the ask. No problem. Let this one run. We don't get it this time. We'll get it next time around. But yeah, the whole point is we're stair-stepping to the high side. I like the dip buy right in front of that 98. I had so many opportunities, man. You saw Sean take these. So many rinse and repeat opportunities today on Meta. It really did provide you that range. I don't really do that well with range trading all that often, but today I feel like I had a good grasp on the range that Meta has been presenting us with, and I didn't pull the trigger on as many of them as I would have liked. Meta's the one that I've traded the most, though. We'll go through some of these trades as we wait for this current trade to develop. The initial long was here, again off 198. That was just like, it was a rinse and repeat. Got long 198s, added 198.80, added again, 198.60, added 198.80, then scalped all the way up into 200. Did the same thing again when it came back to 199, but this was a more risky trade, to be honest with you, because of how the range was playing. I should have been getting back down nearer to 199 again rather than getting in at 199 long, because that wasn't a level. Anyway, so there you get the rejection off 199.80, which was VWAP, and again and again and again, you guys see it. So Meta's been the trade. It's been the rinse and repeat trade, but could definitely had a lot more rinses, a lot more repeats. Here we go into the $0.25 again. Do we get that cross? We need to cross by a few pennies. Here we go. I'm seeing 22s on the bids, 23s, 20. There we go. There's the fill. We spin the money on Meta there, even though it's not a full position. It's a good trade. Let this one run. Now I'm looking for the remaining piece to VWAP. VWAP, my friends, sits at 66s. Let's go ahead, 199.66, enter, and we're gonna wait there, hence the red. And now we're pumping into the $0.50. Happy with this trade. Let's see if we can get 66s.
Yeah, there was something I wanted to comment on. So somebody, Jack Green in the chat saying FRC bottom is in. So yeah, I never want to sit here and call bottoms or tops or anything. 20 was from yesterday. I mean, they got the funds, right? They got the funds to I think it was 32 billion. Yep, 32 billion, and yeah, kind of holding 20, right? So 20 to 18 is that interesting level, and now it's showing that 25, sort of interesting. Still SSR, right? This thing is going to be SSR for a while, I would imagine. But what's notable with this one, just for anybody kind of looking at it, I'm not going to trade it, but what's notable is the stacked offers here. And I think if it clears 25.50, then yeah, it could make that move to 26.50. But again, stacked offers, nothing on the bid. So I mean, just to kind of show very clearly, look at this. There is nothing on the bid, and look at these stacked offers on this thing. So it is SSR. So I mean, if you want to initiate a short position, you can't like slam the bids or anything. Longs would have to sell into that to really drive it lower. Are there any longs that are kind of long and at this point, selling into that bid, no. So that's the only thing I wanted to note, just to kind of add value there. Stacked offers and no real bids there. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna go up or down, but I mean, you could see stacked offers and you could see a lot of buying coming through, and it could just like eat through the offers and then clear the 25.50 and go. But yeah, again, that's basically where I wanted to go with that. Stacked offers, no bids. Anytime I see something like that, I mean, in this particular case, obviously getting the funds, that's huge for them. So maybe the bottom is in, but again, I don't want to call bottoms. I think it's paid for shorts, so I'm not going to be. Yeah, it is paid for shorts. But yeah, for myself, seeing the stacked offers, I'll actually take the reverse on this for a scalp. I'll be taking the reverse and saying, well, there's a lot of buying coming through. It has to get through all these stacked offers. These are my outs. So I'll take a short here, and then if we like go to 43s or 44s or 45s, like wherever the last kind of line of support is, oh, that's way too high up there. Wherever that last line is, that'll be kind of my out, and then I'll just I'll take it back down. But yeah, 25 is holding. Bounce, bounce, bounce. It breaks, it pops back, bounce, hold 25. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a bigger buyer there at 25. So yeah, it's nice to see different perspectives on stocks. That's all I wanted to say. I'm not going to be trading it, so yeah, I just kind of sit back and say, yeah, look at the offers there, stacked offers. Just wanted to call it out. Best of luck if you do trade that one. Let's go over to coin, because somebody's mentioning coin. This thing is at, coin is up. Okay. Okay, coin. Yeah, so coin, we were talking about that 70 level.
It's moving.
Jeez. And this thing was like inching back up. I don't really watch Coinbase, so that's why my reaction is as so. The break of 70 and go, I mean, we rejected 70 on the 6th of March. We sort of dipped down into that area. I actually thought we were going to go lower, and then I thought we would stay, I thought either lower or sideways, but, relative to Bitcoin and everything else, this thing over 70, oh my goodness, this thing is now, off to the races above the highs. Yeah, maybe we go to like 80s or 85s now. Not today. I don't think today, like a 10% move for coin is a relatively larger move. But yeah, no, that's definitely interesting on that one. Congratulations to anybody that is long this thing. This is the level for myself, that's 73. Reject, 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 break. Now probably turns into support. And by the time it actually gets back there, maybe VWAP is a little bit higher, so you got that little bit of support for maybe a potential continuation to the upside. If you like the show, like the video, and subscribe.
Smash that subscribe, smash that like, but we haven't even done a like count. Luca, I feel like we've been not looking at that today. Let's have a look here. Let's go over to the trusty YouTube page and click the stream. Find single Ukrainian women. I don't know why this is showing up on my feed here. There we go.
Find single Ukrainian women.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sharif.
It's an advertisement on YouTube, bro. I'm getting outed here. No, guys. 1,600 likes. Let's go. Let's get that up to 2,000. We can get that up to 2,000, no problem. I'm sure that I've had bangers on to you. Luca's had bangers on. The market's moving up. We're starting to curl up here. Let's go. Everyone's saying busted.
Busted.
Guys, I don't control what. Look, it came up. I mean, what am I supposed to do? I don't know, bro. I've never searched for that in my life.
You're in your profile.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's using all
my
the data
work
that
profile.
Oh,
You guys,
what are you doing at
you
work?
guys want to see
I
my
think
history?
You're digging a bigger
How
hole,
come? How
buddy.
come it's not showing me
You're
my
digging
history?
you're digging a bigger hole, buddy. Yeah, no, lots of fun, guys. So, you know what, Greg?
We should get those beers soon, bro. Yeah.
No, it's, you want the beers. By the way, there was a guy in the chat from before. I want to say John. If you're still watching this, John, saying that I look like a Target employee, I just want to say, we found the fan that doesn't like Ferrari. Hey, Prad, we found the guy that doesn't like Ferrari over there. Maybe, you know what? I said, you know what, St. Patty's Day, I got a little bit of a green on under here. This is the only green that I own. And yeah, right here, a part of the Italian flag, the green on the Italian flag, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, I will be having lots of Guinness later on today. Pretty excited for it.
I'm going to be having it soon.
We're going to be having this soon. And
Yeah.
Greg made a good point. We're going to have both.
Microsoft is pumping. I just want to say to everybody out there, Microsoft is moving. It's moving hard. So is Apple. So some stuff's starting to move here, guys, as we get through that 1 o'clock. Sorry to interrupt you. I know I want to get back to the beers because those are important to me too. But yeah, Microsoft moving. We just took 280 again, Luca. We took 280 and we took VWAP. So I'm going to have my eye now on Microsoft. I'm out completely here on the VWAP retracement into Meta. I got out on that. It retraced right into 66s. I sat at 66s. I got the fill right there. So that ends up being a solid trade on a Fred Man. It's an 80 penny winner. We get long 98.40s. We take out 99.60s on the last piece. I'm very happy with that trade. Now it's time to look to the stronger name. I want to say Microsoft is definitely the stronger name on the day, up 1.5%, pumping to the high side. Guys, we got a 283.33 high on Microsoft. So if we go, we could go $3 easy. I mean, we could really go $3 if these futures start getting going here and we start getting some buying. People get excited for the weekend, whatever. I don't know what the reason is. Andy Fischella, $10 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. I vibe all you guys. Great energy when we learn so much. Thank you. We vibe you, man. We appreciate you. The show obviously goes without saying, would be nothing without you guys. I mean, we'd be talking to ourselves. So I really do appreciate you. And thanks. Show up every day because we always have new stuff to talk about every day. Hal, I hope I don't butcher your name, but it's Halimiz, Sharif, Luca, you guys have no idea how much I appreciate you being here teaching every day now. I'm out of words to even explain. Thank you so much for all you guys there. Yeah, shout out to you, man. Thank you very much for being a viewer and for the kind words and being part of the chat. And yeah, this community obviously doesn't work without participants. So really appreciate you participating in there, Luca.
Yeah, great time. And I just want to show my screen very, very quickly here, guys. It's blocked off, so let me just get that up here. This is what you should be blasting as you're drinking Guinness and beer on St. Patty's Day, in my opinion. Spirit of the West, Home for a Rest. I know everybody knows this song. I love this song. I'll be playing this later as I enjoy a couple cold ones. And you know what I was going to say? So
is it time?
Here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Guys, in about 20 minutes, I would say, we're going to crack open this beer. It's approaching the perfect temperature. It was like ice cold.
You feel that?
So now it's like
there you go.
Like it's just above.
There you go.
It's good. But here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
We're going to get a cold one from the fridge.
Uh-huh.
We're going to get this one.
And we're going to compare.
And we're going to compare. And we're going to test
Luca,
for ourselves.
you're full of brilliant ideas today.
Which one is the better one. So yeah,
as long as we can drink them both, that's
that's the key. And I
know you got triple witch. I got it.
We got I got the cups in the back. So yeah, guys,
okay.
If you want to share a beer with us, 20 minutes, we can all share a beer together and enjoy a little St. Patty's Day drink before we then pass it on. But yeah, we still have 40 minutes to go in the show. So I'm wondering if there's anything else that I can get myself into here. Everything is now moving up. And I'm essentially, I only took 4 trades, or 4 names: Oxy, Amazon, Bank of America, AMD. Oxy was a great trade. We're not really getting close to that 58, so I'm chilling. I'm waiting to see, do we get a dip or not? I don't know if it's going to come to fruition or not. If something bounces really, really nicely the first time, I'd imagine the second time it'll be less. So yeah, even if we dip and then we go back up, I'm not going to be holding the way that I did this time. There'll be more scalp trades. That's kind of my idea there. Amazon, that was great scalp trade. I'm glad that I added on a discretionary basis, but sad that I didn't get more. If I got more, maybe I would have held for like a upper echelon 50s and maybe 75s. But yeah, now we're kind of floating, so I don't really see a trade on it there. BAC was not too bad, basically covering 95s or something like that for the best out. It was a little over-under action. It basically worked out exactly as I wanted it to work. So over VWAP, under VWAP. This easily could have got back up, and you know, I would have been like, I don't know where this goes. I could have gotten 91s, as I mentioned, but I'm okay to let it go for 4 cents. It's not really a big deal. And then AMD, the loser of the day. The loser of the day, so again, playing that sort of over-under VWAP, I thought there was a chance that we would actually, I kind of liked the long, and we were right here on the market, just to kind of show. The market was up, it was curling, and I was like, okay, do we dip and then rip back to VWAP? So I thought that was a potential there. That's why I decided to add the way that I did. And then just taking the L, which was the correct idea. Now we're sort of back up, and this just goes to show if you're playing in the middle, understand what could potentially happen. Stick to the outer ranges on range days like today. So for example, 96, we didn't actually get there, right? So we just kind of dipped and then turned around, now back up. Maybe 97 wants to reject again. So yeah, that 97 level is interesting for a potential short, but the upper end of that range is pretty high. So it'd be like, in my opinion, this would be like a 60-cent risk for a maybe 60-cent reward. So 1-to-1, and it is in the middle, so it could go both ways. Yeah, so you know, I'm gonna stay away from that short idea, but just kind of alternative perspective. Anytime I do think of a trade, I think, what does the opposite look like, right? So even for example, like a meta, like 198, as we were talking, I know you had that trade off 198.
Yeah.
You know, solid level showing you 1, 2, 3 times, and the alternative is, what does the short through look like? So for example, if I was going to go long here and I say to myself, well, okay, let's say I wanted to short here. What does that look like? Where's my out? So that's kind of like the flip side, just to kind of gain alternative perspective. Again, you want to have some sort of bias going into your trades. Like, I like the long, this is my plan, I'm going to go with it. But some levels are interchangeable in the sense that you could be long, and then if it breaks down, you could flip short. I'd like to stay away from that sort of trade idea because I am susceptible to over trading. So yeah, if I start to set up ideas where I can do 2 things at a level, it's a recipe for disaster for myself. So know yourself, and lean into your strengths and stay away from your weaknesses. But yeah, I'm having a great time on this Friday, and yeah, we still got 40 minutes to go. I'm not really too sure anything else here. Maybe the Tesla. Tesla's a little bit more, like when it's less in play, I tend to stay away because it's sort of, I don't have like a higher conviction. But the 180 level, for whatever reason, is having that trouble. And it showed you the first time with the over-under. Then we actually got above it, and then just like reversed all the way back down, and now couldn't even test it. I mean, I don't know. At this point in time, I don't think we break the low on a day like today. But I don't actually think we're going to get above like 182 either. I think like we're probably like there's a high chance we stay in this range right here and just go up, down. We'll see at the close if we get more action coming into play. Obviously, quad witching, you're going to get you know, options expiries. You know, a little bit more volume coming through. So maybe we get some more kind of stickiness trend into the close. You get some programs that get turned on randomly. You know, it's kind of funny how in the middle of the afternoon, if you're looking at Apple stock, it might not really be showing you anything.
Oh,
and
baby.
then for whatever reason, 2:30 rolls around and boom, buy program is on, and this thing's at like 158 by the end of the day. So the way that it looks now could be completely different than the way that it looks going into the afternoon, or sorry, into the close there. And I kind of want to, I think long, that's kind of my opinion. And this market already, I think this is the bottom. And if VWAP breaks, I would not be surprised to see us at like 4,000
And I'm out.
at the end of the day. And that's assuming if my bias is correct. I mean, if we start to go up, like yesterday, what was it? Like yesterday's, where is it? Like yesterday was like a super like green day, right? So yeah, I would say today dip, and then why not rip all the way back. But again, we'll have to see. I don't really have a super high conviction, and I'm obviously not long anything right now. Just basically waiting patiently to see if something changes going into the close, and then I'll kind of reevaluate and go from there. But yeah, for the time being, just chilling. AMD over 97 now, so does it have steam to get to that 97.60? Maybe, we will see.
Choot, choot. Oh, baby, there we go. We're going to spin that money for our friend Microsoft. We go long 280s on that 1 minute retracement, and then bang, bang, bang out. First out 25, second out 44s, last out there 71s. So nice 70 penny winner at the top, and it's still going, guys. I think it got up to 287. So this one could be knocking on the door at 281. Just as a reminder, high of day on our friend Microsoft, 283.33. So if we do a retracement, we have plenty of upside room, almost $3 there from where we're currently at. Long 280 and out into the 280.70s for a nice 70-penny winner on Microsoft. This one has been really relatively strong, but the trade that was missed by me was this. My goodness, have a look at this. This was just absolute gold, this dip trade here, right off yesterday's close, 276.16, 15, whatever, in that area. You get a touch on it in the pre-market. It holds. You get another touch on it there at 11.45. And look at that, man. It gives up how much to the high side? $4 now off that low to the high side. That was a nice trade. That was missed. But Microsoft being good, nice trade on it. And I'm out with that quick scalp on our friend Microsoft. Back to that same level we were touched earlier. Possible double top here now, guys. Watch on the futures. We get a VWAP retracement here at 12:30, excuse me. We get another one here at 1:20. So do we continue? Do we break through VWAP, or is this the start of a double top and a test of those 39, 33 lows? You know, if I had to, I mean, I don't see that kind of like move up strength to the upside. It's kind of been like incremental and then reject off a level, incremental. It hasn't been that big boy strength that we typically see. So yeah, and someone saying RL, I don't know how to say that, Rolaprod, I don't know how to say your name. Sorry, I hope I didn't butcher it. It says meta resistance at 200 again. Absolutely.
That's Rap
absolutely.
Lord.
Huh?
That's Rap Lord, but the reverse.
Okay.
Like rap.
I got it. Okay. Yes, 200 rejection off
see what
meta.
you did with those words.
There you go. There you go.
Lord,
Yeah, you
Mr.
got to keep
Rap
it
Lord.
interesting, right? You got to keep it interesting. Yeah, 200 rejection off meta looks real good right now. Got up to, I want to say, 92s. So if you front ran that 200, which you should, because you know it's not going to get right to 200 oftentimes. And look at that. Now you're back down into 33. Good trade for you on that. It also happens to, you know, coincide with the possible double top we got here on the futures as we reject VWAP again. But for the moment, I'm not really willing to call this one. We could still see a VWAP break. Who knows? It's only 125, and there's still like a good amount of time between now and the power hour, Luca.
Yeah, and you know what? Big Rob in the chat. I see you there.
Big
and I'm
Rob.
like, why? What are you talking about? So he goes, Luca going to jail. And I'm
Why?
like, going to jail? What's he talking about? So I'm waiting for like the next comment to come through. If there's like, I'm like, did I miss something? Like, what's going on here? And then next comment, convicted. And I'm like, because I keep saying, yeah, I'm not really convicted with this trade. I think you were saying that from before. I was like, I started laughing. I'm like, where's the follow through though? Like, you need to, hit those punchlines. But obviously, coming through, I just got to kind of sift through some of the words here. And there was another one that somebody said.
This is hilarious. More Ukrainian singles, please. Come on, Kyle.
Yeah,
Kyle.
And what was the other thing? Oh, Road Dog. What's going on, Road Dog? I guess GTLS is too rich for you traders. I know you've been saying GTLS, and I was like, why is this guy saying GTL? I'm like, this guy's talking Gym Tan Laundry. What are you talking about?
Look at this
But I missed the S because you put GTL and then the S was like a lowercase. I'm like, Gym Tan Laundry Spros.
No way.
True.
Oh, is it an actual stock?
But it's
though?
a stock. Yeah, it's a
okay.
stock. So at first, I was like, I don't know what you're
hilarious.
talking about. So like, I don't know. I'm not even going to address this comment. But it's actually a ticker. Okay, so 11% down on the day. And yeah, it is. You got that right. It's a little too expensive for my liking. It's so the thing is, guys, from a day trade perspective, at least for myself, I want to be in things that I like are going to move and not just. I feel like if I get into a name like this with a spread of like 20 cents, it's not going to move. And God forbid these robots pick up on what I'm doing and push the stock, 70 cents against me for no reason. I don't really want to get involved in that. So yeah, not really interested, but I'll comment on it just because you asked and it actually is a stock, so why not? It's breaking through the lows of the December lows over here. So yeah, that's definitely a move down. That's kind of, big move down from 150. Maybe finds a relief bounce at around 100. I'm not really too sure. 100 being psychological level, but based on a quick look at the personality of the stock, has a spread, not really a lot of volume, only 800, 900,000 shares traded. Again, as to start today, I would imagine that you'd got to give it a range in and around the 100 level if you're looking at that. I'm not really, gonna trade this thing. I'm not gonna take a short or a long, but yeah, it's. I think what was your quote unquote words? It was like, what is it too expensive for you? And I'm
What's
literally
the price? Wow.
Well, no, literally, I'm like, yeah, it's way too much. Like I'll trade like a meta.
What's the spread?
It's not like this is it right here.
I can't see.
Oh, I don't know if you could see. Oh,
12s and 93s.
Yeah. It's like so. It's just not like it's just like It's like eh. So yeah, no thank you. But yeah, best of luck if you trade it. And yeah, I am not going to. Let me just go quickly back to FRC. I wonder where this thing is. Off of 25 again. Okay. So I was referring to the stacked. Oh man, I forgot who was in the chat. Jack. Yes, Jack. So again, those stacked offers rejecting, right? But it's in such a tight range that maybe it's not something. I mean, they got the bailout, right, or bailout, whatever you want to call it, 32 billion in cash injection. So that area was interesting. We did get the rejection down, but then 25 held again, and getting through those offers. So just to kind of bring it up again, just because you see stacked size on the offer could justify a scalp trade. And in this particular case, if you took a short here off those kind of offers, it didn't really break through 40s, and we actually did drift back down. But you have to respect the fact that the 25 level is holding. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times it is holding, right? So yeah, scalp trade for 40 cents makes sense, I think, if you're risking like 5 based on the fact that you have 200 lots stacked at every single cent going up 10 cents. Yeah, you could justify it, but again, it eats right through that size and printing over 25.50. I don't know where this thing goes next. Again, I'm not going to have a trade on it. The offers are now gone. You guys are seeing it here. I do it a dark yellow because I'm like, okay, these are now far away levels. I don't really have to concern myself with those. I took away the casino colors that come with the platform when you fire them up.
I don't like those at all.
Those were interesting to begin with. Anybody who is on Day Trade the World platform who loads it up, you'll notice that they have the kind of like the red, the blue, like the all different colors.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I can actually see the levels.
No,
until I started
like
trading
that.
small caps, which started to fly around up and down. And the faster they went, the more my eyes would burn. And I'm like, I'm done with this. I'm going to one color, a simple color, yellow. I did blue. So I had blue before.
Yeah, I like blue.
It was a lot easier on the eyes, but I
This
noticed
is good
that
too.
I had a darker blue.
You did, eh?
I had a darker blue, and one trader came over to me who was like much more experienced than I was, and they were like, "Can you even see what? Can you even see?" And I was like,
you look how dark your bottom one is.
yeah,
though. Like,
and they were like, "Can you even see?" And I was like, like so look at these. They're like, "Can you even see?" And I was like, well, no.
No.
Like, I mean, yeah, kind of. It's just easier on the eyes. He's like, yeah, but don't you want to see? You want to see what's going on there. So yeah, find whatever works for you. For me, the yellow's been doing fine. So yeah, I love the yellow. I go like very light into dark, and then obviously the further away, liquidity opens up. It doesn't really show you the full book unless you pay for a lot of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like it the way that I do it. And I noticed that you do like the blue and the red, which is interesting. I know Prad did something like that
Prad
as well.
did this for me. So Prad, for my time in sales, he gave me orange on the tape here, means over the bid. Green means that over the ask. Excuse me. Green means at the ask. Yellow is in between the midpoint. Red is on the bid on the downside, and then blue is below the bid. So oftentimes when I see a whole bunch of blue coming in, I know, okay, we're trending. I like the color code aspect of it. I don't see a lot of orange. I know we're pumping to the high side. So the color helps you there because the tape, especially with some of these small cap crappers, right? A lot of it's the incoming order flows. You don't see a lot of the size sitting on the book with the small cap crappers. That's just not how it goes, right? Orders come in randomly. They're hidden as icebergs. So yeah, you need to be able to kind of get a feeling for it. And then looking for really small prints here, it's kind of hard to read what every print's coming at. But another thing I just want to say quickly before you go is P-Pro 8 and some other platforms as well help you filter by size. So you can say activate filter size, and then you can, if you want anything like 50 and above shares, you put greater than 49. So you click that, and then you go greater than right over here and put 49. So, for some of the small cap crappers, you don't really want to see the odd lots like the 15, the 20, the 23s. You want to see the big 100, maybe even bigger, depending on what kind of small cap crapper. You want to be able to filter that out. You can filter that in the book and on the tape. And you know, a lot of guys back there, they experiment with that, you know, helping them filter through different things. So yeah, really interesting there. Before I send it back to you, Luca, NVIDIA at an interesting inflection point here. How many times have we gotten rejections off VWAP? Once, twice, is this thrice? We're back at that inflection point. Do we reject off this level on our friend NVIDIA, or is there enough oomph in the high side to kind of pump back into that 264 level? I'm seeing here on the futures that we're knocking on the door of VWAP again near that 39.65. That's going to be the third test of VWAP in the last, I want to say, hour or so. So could this be the level that breaks? We shall see. Luca, what you have over there?
Yeah, so just very quickly, I know Rekka12 was saying, is it wise to drink and trade? So, you know, we're not
baby.
obviously, you know, like
Speaking of which,
not
time.
drinking. Yeah, I'll go and grab it in a sec. Oh, you're gonna yeah, I'll go in 5 minutes. But obviously, you know, one sip, whatever, nothing crazy, right? Yeah, so there's something else that I wanted to.
We can do whatever we want. It's private property.
Well, it's just happy St. Pat. Well,
private
because
property,
people are probably asking like,
Yeah.
wait a sec, are you gonna get drunk? No.
No,
Like,
man, no. I mean, that just wouldn't be
Afterward,
wise.
okay.
Like, you know, we have people to answer to back there. You know, there's a floor manager, an assistant floor manager, there's owners.
Yeah,
there's
guys,
lots of
grab
people.
your beers now because I'm gonna go get a couple cups and the other cold one from the fridge. So yeah, get your beers now if you want to partake and have a couple sips along the way with us. There was another comment in the chat that I wanted to remind me of. Oh, because we were talking about the like the tape and like how we have it like colored and stuff like that. It's so just to, I know you said it very well, and it really just depends on what you want to see. So as you guys see on my screen over here, if you want to take a look at it, but I'll go through this just very, very simply. So obviously you're getting the midpoints that are in the middle. It would be nice to cut those out just because you want to process all the information that's coming through. So everything is important and you want to understand what you're looking at. But at the same time, you want to also simplify the data because as a human, you can only process so much. And for myself, what that means is keep everything that I'm looking at as simple as possible.
Yeah.
And I want to be able to, you know, look at this and just make a decision very quickly. And so what I do is if I'm like looking, for example, a 58 level on Oxy, I want to like pull up Oxy, the tape. I don't want to see too many crazy things. I want to just like look for one specific thing and keep the data very simple. But notice the light green. So I have it, dark green is hitting the offer, obviously the way you were explaining. Dark green hitting the offer. Light green, if the offer gets taken, and then the next print up will be one light green. So if it goes 46, clears the level 47, it'll be like a lighter green print.
Yeah.
So on the tape, if you're seeing, and you have it as blue as as above the offer.
People complain they can't read it, but for me, it's the color.
Yeah, it's whatever works for you guys. That's kind of where I wanted to get with this whole kind of situation is, like, you know, the P Pro 8 platform is highly customizable in terms of colors and how you want to kind of structure everything. Everybody has a different setup. I mean, I walk around back there, I see people having different setups, different colors. Ian, I don't know if he's there right now, but his setup is majestic, man. He's got like some type of purple going, light purple into a dark purple. It's like I'm just like, man, you got
that. You know the mood lighting on cars or like in first class when you go like and like they have like that purple ambient,
exactly.
Like it's supposed to calm your nerves, right?
Exactly.
Like,
and I was like, oh man, like you got that like majestic feel to it. Some traders will have like a lot of things. So, you know, for myself, I have stacked level 2s, I have like quote boards, I have the charts. Other traders will keep it very simple and just have like one thing because they're just focused on one thing. So again, it's not one size fit all. It's just, you know, whatever type of trader you are, whatever you get comfortable with, play around with it, work with it. So again, for myself, midpoints yellow, green above the offer, lighter green, and then same with the reds and then darker reds for below the offer there.
So I just want to take this perfect opportunity because you're talking about setups to basically look. This is my main setup, guys. This is what I look at every day, and here's what I need. I want my watch list. I've got my watch list kind of split into 3. You know, vaguely I have them under G, which means growth, and then V, which means value, and then LT, which is long term. But this is, I've switched this basically to an ETF. So I haven't imported. This is my SIM account. on my brokerage, so I haven't imported my new ETF watch list into Sim. But essentially, I have growth stocks, or stocks that I consider to be growth. I have value stocks, or value stocks that I consider to be values. Energy falls under them, airlines, banking, infrastructure, etc. And then I have my ETFs, and the reason the ETFs kind of show you which industry is strong, so you kind of know, okay, I should be looking at these stocks today. So the ETFs really help me out to kind of narrow the industry at times. And then I have my stock scanner. And I can have as many stock scanners as I want, but the two that I've got on my sim mode here is top percentage gainers and top percentage losers. Oftentimes I'll also have a halt scanner, and I'll have an after hours gainer halt scanner. So if I'm trading between 4 to 8 p.m., I want to know what's doing volume and making big boy moves for 4 p.m. and after. Not what did big boy moves from like 7 a.m. or 9:30, whatever. You guys get it. So that's why I have my scanner here, and I have various scanners. And then for the scanners, I have, and for the watch list, I have a number of utilities. One is my news on that particular stock. So if I click a stock HSTO, it brings up the news for it. It also brings up the chart, and it will bring up the Fundamentals Explorer. This Fundamentals Explorer is becoming like invaluable for me as I become like a more thorough swing trader, because it's showing me like stuff that I'm still learning in the books. Like there's a whole Trading Central, and it basically just gives you all these different technical insights, right? And you can program it to show you different things, but it's giving you like, you know, important crosses with this moving averages and that moving averages. The RSI did this, the MCAD did that. With respect to ownership, there's a whole bunch of things here. So it's been very, very useful for me to kind of explore this and to kind of even get a better understanding of how to use that. So that's what I have here. My Fundamentals Explorer, my chart, my news items to kind of see why, and those three are connected to both the watch list and the stock scanner. So when I click on one of those, it shows up. So that's kind of how I do my, that's my main scanner. And then on the side charts, I've got my big caps on my bottom right chart. So you guys have seen the big cap, the big cap charts, the big six. You guys know I follow Meta, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple, and Tesla. That's no secret there. And then I've got a bunch of other charts that I keep on my side here, and these are small caps, and then I have like other ones as well. And then I have my hot news. So anything comes in here, I'll be able to see by time, and you know, I'll kind of be able to look at it that way. So that's a look there. But
all right, ladies and gentlemen,
here we go, baby. Oh
we
yes, we got Gregory in the house.
To have a couple sips, you know, nothing too crazy. What's going on, Greg? You're not going to be able to hear him. I can obviously, you know, he's here for the beers.
I'll give him
so
my
guys,
mic.
grab your beers. I'm going, and just to quickly comment, you know, the wonderful mugs that we got here. No pain, no gain. You've seen that one. This is for Sharif. I didn't lose. I just ran out of time.
I love that one.
And the most legendary quote from the man in the back over here: "In order to win, you need to stop losing." Absolute epic. So we got a little bit of a test going on. So
good.
this is cold from the fridge, ice cold, and this has been sitting here the whole time with us. So supposedly the flavors are a little bit better on this one. You know, not being cold, washing away the flavor. So we can do a little test. I'll let you pour your first one, and then we will test the ice cold, which I think will be better a little bit later. So yeah, guys, grab your mugs. And is that someone saying, is that Greg from Twitter? No, I don't think. I'm not quite sure he has Twitter.
All right, here we go.
So yeah, pour this bad boy.
Okay.
And I'm not really
do a cheers first.
Yeah, cheers, cheers.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers to you guys.
It's good. Okay, it's not
bad.
bad. I feel
It's
like I
not
left
bad.
my beer out and I drank it after leaving it out. Like, that's kind of what I feel. Like I don't know. I don't have any
So-
feel like kind of way.
I see. Yeah, so, Giancarlo saying, "What warm beer? Never."
Yeah.
Well, so it's a little more warm than I would
Yeah.
like. Not really above.
It's okay. It's not bad.
Too long, man.
Yeah, I left it out for. Well, it's been out for now like almost
have to do this
3
experiment
hours.
again
So
and
I
again.
can't. You know what? My takeaway is I am not going to fully judge this because
It's
it's a
not
little
bad.
bit too warm. A little bit too warm.
We'll be in the lab all night if we have to. We'll be in the lab all night to get this done, guys. We'll get you this info. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's not like warm, but I think you said it well, Sharif.
Yeah, I
just
feel like I left
little
it out,
bit-
yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit. So now we can
Okay.
go with the a little bit of an ice cold here, and I mean, there's no way that this
Like
is
this
gonna be
doesn't
worse
bother
than that.
me. I could drink this.
Yeah, but there's
It
no
doesn't bother
way.
me.
There's no way that this is going to be worse than that one.
No,
So
no.
this is now cold, which to my understanding as a beer drinker, you can't go wrong. Give me a cold beer. I'm a happy camper. I'm a happy camper.
Calm down, Neil.
Yeah, Lava Girl. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I know that's the.
All right,
Irish
cheers
way.
number 2, baby.
Cheers to this
Cheers,
one as
guys.
well. Cheers, guys. Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is
Oh
better.
yeah. No. No.
This one is too sweet when
Really?
it's cold. I'm an expert, trust me.
Yeah, no, you got a better taste than than me. I don't know much about this, but
This is for me. This is.
you like
way
the
up.
cold better?
Oh yeah, way better, way better.
Yeah, he's not changing his mind.
All right, well.
But I could deal with this, man. This is not bad. Not bad.
Put this one back in the fridge for you boys.
Yeah, get that one on ice. And how about that dude in the glasses? Shout out to Greg. Is this guy James Worthy? Is this guy Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the courts? You best believe it. He's a Larry Bird, a young Larry Bird out there. Can't wait to play ball with the man, the myth, the legend, Greg. Thanks for coming out as always. I went over there. I said, "Hey, Greg, you want to come drink some beer here on the stream?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, 100%.
wow, of course I will.
Let's go." So yeah, lots of fun there. Cheers to you guys from wherever you are in the world. Let me know. Feel free. And tag. Feel free. Tag Sean on Twitter, or I know the Discord going. Post your pictures wherever you can. Tag me on Instagram, the Italian Trader. You guys, Nightbot post it from time to time. Having a great time, living the life. It's St. Paddy's Day. Cheers to that. One more sip here to wash it down.
Attaboy.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. And yeah, we got 15 minutes to go
To
here.
hit the gym after this, though, man. I don't
okay,
think
that's
that
a
I
little-
will be.
that's
no,
okay, a
I'll
little
probably
bit of a-
start to. No. I'll probably actually hit the gym because you guys are gonna do the triple witching stuff. So, yeah, then there won't be many people to drink with. So that's probably a good thing, right? When more people are at their desk, guys.
Yeah.
We are moving up here on our friend Google. Google's stepping up. And it's decidedly held VWAP here at 101.30. And now we are knocking on the door of 102. That will be a more recent high. Look how many rejections we got off that 102 level, initially bumping off 101.75, then coming up here into the 101.90s and getting bumped off. But we've seen a succession of higher lows as we retrace back to those highs. In case you're wondering, 102.83, the high of day. Bit of a head and shoulders pattern here in a retracement through VWAP, but now we reclaimed it. Here we go. Google's moving. Just broke 102. This might be an interesting long here as we step up. This one has been strong. It talked a little bit about, was it Microsoft that did India today, or was it Google? Who was the India headline today for Microsoft? Microsoft, thank you for that. So it wasn't Google. But Google's been announcing its AI stuff too. It's been a tit for tat exchange between the two giants as to who would get kind of like the first leg in AI. There's been mistakes done by both parties, and but both stand to benefit. Here we go. The super chat's coming in fast and furious, baby. Mashworth, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Cheers to future Ferraris and real cold beer. Happy St. Paddy's Day, guys, and channel midday show for the win. Bang, 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 bang. There we go. Greg Trail, $10 super chat. From one Greg to another.
I just
Here's
sent-
a
I just
beer.
sent it to him.
Yeah, I love it.
just sent it
Here's
to
a beer on me. Happy St. Paddy's Day. Shout out to you, Greg, and thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Shout out to all of you guys.
Yeah, shout out to everybody watching the stream right now, and hit that like button because Greg just replied, so I sent him that, Greg, and he said, "Legend, tell him thanks." Always a pleasure, having a great time. 1.8K likes, guys.
Not bad.
If you don't like the video right now, subscribe to the channel. I might dunk on you.
I want to see his arm go like this, though. Don't you?
Oh yeah, it'd be nice
Like
to get
it
that
came in
rolling,
nice, right?
rolling
Comes in-
animation.
Yeah, the rolling animation would be good. I think we can work on that. Mention that to him.
Fahad, unfortunately, apparently sick today.
Yeah, he came in with a mask.
Yeah, not feeling great.
Yeah.
I mean, this rolling sickness is just not good. It's just not good, man. It's
No,
just not
man.
good. The only solution to that is just to drink more beer, I think, honestly. That's the only ideas that I got there. Okay, anyways, guys, AMD popping up here, testing that top end of the range, but not really getting through it. So again, I think all these things are going to change and be sort of not invalid, but things could change going into the close. You know, quad witching coming into effect. So you're going to get some type of sorry?
Apparently it's called triple witching.
Triple witching, yeah,
Apparently it
okay.
changed
So
now because there's
yeah,
no
yeah,
stock, single stock futures.
It's kind of funny because when you're a trader for long enough, it's like
you're
I
gonna say it a
forget the
certain way,
terminology from
For
time
sure,
to time,
yeah.
and I'm like, I don't really care if it's called quad witching or triple
As
witching.
long as it
I know
makes money.
something is witching. Something is witching, and that's
There's
all
a
I need
witch
to know.
afoot.
I need to know that, and then that's it. So yeah, that's kind of
a witch
why I get these things wrong. Even yeah, with my levels and stuff like that. Calling like incorrect levels. But anyways, where I was going with that is because we're going to get that kind of action going into the close, you might get some buy programs, sell programs that come into effect. And so it might look like nothing is really happening, right? So for example, AMD is just kind of like doing nothing. And then out of nowhere, this thing could be at like 99.50, like because buy program is just in full effect, it has to buy and whatever, just keeps going from there. So yeah, there's that. Oh, AMC in the chat. Making me laugh because I saw your comment before saying, "Can you look at AMC?" And I was like, "AMC?
It's not doing anything. It's down 3/4%.
I was like, "AMC? Who's asking about AMC?"
AMC's
and then I looked, and I'm like,
asking about
"AMC is
AMC.
asking about AMC." Okay.
The irony is not lost on us, guys.
Yeah. So the thing with
gonna
AMC
have
for
more beer?
anybody
I
that
am.
doesn't, yeah, go ahead, man.
You
The
don't want
thing with
any?
AMC is, no, I'm okay.
Oh, I'm gonna have all of it
They
then.
did the share offering. Yeah, feel free, finish it off. They did the share offering. It was at 550, and we had the sell-off, right? We got the bounce in that region, so 440 is a level, and 4 is a level, in my opinion. And then I would also map that low of 375. It's very, very muted. It's not really doing anything. I think if it wants to hold this low, which is like 4, then it's going to probably stay between 4 and I would say 450, give or take. I think 440 specifically is more important because you kind of map you have the sell-off, you have the low marked, right? It shows you on day 1 that it's a level. It shows you on day 2 that it's a level, or day 3 or whatever. So it's like you see the level, you watch it, it confirms itself. Now you have your levels mapped, and you just basically wait. The thing is, though, is with AMC, I don't see a trade on it. Like, I don't really go long 4 and then go for like 10 cents. I just, there's other things to trade. You can only prioritize, you should prioritize based on what you think has the best likelihood of coming to fruition. And yeah, whatever has the best kind of odds on the bet type thing, right? So I'm not going to like waste mental capital on AMC when there's other trades at hand that I could take. This is the reason why I don't like trade everything, or else imagine just being able to like trade everything at once. That'd be wild. But yeah, somebody was asking me actually at the gym when I was mentioning it. They were talking. I was like, yeah, like blah blah blah. I'm a day trader or whatever. And they're like, oh, you're a day trader. Like, do you think AMC is going back to 40? So I kind of feel like when people ask me about AMC, it's like, do they think it's going back to 40? Guys, no. I think the time is those days are gone. The squoze. It is now like back into the range where it was before. So yeah, my friend's Zia, who went long at $2 and didn't sell anything at like 70.
Your friend Zia?
Yeah, she
Michael.
loaded the boat at 2.
Okay.
She was like, I'm an ape. I'm an ape. I'm going long. I'm never selling this thing. And she went from $2. I don't know if it was that. Yeah, there was an initial squeeze up.
Yeah.
So this is where she was long.
that.
She was like, she caught wind of the Reddit stream extra early. And she went long in like $2. She said her average was like $2 because she loves movies.
Okay.
She loves the whole trend of like I'm an ape type thing.
Okay.
And she loves
Sticking it to the big guy?
Yeah, and she just wanted to like defend the old school movie theaters.
Okay.
So that was her reasoning
that.
for the long at 2. And yeah, long story
Deal with
short,
the consequence, but I respect
Wow.
it. $2.
dude, she's still at 100% return
Where are we? Oh my God! Yeah, you're right.
at 4.
You're right.
But it went
Did
to
she sell
70.
anything?
She sold nothing.
She
To
sold
my understanding, she
nothing?
sold nothing. Because she was like, no, it's going to 700.
But why?
Because why not?
Because of the short squeeze you're talking
This
about?
is
the
this
whole
is
theory?
yes, this
okay.
is these are how the conversations
there
go
has
down.
To be
so
money to run out at some point. That's kind of the way.
yeah, you know what? It's. I mean, look, if this thing went to 700, she would have retired. So,
Oh God, yeah, no question
yeah,
about
it's,
that. Yeah.
Anyways,
Why not hold if that's
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I think you know there's room to the upside, there's room to the downside, but when things come back down,
Just got nerves of steel though. I would have sold.
oh yeah,
I would have sold.
I would have sold at like 10. I would have been like, I just,
Yeah,
I just,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
I
yeah.
just, you know,
I'll be
5x
out.
my money here. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Calgary activist. Yeah, you know what it is? It's just fun. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's not fun on the way down, but on the way up, having a lot of fun. But yeah, no, it's. I feel like I wanted to kind of comment on that one because yeah, we are back down. But anyways, going back
we
to
have both have friends that held from the bottom to the top. Shout out
Oh, yeah.
Alfred. Shout out Zia. You guys are the
Yeah.
real MVPs.
I've been a part of that too as well.
Oh yeah.
All
Oh,
the way
Kala.
up,
I
all the way
remember.
down.
I remember the
well,
Kala trade.
intraday, but also
Yeah.
some in my own personal account.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, it's not fun when you buy at 2 and it
Eef.
goes to 10.
Yeah.
You think it's going to 100. It
Yeah.
goes back to 8. You know, don't. Just you know, manage accordingly. Manage accordingly.
tough, yeah.
Anyways, going back to this whole AMC ideology right now, I think it's just going to be sideways for a very long time. Unless something fundamentally comes to light and something changes, I think volume is just not really there. Again, to go back to the daily, like you're seeing the volume spike when it did get that up move at 8,
Anybody have
and then it's
echinacea?
now just kind of like sideways, dead. Even that sell-off wasn't really
We're gonna.
okay over there. You okay over there? Or,
You okay, bro?
Yeah,
Bradley's
okay.
coughing up a lung.
Yeah, it's guys.
I know. I feel.
You know, all I'm gonna say is, guys, make sure you get your vitamins: vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin B12, so on and so forth.
I don't know, man.
And,
I feel like the illnesses that have been going around have been quite tough this year. You caught something. I
Yeah.
caught it. Right. I've caught
It's-
a couple of things this year, man.
yeah, it's so annoying,
Like it's
man.
like
It's so
and this
annoying,
typically
honestly.
doesn't happen. Like I mean, I haven't worked in an office for a while. Like I mean, last time, like I mean, when I started here in May, I was obviously when I started working in an office, but I go to the gym all the time. There's plenty of people there, and I wasn't catching illnesses like this, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, you know what? At the end of the day, just stay healthy, up your vitamin D dose, especially if you're in Canada, because doctors everywhere will agree with me, especially Canadian doctors, that we lack vitamin D because we
No,
have
no
long
question.
winters. There's
Yeah.
no sun. I mean, look at my skin, guys.
Can
look
I
at
say, bro,
look at my skin.
having lived in England-
I'm so white.
There's
I
nothing
need
wrong
sun,
with that.
ladies and gentlemen. I need the beach.
Hold
Put
on,
me
man.
on the beach.
Having lived in England, I can confidently say that Canada gets exponentially, especially Toronto. I don't know about all of Canada, exponentially more sun than England.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's raining all the
like
time. over there.
way more. Okay, let's get to these super chats because they're coming in fast and furious again. Nicole Harris, big friend of the show. Shout out to Elena. I'm pretty sure you're from Atlanta, right? Quad witching, $10 super chat, by the way. Quad witching refers to the third Friday of every March, June, September, and December. The term witching refers to historically with witchcraft and superstition, smashed Google longs. At a girl, Nicole.
I love how that's how it ends.
I love how, yeah, exactly.
The
It
term
was
refers to
perfectly well
witching,
said.
which historically is witchcraft. So, by the way, I'm on
Smash
Google. Let's
Google,
go to the moon,
baby. Bang, bang, bang. There we go. Shout out to Nicole, good friend and supporter of the show. James Pond, $10 Canadian super chat, baby. Would you please consider looking at C3AI? I'm in it with common stock at 2170. 2170-ish, getting sweaty. Thoughts, please, Jamie, up north in Canada. Shout out Jamie Pond. Of course, we'll have a look at C3AI. Obviously, this is one of those ones that has been really running lately on the AI tailwind. And this is the one that has AI in its name. So, a lot of people looking at this one. We were trading this one ad nauseum back in early Feb when the whole, AI craze came in. And there you can see it. Let me bring up this chart a bit so you guys can see the volume profile. There it is. Really there is when we started, that end of January, early Feb kind of thing. We get off. We were in a range about to 15 high for the better part of a while, since August. We break through that range decidedly with really big green candles, taking us all the way up to 31. Now we're in a range. But here's the good thing. We are up above the 200 period average, and we're holding the 200 period from the bottom side. So Jamie, despite the fact that you're 2177, you're at 2170-ish. Okay, so you're like either in or out of the money like a few pennies. You're long, right? Common stock, would you please consider I'm in with common stock 2170-ish, but you didn't say if you're long or short. I'm assuming you're long. Yeah, you're getting in a good area. I'm not gonna lie. So you're getting in at that near that 20 area, and that's the lower end of the range. So if you're looking for possibly a mean reversion and to hold above the 200 period, which is like a few pennies below the $20 range, you've gotten in a good area, from my opinion. Again, not financial advice, but if you're looking for a range trade or a continuation, we get maybe into the 50s and we're just range trading for now, you've got in at the lower end of the range. So I don't see it as a bad trade. And it's obviously all the hype right now. Everybody and their mother's cousin is talking about AI. We're seeing multiple upgrades come on for AI-related names, not the least of which NVIDIA, et cetera, et cetera. You guys know, you've been hearing about it daily. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad trade. Clearly have a stop. Maybe some sort of perimeter between the 200 period, because it's holding above the 200 period, and your stop, maybe leave like a couple of bips here and there between it. Okay, I want to get back quickly here to Meta, because we are at an inflection point again. We're back down into 198, and this is my cue to go long. So I'm punching long Meta, and I'm going to give it a short leash, okay? Where'd I get long? I got long O2s. We're not flushing on the futures, not yet. We're kind of consolidating sideways. So I'm looking, and there we go, 20 pennies immediately in the money on Meta. We're going to take a little bit out here, 30 pennies in the money immediately on Meta. That 198, I can't believe how many times we're going to rinse and repeat this level. 40 pennies in the money here on Meta. That was pretty quick. Let me get out here. Okay, so it looks like I missed it there. Bang, Sean hits the bang. And nice trade on Meta. Let's see if this one can hold.
Yeah, just very quickly, Stephanie D in the chat saying, what does a stock being suspended mean? How does it work? Asking bears versus bulls, and then the follow-up question, suspended versus halted. So there's multiple. I'm going to be very vague and kind of cover everything that I know, but suspended could be that they don't adhere to the exchange requirements. So as an example, the NASDAQ requires a few things, one of which being the stock needs to be, over like $3 or over $1 for a 2-week period rolling average. The balance sheet has to require like 1 million or 5 million cash on hand. You can look it up, you can Google, don't quote me on that. That could be old information. And essentially, so yeah, if a stock does not adhere to the exchange requirements, then they might be suspended from trading with the option to get back if they do a reverse split. As an example, if they don't adhere to the plus $3 stock price or whatever it is. Being delisted is a whole different scenario. So for example, they might first suspend and then delist. They might delist because they're being acquired by somebody else.
Oh, here we go.
Or it might just be halted, and halted just means that there's a circuit breaker that took place. So a 10% move in one direction or the other. Then it kind of halts, and then it comes back online after like 5 minutes or so. So you can do a little bit of information, or you can be a little bit more specific. Oh, I see here, suspended. You noted Brendel saying SIVB stock is being suspended on March 28th. What does that mean? Well, so obviously everybody knows SIVB is the initial name, Silicon Valley Bank, that went down, or not down, but the one that was initially halted. They are still halted. And maybe I don't want to, there's obviously a rebalance tonight, so maybe they're going to bring this back online. But if they are suspending that, maybe
check the chat.
Sharif, you can double check.
Yeah, so here it is. SIVB, Silicon Valley Bank, will officially be suspended and delisted from the NASDAQ exchange on March 28th. This hasn't traded since that day. I was just actually looking at it for 1 second here. The last day it traded, guys, was the 10th. So this one is, I don't know if it's going to open up since then, but it's officially going to be delisted from the NQ coming this 28th. Guys, we are all out of time. In fact, we're overtime, Luca. It is 2:01. We've got Brendo at the big desk, and we got the big kahunas to my right. They're going to take you to the close. Get ready for it, guys. Have a good day.
Ciao for now.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. Friday afternoon, couple hours until the weekend, couple hours until we get to put this week to rest. But what a week it has been for not only tech specifically,